Atomic Habits by James Clear. An easy and proven way to build good habits and break bad ones. Introduction. My story. On the final day of my sophomore year in high school, I was hit in the face with a baseball bat as my classmate took a full swing and the bat slipped out of his hands and came flying across me before striking me directly between the eyes. I have no memory of the moment of impact. The bat smashed into my face with such a force that it crushed my nose into a distorted U shape. The collision sent the soft tissue of my brain slamming into the inside of my skull. Immediately, a wave of swelling surged through my head. In a fraction of a second, I had broken my nose, multiple skull fractures, and 2 shattered eye sockets. When I opened my eyes, I saw people staring at me and running over to help. I looked down and noticed spots of red on my clothes. One of my classmates took their shirt off his back and handed it to me. I used it to plug the stream of blood rushing from my broken nose. Shocked and confused, I was unaware of how seriously I had been injured. My teacher looped his arm around my shoulder, and we began the long walk to the nurse's office, across the field, down the hill, and into school. Random hands touched my sides, holding me upright. We took our time and walked slowly. Nobody realized that every minute mattered. When we arrived at the nurse's office, she asked me a series of questions. What year is it? 1998, I answered. I was actually 2002. Who is the President of the United States? Bill Clinton, I said. The correct answer was George Bush. What's your mom's name? I stalled. 10 seconds passed. Patty, I said casually. Ignored the fact that it had taken me 10 seconds to remember my own mother's name. That is the last question I remember. My body was unable to handle the rapid swelling of my brain, and I lost consciousness before the ambulance arrived. Minutes later, I was carried out of the school, taken to the local hospital. Shortly after arriving, my body began to shut down. I was struggling with basic functions like swallowing and breathing. I had my first seizure of the day. Then I stopped breathing entirely. As the doctors hurried to supply me with oxygen, they also decided the local hospital was unequipped to handle the situation and ordered a helicopter to fly me to a larger hospital in Cincinnati. I was rolled out of the emergency room door and towards the helipad across the street. The stretcher rattled on a bumpy sideway to one nurse pushed me along while another pumped each breath into my hand. My mother, who had arrived at the hospital a few moments before, climbed onto the helicopter beside me. I remained unconscious and unable to breathe on my own. She held my hand, and during the flight, while my mother rode with me in the helicopter, my father went home to check on my brother and sister and break the news to them. He choked back tears as he explained to my sister that he would miss her 8th grade graduation ceremony that night. After passing my siblings off to the family and friends, he drove to Cincinnati to meet my mother. When my mom and I landed on the roof of the hospital, a team nearly 20 doctors and nurses sprinted onto the helipad and wheeled me into a trauma unit. By this time, the swelling of my brain had become so severe that I was having repeated post-traumatic seizures. My broken bones needed to be fixed, but I was in no condition to undergo surgery. After yet another seizure, my third of the day, I was put into a medically induced coma and placed on a ventilator. My parents were no strangers to the hospital. 10 years earlier, they had entered the same building on the ground floor after my sister was diagnosed with leukemia at age 3. I was 5 at the time. My brother was just 6 months old. After 2.5 years of chemotherapy treatment, spinal taps, and bone marrow biopsies, my little sister finally walked out of the hospital, happy, healthy, cancer-free. And now, about 10 years of normal life, my parents found themselves back at the same place with a different child. While I slipped into a coma in hospital, sent a priest and a social worker to comfort my parents. It was the same priest who had met them a decade earlier. In the evening, they found out my sister had cancer. As the day faded into night, a series of machines kept me alive. My parents slept restlessly on a hospital mattress. One moment they would collapse from fatigue, the next they would be able to be awake with worry. My mother would tell me later it was one of the worst nights she had ever had. Mercifully, by the next morning, my breathing had rebounded to the point where the doctors felt comfortable releasing me from the coma. When I finally regained consciousness, I discovered that I had lost my ability to smell. A tested nurse asked me to blow my nose and sniff the apple juice box. My sense of smell returned, but to everyone's surprise, the act of blowing my nose forced air through my fractures in my eye sockets and pushed my left eye outward. My eyeball bulged out of the socket, held precariously in a place by my eyelid, an optic nerve attached by my eye to my brain. The The ophthalmologist said my eye would gradually slide back into place as the air seeped out. But it was hard to tell how long this would take. I was scheduled for surgery in 1 week, which would allow some additional time to heal. I looked like I had been in the wrong end of a boxing match, but I was cleared to leave the hospital. I returned home with a broken nose, half a dozen facial fractures, and a bulging left eye. The following months were hard. It felt like everything in my life was on a pause. I had double vision for weeks, literally couldn't see straight. It took me more than a month, but my eyeball did eventually turn to its normal location. Between the seizures and my vision problems, it was 8 months before I could drive a car again. I had physical therapy. I practiced basic motor patterns like walking in a straight line. I was determined not to let my injury get me down. But there were more than a few moments when I felt depressed and overwhelmed. I became painfully aware of how far I had to go. And when I returned to the baseball field 1 year later, the baseball had always been a major part of my life. My dad played minor league baseball for the St. Louis Cardinals, and I had dreams of playing professionally too. After months of rehabilitation, I'd wanted more than anything was just to get back on the field, but the return to baseball was not smooth. When the season rolled out, I was a junior to be cut from the varsity baseball team. I was sent down to play with the sophomores of the junior varsity. I had been playing since I was age 4, and for some had to be spent in much time and effort on the sport, getting cut was humiliating. I vividly remember the day it happened. I sat in my car and cried. I flipped through the radio, desperately searching for a song that would make me feel better. After a year of self-doubt, I managed to make the varsity team as a senior, but I rarely made it on the field. In total, I played 11 innings of high school varsity. Barely more than a single game. Despite my lackluster high school career, I still believed I could become a great player, and I knew that if the things were going to improve, I was the one responsible for making it happen. The turning point came 2 years after my injury when I began college at the Denison University. It was a new beginning, and it was this place from where I would discover the surprising power of small habits for the first time. How I learned about habits. Attending Denison was one of the first decisions of my life. I earned a spot on the baseball team, and although the bottom of the roster as a freshman, I was thrilled. Despite the chaos of my high school years, I had managed to become a college athlete. I wasn't going to start on the baseball team anytime soon, so I focused on getting my life in order. While my peers stayed up late, I played video games. I built good sleep habits and went to bed early each night. In a messy world of college dorms, I made a point to keep my room neat and tidy. These improvements were minor, but they gave me a sense of control over my life. I started to feel confident again. It was this growing belief in myself that rippled into the classroom and improved my study habits, managed my own straight A's during my first year. A habit of routine and behavior, this is performed regularly, and in many cases, automatically. As each semester passed, I accumulated small but consistent habits that ultimately led to the results that were unimaginable to me when I started. For example, for the first time in my life, I made it a habit to lift weights multiple times per week, and in the years that followed, my 6'4" frame bulked up from a featherweight 170 to a lean 200. When my sophomore season arrived, I earned a starting role in the pitching staff, and by my junior year, I was voted team captain at the end of the season. I was selected for the all-conference team, but it was not until my senior season that my sleep habits, study habits, and strength training habits really began to pay off. 6 years after I had been hit in the face with a baseball bat, flown to the hospital and placed in a coma, I was selected as the top athlete at Denison University and named to the ESPN Academic All-American Team, an honor given to just 33 players across the country. By the time I graduated, I was listed in the school record books in 8 different categories. The same year, I was awarded the university's higher academic honor, the President's Medal. I hope you'll forgive me if all this sounds a little boastful. To be honest, there's nothing legendary or historic about the athletic career. I never ended up playing professionally. However, looking back on those years, I believe I accomplished something just as rare. I fulfilled my potential. I believed the concepts in this book can help you fulfill your potential as well. We all face challenges in life. This injury was one of mine, and the experience taught me a critical lesson. Change that seems small and unimportant at first will compound into remarkable results if you're willing to stick to them for years. We all deal with setbacks from a long run. The quality of our lives often depends on the quality of our habits. With the same habits, you'll end up with the same results. But with better habits, anything is possible. Maybe there are people who can achieve incredible success overnight. I don't know any of them. I'm certainly not one of them. There wasn't one defining moment on my journey from medically induced comas to an academic all-American. There were many. It was a gradual evolution, a long series of small wins and tiny breakthroughs. The only way I made progress, the only choice I had was to start small. I employed the same strategy over a few years later when I started my own business and began working on this book. How and why I wrote this book. On November 2012, I began publishing articles on my jamesclear.com. For years, I had been keeping notes about my personal experiments with habits, and I was finally ready to share some of them publicly. I began by publishing a new article every Monday and Thursday. Within a few months, this simple writing habit led to my first 1,000 email subscribers, and by the end of 2013, the number had gone up more than 30,000 people. In 2014, my email list expanded to over 100,000 subscribers, which made it one of the fastest growing newsletters on the internet. I felt like an imposter when I began writing 2 years earlier, but now I was becoming known as an expert on habits, a new label that excited me, but also felt uncomfortable. I had never considered myself a master on the topic, but rather someone who was experienced in experimenting alongside my readers. In 2015, I reached 200,000 email subscribers and signed a book deal with Penguin Random House to begin writing my book, You Are Reading Now. As my audience grew, so did my business opportunities. I was increasingly asked to speak on the top companies about the science of habit forming, behavior change, continuous improvement. I found myself delivering keynote speeches at conferences in the United States and in Europe. In 2016, my articles began to appear regularly on major publications like Time, Entrepreneur, and Forbes. Incredibly, my writing was read by over 8 million people that year. Coaches in the NFL, NBA, and MLB began reading my work and sharing it with their teams. At the start of 2017, I launched Habits Academy, which became premier training platform for organizations and individuals interested in building better habits in life and work. Fortune 500 companies and growing startups began to enroll their leaders and train their staff. In total, over 10,000 leaders, managers, coaches, and teachers have graduated from Habits Academy. And my work with them has been taught, and it has also taught me an incredible amount about what it takes to make habits work in the real world. As I put the finishing touches on this book in 2018, jamesclear.com is receiving millions of visitors per month, and nearly 500,000 people subscribe to my weekly email newsletter. It's a number that is so far beyond my expectations that from when I began, I'm not even sure what to think of it. How this book will benefit you. The entrepreneur and the investor, Naval Ravikant, has said, to write a great book, you must first become the book. I originally learned about the ideas mentioned here because I had to live them. I had to rely on small habits to rebound from my injury, to get stronger in the gym, to perform a high level on the field, to become a writer, to build a successful business, and to develop into a responsible adult. Small habits help me fulfill my potential. And since you picked up this book, I'm guessing you'd like to fulfill yours as well. In the pages you'll follow, I will share step-by-step plans for building better habits, not for days or weeks, but for a lifetime. While science supports everything I've written, this book is not an academic research paper. It's an operational manual. You'll find wisdom and practical advice front and center as I explain the science of how to create and change your habits in a way that will be easy to understand and apply. The field I draw on biology, neuroscience, philosophy, psychology, and more. What I offer you is a synthesis of the best ideas smart people figured out long ago, as well as the most compelling discoveries scientists have made recently. My contribution, I hope, is to find the ideas that matter most and connect them in a way that is highly actionable. Anything wise in these pages, you should credit to the many experts who preceded me. Anything foolish, assume it's my error. The backbone of this book is a 4-step model of habits. Cue, craving, response, reward. Cue, craving, response, reward. The 4 laws of behavior change that involve and evolve out of these steps. Readers will Readers with a psychology background may recognize some of these terms from operant conditioning, which was first proposed as stimulus response reward by B.F. Skinner in the 1930s and has been popularized most recently as a cue routine reward in The Power of Habit by Charles Duhigg. Behavioral scientists like Skinner realized that if you offered the right reward or punishment, you can get people to act in certain ways. But while Skinner's model did an excellent job of explaining how external stimuli influences our habits, it lacked a good explanation for how our thoughts, feelings, and beliefs impact our behavior. Internal states, our moods and emotions matter too. In recent decades, scientists have begun to determine that the connection between our thoughts, feelings, and behavior. This research will also cover this in the pages. In total, the framework I offer is an integrated model of cognitive behavioral sciences. I believe it's one of the first models of human behavior to accurately account for both the influence of external stimuli and internal emotions on habits. While some of the language may be familiar, I'm confident that the details and the applications of these 4 laws of behavior change will offer a new way to think about your habits. Human behavior is always changing, situation to situation, moment to moment, second to second. This is the best book. This book is about what doesn't change. It's about the fundamentals of human behavior, the lasting principles you can rely on year after year, the ideas you can build a business around, build a family around, build a life around. There's no right way to create better habits, but this book will describe the best way I know, an approach that will be effective regardless of where you start and where you're trying to change. The strategies I cover will be relevant to anyone looking for a step-by-step system for improvement. Whether your goals are on center of health, money, productivity, relationships, or all the above, as long as human behavior is involved, this book will be your guide. The Fundamentals, Why Tiny Changes Make a Big Difference. Chapter 1, The Surprising Power of Atomic Habits. The fate of British cycling changed one day in 2003. The organization, which was governing body of the professional cycling in Great Britain, had recently hired David Brailsford as its new performance director. At the time, professional cycling in Great Britain had endured nearly 100 years of mediocrity. Since 1908, British riders had won just a single gold medal in the Olympic Games, and they had fared even worse in cycling's biggest race, the Tour de France. The 110 years no British cyclist had ever won the event. In fact, the performance of the British riders had been so underwhelmed that at one point the top bike manufacturers in Europe refused to sell bikes to the team because they were afraid that it would hurt the sales of other professionals if other professionals saw that Brits were using their product. Brailsford had been hired to put British cycling on a new trajectory. What made him different from previous coaches was his relentless commitment to strategy that he referred to as the aggregation of marginal gains. The aggregation of marginal gains, which was the philosophy of searching for a tiny margin of improvement in everything you do. Brailsford said the whole principle came from the idea that if you broke down everything you could think of that goes into riding a bike and then improving it by 1%, you'll get a significant increase when you put them all together. Brailsford and his coaches began making a small adjustment that might expect from a professional cycling team. They redesigned the bikes, the seats for more comfortable, rubber, alcohol on the tires for a better grip. They asked riders to wear electrical heated overshorts to maintain ideal muscle temperature while riding, and using biofeedback sensors to monitor how each athlete responded to a particular workout. The team tested various fabrics in the wind tunnel and had their outdoor riders switch to indoor racing suits, which proved to be lighter and more aerodynamic. But they did not stop there. Brailsford and his team continued to find 1% improvements in overlooking and expected areas. They tested different types of messages and gels to see one led to the fastest muscle recovery. They hired a surgeon to teach each rider the best way to wash their hands to reduce the chances of catching a cold, to determine the type of pillow and mattress that would be best for the best night's sleep for each rider. They even painted the inside of the team truck white, which helped them spot a bit of dust which would normally slip by unnoticed, and it could degrade the performance of the finely tuned bikes. As these and hundreds of all other small improvements accumulated, the results came faster than anyone could have even imagined. Just 5 years later, Brailsford took over the British cycling team, dominated the road and track cycling events in 2008 Olympics Games in Beijing, and they won an astounding 16% of the gold medals available. For 4 years later, the Olympics Games came to London. The Brits raised the bar. They set 9 Olympic records and 7 world records. The same year, Bradley Wiggins became the first British cyclist to win the Tour de France. The next year, his teammate, Chris Froome, won the race, from which he would go to win again in 2015, 16, 17, giving the Brits team 5 Tour de France victories out of 6 years. During the 10-year span from 2007 to 17, Brit cyclists won 178 world championships, 66 Olympics, Paralympics gold medals, and captured 5 Tour de France victories in what was widely regarded as the most successful run in cycling history. How does this happen? How does a team of previously ordinary athletes transform into the world champions with tiny changes that at first glance would seem to make a modest difference at best? Why do small improvements accumulate into such remarkable results? And how can you replicate this approach in your life? Why small habits make a big difference? It's so easy to overestimate the importance of one defining moment and to underestimate the value of making small improvements on a daily basis. Too often convince ourselves the massive success requires massive action. Whether it's losing weight, building a business, writing a book, winning a championship, achieving another goal, we put pressure on ourselves to make some earth-shattering improvement that everyone will talk about. Meanwhile, improving only 1% isn't particularly notable. Sometimes it isn't even noticeable, but I can tell be far more meaningful, especially in the long run. The difference of tiny improvements can make in over time, and it is astounding. Here's how the math works out. You can get 1% better each day for 1 year. You'll end up with 37 times better by the time you're done. Conversely, if you get 1% worse for each day for 1 year, you'll decline nearly down to 0, which starts a small win or a minor setback accumulates into something much more. 1% better each day, 1% every day for 1 year, 1% better every day for 1 year. Your results going upward in results, time going outward in the distance, only 1%. The learning curve in time really hits up halfway through the year and fast. The figure effectively of a small habits compounding over time. For an example, you can get 1% better each day. You'll end up with the results that are nearly 37 times better after 1 year. Habits are the compound interest of self-improvement, the same way that money manipulates through compound interest. The effects of your habits multiply as you repeat them. They seem to make little differences on any given day, and yet the impact they deliver over the months and years can be enormous. It's only when you're looking back 2, 5, perhaps even 10 years later, the value of the good habits and the cost of bad ones becomes strikingly apparent. This can be a different concept to appreciate in a daily life. We often dismiss changes because they don't seem to matter very much in the moment. If you save a little money now, you're still not a millionaire. If you go to the gym 3 days in a row, you're still out of shape. If you study Mandarin for an hour tonight, you still haven't learned the language. If you make a few changes, but the results never seem to come quickly, and so you slide back into your previous routines. Unfortunately, the slow pace of the transformation also makes it easy to let a bad habit slide. If you eat an unhealthy meal today, the scale doesn't move much. But if you work late tonight and ignore your family, and they'll forgive you. If you procrastinate and put your project off until tomorrow, there will usually be time to finish it later. A single decision to eat is easy to dismiss. But when you repeat 1% errors day after day by replicating poor decisions, duplicating tiny mistakes, and rationalizing little excuses over small choices, they'll compound into toxic results. It's the accumulated of the many missteps. 1% decline here and there. That eventually leads to a problem. 1% decline here and there. The impact created by a change in your habits is similar to the effect of shifting the route of any airplane by just a few degrees. Imagine that you are flying from Los Angeles to New York. If a pilot leaves LAX just in the heading of a 3.5 degrees south, you will land in Washington, D.C. instead of New York. Such a small change is barely noticeable at takeoff. The nose of the airplane moves just a few feet, but when Magnified across the entire United States, you end up hundreds of miles apart. Similarly, a slight change in your daily habits can give your life a very different destination. Making a choice that the 1% is better, 1% worse, seems insignificant in the moment, but over the span of moments that make up a lifetime, those choices determine the difference between who you are and who you could be. Success is the product of daily habits, not once in a lifetime transformations. That said, it doesn't matter how successful or unsuccessful you are right now. What matters is whether your habits are putting on a path towards success. You should be far more concerned with your current trajectory than with your current results. If you're a millionaire, but you spend more than you earn each month, you're not a bad trajectory. You're on a bad trajectory. If your spending habits, they don't change, it's not going to end very well. Conversely, if you're broke, but you save a little bit every month and then you're on a path towards financial freedom, even if you're moving slower than you'd like, your outcomes are lagging measuring of habits. Your outcomes are a lagging measure of your habits. Your next net worth is a lagging measure of your financial habits. Your weight and lagging measure of your eating habits. Your knowledge is a lagging measure of your learning habits. Your clutter is a lagging measure of your cleaning habits. You get what you repeat. If you want to predict where you'll end up in life, all you have to do is follow the curve of tiny gains or tiny losses, and you see how your daily choices will compound 10, 20 years down the line. You are spending less than you earn each month? Are you making it into the gym each week? Are you reading books and learning something new each day? Tiny battles like these are ones that will define your future. Time magnifies the margin between success and failure. It'll multiply whatever you feed it. Good habits make time your ally. Bad habits make time your enemy. Habits are double-edged swords. Bad habits can cut you down as easily as good habits can build you up, which is why understanding the detail is crucial. You have to know habits and how they work and how you could design them for your liking so you can avoid the dangerous half of the blade. Your habits can compound for you or against you. Positive compounding. Productivity compounds. Accomplishing one extra task in a small feat or any given day, but it counts for a lot over an entire career. The effect of automating an old task or mastering a new skill can be even greater. The more tasks you can handle without thinking, the more your brain is free to focus on other things. Knowledge compounds, positive compounding, knowledge compounds. Learning one new idea won't make you a genius, but a commitment to lifelong learning can be transformative. Furthermore, each book you read not only teaches you something new, but it also opens up a different way of thinking about old ideas. As Warren Buffett says, that's how knowledge works. It builds up like compound interest. Positive compounding. Relationships compound. People reflect your behavior back to you. The more you help others, the more others will want to help you. Being a little bit nicer in each interaction can result in a network of broad, strong connecting and connections over time. The negative compounding. Stress compounds. The frustration of a traffic jam, the weight of parenting responsibilities, the worry of making ends meet, the strain of slight high blood pressure. By themselves, these compound causes of stress are manageable, but they can persist for years. Little stresses compound into serious health issues. Negative compounding. Negative thoughts compound. The more you think of yourself worthless, stupid, ugly, or more, the more you're conditioning yourself to interrupt life that way. You get trapped in a thought loop. The same is true for how you think about others. Once you fall into the habit of seeing people as angry, unjust, or selfish, you see those kind of people everywhere. The negative compounding. Outrage compounds. Riots, protests, mass movements are rarely the result of a single event. Instead, a long series of microaggressions and daily aggravations slowly multiply until one event tips the scales and outrage spreads like wildfire. What progress is really like. Imagine that you have an ice cube sitting on a table in front of you. The room is cold and you can see your breath. It is currently 25 degrees. Ever so slowly, the room begins to heat up. 26, 27, 28. The ice cube still sitting on the table in front of you. 29, 30, 31. Still, nothing happened. 32 degrees. The ice begins to melt. 1 degree shift, seemingly no different than the temperature increase before it, has unlocked a huge change. Breakthrough moments are often the result of many previous actions which build up potential required to unleash major changes. The pattern shows up everywhere. Cancer spreads 80% of its life undetectable, then takes over the body in months. Bamboo can barely be seen for the first 5 years as it builds extensive root systems underground before exploding 90 feet into the air within 6 weeks. Similarly, habits often appear to make a difference until a cross-critical threshold or unlock a new level of performance. In the earlier middle stages of any guess, there is often a valley of disappointment. You expect to make progress in a linear fashion, and it's frustrating how ineffective changes can seem during the first days, weeks, even months. It doesn't feel like you're going anywhere. It's a hallmark of any compounding process. The most powerful outcomes are delayed. This is one of the core reasons why it's so hard to build habits that last. People make a few small changes, fail to see a tangible result, and decide to stop. You think, I've been running every day for a month, so why can't I see a change in my body? When this kind of thinking takes over, it's easy to let good habits fall by the wayside. But in order to make a meaningful difference, habits need to persist long enough to break through this plateau, what I call the plateau of latent potential. If you find yourself struggling to build a good habit or break a bad habit, it is not because you have to lose an ability to improve. It's often because you have yet crossed the plateau of latent potential. Complaining about not achieving success despite working hard is like complaining about an ice cube not melting when you heated it from 25 to 31 degrees. Your work was not wasted, it just was being stored. All the action happens at 32 degrees. When you finally break through the plateau of latent potential, people will call it an overnight success. The outside world will only see the most dramatic event rather than all the events that preceded it. But that's the work you did long ago when it seemed that you weren't making any progress. That makes the jump in today's possible. It's a human equivalent of geological pressure. 2 tectonic plates can grind against one another for millions of years, the tension slowly building all the while. Then one day they rub each other, and again, in the same fashion, they've had for all the ages, but this time the tension is too great. An earthquake erupts. Changes can take years before it happens all at once. Mastery requires patience. The San Antonio Spurs, one of the most successful teams in NBA history, have a quote from a social reform Jacob Rees hanging in their locker room. When nothing seems to help, I go back and look at the stonecutter hammering away at his rock, perhaps hundreds of times without as much as a crack showing in it. Yet at the 101st blow, it'll split in two. And I know it was not the last blow that did it, but all that had gone before. The plateau of latent potential, results going up, time going out into the distance. We can often expect progress to be linear. At the very least, we hope it'll come quickly. In reality, the results of your efforts are often delayed. It's not until months or years later that you realize the true value of your previous work we have done. This can result in a valley of disappointment where people feel discouraged in putting in the weeks or months in hard work without any experiencing any results. However, the work was not wasted. It's simply being stored. It's not until much later that the full value of the previous efforts are starting to get revealed. What you think should happen is it just doesn't grow on the chart. There's this valley of disappointment where it's not really moving forward, but what actually happens is it starts to veer up immediately. All big things come from small beginnings. The seed of every habit is a single tiny decision, but that decision is repeated. A habit sprouts and grows stronger. Roots entrench themselves and branches grow. The task of breaking a bad habit is like uprooting a powerful oak within us, and the task of building a good habit is like cultivating a delicate flower, one day at a time. But this determines whether we stick with a habit long enough to survive the plateau of latent potential and break through to the other side. What is it that causes some people to slide into unwanted habits and enables others to enjoy the compounding effects of good ones? Forget about goals, focus on systems instead. Prevailing wisdom claims that the best way to achieve what we want in life is getting into better shape, building a successful business, relaxing more, worrying less, spending more time with friends and family. It's to set specific, actionable goals. For many years, this was how I approached my habits too. Each one of these goals to be reached, I set goals and the grades I wanted to get in school, for the weights I wanted to lift in the gym, for the profits I wanted to earn in business. I succeeded at a few, but I failed at a lot of them. Eventually, I began to realize that my results had very little to do with the goals. I set nearly everything to do with the systems I followed. What's the difference between systems and goals? It's the distinction I first learned from Scott Adams, the cartoonist behind the Dilbert comic. Goals are about the results you want to achieve. Systems are about the processes that lead to those results. If you're a coach, your goal might be to win a championship. Your system is the way you recruit players, manage your assistant coaches, and conduct practices. If you're an entrepreneur, your goal might be to build $1 million business. Your system is how you test product ideas, hire employees, and run marketing campaigns. If you're a musician, your goal might be to play a new piece of music. Your system is how often you practice, how you break down and tackle difficult measures, and your method is receiving feedback from your instructor. Now, for the interesting question, if you completely ignored your goals and focused only on your system, would you still succeed? For example, if you were a basketball coach and you ignored the goal to win a championship and focused only on what your team does at practice each day, would you still get results? I think you would. The goal of any sport is to finish with the best score. But it would be ridiculous to spend the whole game staring at the scoreboard. The only way to actually win is to get better each day. In the words of 3-time Super Bowl winner Bill Walsh, the scorecard takes care of itself. The same is true in other areas of your life. If you want to be better, then forget about the goals. Focus on the system instead. What do I mean by this? Are goals completely useless? Of course not. Goals are very good for setting a direction, but systems are best for making progress. A handful of problems arise when you spend too much thinking about the goals and not enough time designing your systems. Problem 1. Winners and losers have the same goals. Goal setting suffers from serious case of survivorship bias. We concentrate on the people who end up winning, the survivors, and the mistaken assume that ambitious goals led to their success while overlooking all the people who had the same objective but didn't succeed. Every Olympian wants to win the gold medal. Every candidate wants to get the job. And if successful and unsuccessful, people share the same goals. And then a goal cannot be what differentiates the winners from the losers. It wasn't the goal of winning the Tour de France that propelled the British cyclists to the top of the sport. Presumably, they had wanted to win the race every year before, just like every other professional team. The goal had always been there. It was only when they implemented a system of continuous small improvements that they achieved a different outcome. Problem 2. Achieving a goal is only a momentary change. Imagine you have a messy room and you set a goal to clean the room. If you summon the energy to tidy up, you will have a clean room for now. But if you maintain the same sloppy pack rat habits that led to a messy room in the first place, soon you'll be looking for a new pile of clutter and hoping that another burst of motivation. You're left chasing the same outcome but never changed the system behind it. You treated symptoms without addressing the cause. Achieving a goal only changes your life for the moment. That's the counterintuitive thing, but improvement, we think we need to change our results. But the results are not the problem. What we really need to change is the systems that cause those results. When you solve problems, the results level. When you solve them temporarily, in order to improve for good, you need to solve problems at the systems level. Fix the inputs, and the outputs will fix themselves. Problem 3, goals restrict your happiness. The implicit assumption behind any goal of this, once I reach my goal, then I'll be happy. The problem with goals first mentality is that you're continually putting off happiness until the next milestone. I've slipped into this trap so many times we've lost count. For years, happiness was always something for my future self to enjoy. I promised myself that once I gained 20 pounds of muscle and after building my business and it was featured in New York Times, then I could finally relax. Furthermore, goals create a either-or conflict. Either you achieve or your goals and are successful, or you fail and you're a disappointment. Your mentality box yourself into is narrow. It's a narrow version of happiness, and this is misguided. It is unlikely that your actual path through life will match the exact journey you had in mind when you set out. It makes no sense to restrict your satisfaction to one scenario when there are many paths to success. A system-first mentality provides the antidote. When you fall into love with the process rather than the product, you don't have to wait and give yourself permission to be happy. You can satisfy any time with your system as long as your system is running. And a system can be successful in many different forms, not just the one you first envision. Problem 4. Goals are at odds with long-term progress. Finally, a goal-oriented mindset can create a yo-yo effect. Many runners work hard for months, but as soon as they come to the finish line, they stop training. The race is no longer there to motivate them. When all your hard work is focused to a particular goal, it is left to push you forward after you achieve it. This is why many people fail themselves, reverting to their old habits after accomplishing a goal. The pursuit of setting goals is to win the game. The purpose of building a system is to continue playing the game. Long-term thinking is goalless thinking. It's not about any single accomplishment. It's about the cycle of endless refinement and continuous improvement. Ultimately, it's the commitment to the process that will determine your progress. A system of atomic habits. If you're having trouble changing your habits, the problem isn't you. The problem is your system. Bad habits repeat themselves again and again. It's not you don't want the change. It's because you have the wrong system for change. You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. Focusing on the overall system rather than a single goal is one of the core themes of this book. It is also the one of the deeper meanings behind the word atomic. By now, you're probably realizing that an atomic habit refers to a tiny change, a marginal gain, 1% improvement. But atomic habits are not just any old habits, however small. They are little habits that are part of a larger system. Just atoms are their building blocks of molecules. Atomic habits are the building blocks of a remarkable results. Habits are like an atoms of our lives. Each one is fundamental units that contributes to the overall improvement. At first, these tiny routines seem insignificant. Soon they build on each other and fuel bigger wins. They multiply to a degree that far outweighs the cost of their initial investments. They are both small and mighty. This is the meaning of the phrase atomic habits, a regular practice of routines. That it's not only small and easy to do, but also the source of incredible power, a component of this system of compound growth. Chapter summary. Habits are compound interests of self-improvement. Getting 1% better every day counts for a lot in a long run. Habits are double-edged swords. They can work for you or against you, which is why understanding the details is essential. Small changes often appear to make no difference until you cross a critical threshold. The most powerful outcomes of any compounding process are delayed. You need to be patient. An atomic habit is a little habit that is part of a larger system. Just as atoms are building blocks of molecules, atomic habits are building blocks of remarkable results. If you want better results, then forget about setting goals. Focus on your system instead. If you do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your system. Shape your identity and vice versa. Why is it so easy to repeat bad habits and so hard to form good ones? Few things can have more powerful impact on your life than improving daily habits. And yet it's likely that this time next year you'll be doing the same thing rather than something better. It often feels difficult to keep good habits going for more than a few days, even with sincere effort and the occasion burst of motivation. Habits are like exercise, meditation, journaling, and cooking are reasonable for a day or two and then become a hassle. However, once your habits are established, they seem to stick around forever, especially the unwanted ones. Despite our best intentions, unhealthy habits like eating junk food, watching too much television, procrastinating, smoking can feel impossible to break. Changing our habits is challenging for two reasons. Number one, we try to change the wrong thing. And number two, we try to change our habits in the wrong way. In this chapter, I'll address the first point. In the chapters that follow, I'll answer the second. Our first mistake is that we try to change the wrong thing. To understand what I mean, consider that there are 3 levels at which change can occur. You can imagine them like the layers of an onion. or a target. The center is your identity. The next is your process. The outside is the outcome. There are 3 layers of behavioral change: a change in your outcomes, a change in your processes, or a change in your identity. The first layer is changing your outcomes. This level is concerned with changing your results, losing weight, publishing a book, winning a championship. Most of your goals are set in association with this level of change. The second layer is changing your process. The level is concerned with changing your habits and your systems, implementing a new routine at the gym, decluttering your desk for better workflow, developing a meditation practice. Most of the habits you build are associated with this level. The third and deeper layer is changing your identity. This level is concerned with the changing of your beliefs, your work view, your world view, your self-image, your judgments about yourself and others. Most of the beliefs, assumptions, and biases you hold are associated with this level. Outcomes are about what you get. Processes are about what you do. Identity is about what you believe. When it comes to building habits that last, when it comes to building a system of a 1% improvement, the problem is not the one level is better or worse than another. All levels of change are useful in their own way. The problem is direction of change. Many people begin with the process of changing their habits by focusing on what they want to achieve. This leads us to an outcome-based habits. The alternative is to build an identity-based habit. With this approach, we start focusing on who we wish to become. Outcome-based habits, an identity-based habit. Outcome-based habits are from the outside moving in. Identity-based habits are from the inside moving out. With the outcome-based habits, the focus is on what you want to achieve. With identity-based habits, the focus is on who you wish to become. Imagine 2 people resisting a cigarette. When offered to smoke, the first person says, "No thanks, I'm trying to quit." It sounds like a reasonable response, but this person still believes that they are a smoker who is trying to be something else. They're hoping their behavior will change while carrying around the same beliefs. The second person declines by saying, "No thanks, I'm not a smoker." It's a small difference, but the statement signals a shift in identity. Smoking was part of their former life, not their current one. They no longer identify as someone who smokes. Most people don't even consider the identity change. When they set out to improve, they just think, I want to be skinny, outcome. And if they stick to the diet, then I'll be skinny, the process. They set goals to determine the actions they should take to achieve those goals without considering the beliefs that drive their actions. They never shift the way they look at themselves, and they don't realize their old identity can sabotage the new plans for change. Behind every system of actions is a system of beliefs. The systems of democracy is founded in beliefs like freedom, majority rule, social equality. The system in dictatorship has a very different set of beliefs like absolute authority and strict obedience. You can't imagine many ways to try to get more people to vote in a democracy, but such behavior change would never get off the ground in a dictatorship. That's not the identity of the system. Voting is a behavior that is impossible under the certain set of beliefs. And similar patterns exist whether we are discussing individuals or organizations or societies. There's a set of beliefs and assumptions that shape the system and identity behind the habits. Behavior that is incongruent with the self will not last. You must want more money, but your identity is someone who consumes rather than creates. Then you continue to pull forward spending rather than earning. You can want better health, but if you continue to prioritize comfort over accomplishment, you'll draw to the relaxing rather than training. It's hard to change your habits if you never change your underlying beliefs that led to your past behavior. You have a new goal and a new plan. You haven't changed who you are. The story of Brian Clark, an entrepreneur from Boulder, Colorado, provides a good example. For as long as I can remember, I've chewed my fingernails, Clark told me. It started as a nervous habit when I was young, and then morphed into an undesirable grooming ritual. One day I resolved to stop chewing my nails. They grew out a bit. Through mindful willpower alone, I managed to do it. Then Clark did something surprising. I asked my wife to schedule my first ever manicure, he said. My thought was that if I started paying and maintaining my nails, I wouldn't chew them, and it worked, but not for the monetary reason. What happened was the manicure made my fingers look really nice for the first time. The manicurist even said that other than the chewing, I had really healthy, attractive nails. Suddenly, I was proud of my fingernails, and even though this is something I had never aspired to, it made all the difference. I never chewed on my nails since, not even once or a single close call. And it's because now I take pride in properly caring for them. The ultimate form of intrinsic motivation is when a habit becomes a part of your identity. It's one thing to say, I'm the type of person who wants to this, and it's something very different to say that I'm the type of person who is this. The more pride you want in a particular aspect of your identity, the more motivated you will be to maintain the habits associated with it. If you're proud of how your hair looks, you'll develop some sort of habits to care for it and maintain it. If you're proud of the size of your biceps, you'll make sure that you never skip an upper body workout. If you're proud of your scarves you knit, you'll be more likely to spend hours knitting each week. Once your pride gets involved, you'll fight tooth and nail to maintain your habits. True behavior changes the identity. You might start a habit to become more motivated, but the only reason you'll stick with one is that it becomes part of your identity. Anyone can convince themselves to visit the gym or eat healthy once or twice, but if you don't shift the belief behind the behavior, then it's hard to stick with long-term changes. Improvements are only temporary until they become part of who you are. The goal is not to read a book. The goal is to become a reader. The goal is not to run a marathon. The goal is to become a runner. The goal is not to learn an instrument. The goal is to become a musician. Your behaviors are usually a reflection of your identity. What you do is an indication of a type of person you believe that you are, either consciously or non-consciously. Research has shown that once a person believes in a particular aspect of their identity, they are more likely to act in alignment with that belief. For example, people who identify as being a voter, well, they're more likely to vote than those who simply claim voting was an action they wanted to perform. Similarly, the person who incorporates exercise into their identity doesn't have to convince themselves to train. Doing the right thing is easy. After all, when your behavior and identity are fully aligned, you are no longer pursuing the behavior change. You're simply acting like the type of person you already believe yourself to be. Like all aspects of the habit formation, this too is a double-edged sword. When you're working for you, the identity change can be a powerful force for self-improvement. When working against you, though, identity can be a curse. Once you've adopted identity, it can be easy to let your allegiance to it impact your ability to change. Many people walk through life in a cognitive slumber, blindly following the norms attached to their identity. Bullet points. I'm terrible with directions. I'm not a morning person. I'm bad at remembering people's names. I'm always late. I'm not good at technology. I'm horrible with, and 1,000 other variations. When you have repeated stories to yourself for years, it's easy to slide into these mental grooves and accept them as fact. In time, you'll begin to resist the certain actions because that's not who I am. There's an internal pressure to maintain your self-image and behavior in a way that is inconsistent with your beliefs. You find whatever you can to avoid to contradict yourself. The more deeply in thought and action tied to your identity, the more difficult to change it. It can feel comfortable to believe what your culture believes, a group identity, or to do what upholds your self-image, your personal identity, even if it's wrong. The biggest barrier to positive change at any level, individual, team, society, is identity conflict. Good habits can make rational sense, but if they conflict with your identity, you will fail to put them into action. On any given day, you may struggle with your habits because you're too busy, too tired, too overwhelmed, hundreds of other reasons. Over the long run, however, real reasons you fail to stick with habits is that your self-image gets in the way. You can't get too attached to one version of your identity. Progress requires unlearning. Becoming the best version of yourself requires to continuously edit your beliefs and to upgrade your expanding identity. This brings to an important question. If your beliefs and viewpoints play such an important role in your behavior, where do they come from in the first place? How exactly is the identity formed? And what can you do to emphasize these new aspects of your identity that serve you and gradually erase the pieces that hinder you? Two-step process to change your identity. Your identity emerges out of habits. You are not born with a preset of beliefs. Every belief included those about yourself is learned and conditioned through experience. More precisely, your habits are how you embody your identity. When you make your bed each day, you embody that identity or of an organized person. When you write each day, you embody the identity of a creative person. When you train each day, you embody the identity of an athletic person. The more you repeat a behavior, the more you reinforce the identity associated with that behavior. In fact, the word identity was originally derived from the Latin words essentitas, which means being, and identitem, which means repeatedly. Your identity is literally your repeated beingness. Whatever your identity is right now, you only believe it because you have proof of it. If you go to church every Sunday for 20 years, you have evidence that you are religious. If you study biology for 1 hour every night, you have evidence that you are studious. If you go to the gym in the evening, even if it's snowing, you have evidence that you are committed to fitness. The more evidence you have for belief, the more strongly you will believe it. For most of my early life, I didn't consider myself a writer. If you were to ask me any of my high school teachers or college professors, they would tell you that I was an average writer at best, certainly not a standout. When I began my writing career, I published a new article every Monday and Thursday. For a few years, as the evidence grew, so did the identity as a writer. I didn't start out as a writer, I became one through my habits. Of course, your habits are not only actions, but influence of your identity. But by virtue of their own frequency, they are usually the most important ones. Each experience in life modifies your self-image. It's not unlikely you would consider yourself a soccer player because you kicked a ball once, or an artist because you scribbled as a picture. As you repeat these actions, however, the evidence accumulates and your self-image begins to change. The effect of a one-off experience tends to fade away while the effective habits get reinforced with time, which means your habits can contribute most of your evidence that shapes your identity. In this way, the process of building habits is actually the process of becoming yourself. This is the gradual evolution. We do not change by snapping our fingers or deciding someone entirely new. We change bit by bit, day by day, habit by habit. We are continually undergoing micro-evolutions of the self. Each habit is like a suggestion. Hey, maybe this is who I am. If you finish a book, then perhaps you are the type of person who likes reading. If you go to the gym, perhaps maybe you're the type of person who likes to exercise. If you practice playing a guitar, perhaps you're the type of person who likes music. Every action that you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. No single instance will transform your beliefs, but your votes build up. So does the evidence of your new identity. This is one reason why meaningful changes do not require radical change. Small habits can build a meaningful difference by providing evidence of a new identity. And if a change is meaningful, it actually is big. That's the paradox of making small improvements. Putting this all together, you can see your habits that are the path to changing your identity. The most practical way to change who you are is to change what you do. Each time you write a page, you're a writer. Each time you practice the violin, you're a musician. Each time you start a workout, you're an athlete. Each time you encourage your employees, you're a leader. Each habit not only gets results, but it teaches you something far more important: to trust yourself, to start your belief and actually accomplish these things. When you votes mount up and the evidence begins to change, the story yourself begins to change as well. Of course, it works the opposite way too. Every time you choose to perform a bad habit, it votes for that identity. The good news is that you don't have to be perfect in any election. There are going to be votes for both sides. You don't have to need any unanimous vote to win on elections. You just need a majority. It doesn't matter if you can cast votes for a bad behavior or an unproductive habit. Your goal is to simply win the majority of the time. New identities require new evidence. If you keep casting the same votes you'll always cast, you're going to get the same results you've always had. If nothing changes, nothing is going to change. It's a simple two-step process. Number 1, decide the type of person you want to be. Number 2, prove to yourself with small wins. First, decide who you want to be. This holds at any level, as it's an individual, as a team, as a community, as a nation. What do you want to stand for? What are your principles and values? Who do you wish to become? These are big questions, and many people aren't sure where to begin. But they do know that this kind of results This is the kind of results they want. They want to get six-pack abs and feel less anxious, double their salary. That's fine. Start there. Work backwards. From the results that you want, the type of person who could get these results, ask yourself, who is the type of person that could get the outcome I want? Who is the type of person that could lose 40 pounds? Who is the type of person who could learn a new language? Who's the type of person who could run a successful startup? For example, who's the type of person who could write a book? It's probably someone who is consistent and reliable. Now your focus just from writing a book and outcome-based to being the type of person who's consistent and reliable, identity-based. This process can lead to beliefs. Like, I'm the kind of teacher who stands up for her students. I'm the kind of doctor who gives each patient the time and empathy they need. I'm the manager who advocates for her employees. Once you have a handle on this type of person you want to be, you could begin taking small steps, reinforce your desired identity. Have a friend who lost 100 pounds by asking herself, what would a healthy person do? All day long, she would use this question as a guideline. Where would a healthy person do? Where would they walk? Or would they take a cab? Would a healthy person order a burrito or a salad? She figured out by acting like a healthy person long enough, eventually she became a healthy person. She was right. The concept of identity-based habits is our first introduction to any other key theme in this whole book. Feedback loops. Your habit shapes your identity, and your identity shapes your habits. It's a two-way street. Your habits shape your identity, and your identity shapes your habits. It's a two-way street. The formation of all habits is a feedback loop, a concept we will explore in depth in the next chapter. But it's important for you to let your values and principles and identity drive the loop rather than your results. The focus should always be on becoming the type of person, not getting a particular outcome. The real reason habits matter. Identify and identity changes in North Star of habits change. The remainder of this book will provide you a step-by-step instruction on how to build better habits for yourself, your family, your team, your company, and anywhere you wish. But the true question is are you becoming the type of person you want to become? The first step is not what or how or who. You need to know who you want to be. Otherwise, your quest for change is like a boat without a rudder, and that's why we are starting here. You have the power to change your beliefs about yourself. Your identity is not set in stone. You have a choice in every moment. You could choose your identity that you want to reinforce today with the habits you choose today. And this brings us to a deeper purpose of this book and the real reason habits matter. Building better habits isn't about littering your day with life hacks. It's not about flossing one tooth each night, taking a cold shower each morning, or wearing the same outfit each day. It's not about achieving external measures of success like earning more money, losing weight, or reducing stress. Habits can help you achieve all these things, but fundamentally, they are not above having something. They are about becoming someone. Ultimately, your habits matter because they help you become the type of person you wish to be. They are the channel through which you develop your deepest beliefs of yourself. Quite literally, you become your habits. Chapter summary. There are 3 levels of change: outcome change, process change, and identity change. The most effective way to change your habits is to focus not on what you want to achieve, but on who you wish to become. The identity emerges out of your habits. Each and every action is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. Becoming the best version of yourself requires you to continuously edit your beliefs and upgrade and expand your identity. The real reason habits matter is not because it can get you to a better place of results, although they can do that. It's because they can change your beliefs about yourself. Chapter 3: How to Build Better Habits in 4 Simple Steps. In 1898, a psychologist named Edward Thorndike conducted an experiment that would lay down the foundation for our understanding of how habits form and the rules that guide our behavior. Thorndike was interested in studying the behavior of animals, and he started working with cats. He would place each cat inside a device known as a puzzle box. The box was so designed that the cat could escape through a door by some simple act, such as pulling a loop of cord, pressing a lever, or stepping on a platform. For example, one box contained a lever that, when pressed, would open a door on the side of the box. Once the door had been opened, the cat would dart out and run out over to a bowl of food. Most cats wanted to escape as soon as they were placed in the box. They would poke their nose into the corners, stick their paws through the opening, and claw at loose objects. After a few minutes' exploration, the cats would happen to press a magical lever, the door would open, and they would escape. Thorndike tracked the behavior of each cat across many trials. In the beginning, the animal was moved around the box and at random, but as soon as the lever was pulled and pressed, the door opened, the process began. Gradually, each cat learned to associate the action with pressing the lever with the reward of escaping the box and getting to the food. After 20-30 trials, the behavior became so automatic that the cat escaped within a few seconds. For example, Thorndike noted that cat 12 took the following times to perform the act: 160 seconds, 30 seconds, 90 seconds, 60, 15, 28, 20, 30, 22, 15, 15, 20, 10, 14, 8, 8, 5, 10, 8, 6, 6, 7. During the first 3 trials, the cat escaped in the average of 1.5 minutes. During the last of the trials, the average escaped in 6.3 seconds. With practice, each cat and fewer errors in their actions became quicker and more automatic. Rather than repeat the same mistakers, the cat began to cut straight to the solution. For his studies, Thorndike described the learning process by stating behaviors followed by satisfying consequences tend to be repeated, and those that produce unpleasant consequences are less likely to be repeated. His work provides the perfect starting point to the discussion of how habits form our lives. It also provides answers to some of the demental questions like, what are habits, and why does the brain bother building them at all? Why does your brain build habits? A habit is a behavior that has repeated enough times to become an automatic. The process of a habit formation begins in the trial of error. Whenever the encounter of a new situation in life, your brain has to make a decision. How do I respond to this? The first time you come across the problem, you're not sure of how to solve it. Thorndike's cat, you're just trying things out to see what works. Neurologically, activity in the brain is high during this period. You are carefully analyzing the situation and making conscious decisions about how to act. You're taking tons of new information and trying to make sense of it all. The brain is busy learning a most effective course of action. Occasionally, like a cat pressing a lever, where you stumble across a new solution. You're feeling anxious and you discover that going for a run calms you. You're mentally exhausted from a long day's work, and you learn that playing video games relaxes you. You're exploring, and then bam, a reward. After you stumble upon an unexpected reward, you alter your strategy for next time. Your brain immediately begins to catalog the events and the preceded reward. Wait a minute, that felt good. What did I do the night before that? This is a feedback loop behind the human behavior. Try, fail, learn. Try different from with the practice of useless movements. Fade away and useful actions get reinforced. That's a habit forming. Whenever you face a problem repeatedly, your brain begins to automate the process of solving it. Your habits are just a series of automatic solutions that solve the problems and stresses you face regularly. As behavioral scientist Jason Reta writes, habits are simply reliable solutions to reoccurring problems in our environment. Habits are simply reliable solutions to reoccurring problems in our environment. As habits are created, the level of activity in the brain decreases. You'll learn to lock in on the cues and predict success and tune out everything else. When a similar situation arises in the future, you know exactly what to look for. There's no longer a need to analyze every angle of a situation. Your brain skips the process of trial and error and creates a mental rule. If it's this, then that. These cognitive scripts can be followed automatically whenever the solution is appropriate. Now, whenever you feel stressed, you need to itch to the run. It's not as soon as you walk in the door from work, you grab a video game controller. Choice that once required effort is now automatic. A habit has been created. Habits are mental shortcuts learned from the experience and the sense of habit. It's just a memory of the steps previously followed to solve a problem in the past. Whenever the conditions are right, you can draw onto this memory and automatically apply the same solution. The primary reason the brain remembers the past is to better predict what will work in the future. Habit formation is incredibly useful because the conscious mind is in the bottleneck of the brain. If you can pay attention to one problem at a time, as a result, the brain always is working to preserve your conscious attention to whatever task is most essential. Whenever possible, the conscious mind will pawn off tasks to the non-conscious mind to do automatically. This is precisely what happens when a habit is formed. Habits reduce cognitive load and free up mental capacity so that you can allocate your attention to other tasks. Despite your efficiency, some people will wonder about the benefits of habits. The argument goes like this. Will habits make your life dull? I don't want to be pigeonholed myself into a lifestyle I don't enjoy. Doesn't it Much routine take away from the vibrancy, a spontaneity of life? Hardly such questions set up false dichotomy. They make you think that you have a choice between building habits or attaining freedom. In reality, the two complement each other. Habits do not restrict freedom, they create it. In fact, people who don't have their habits handled are often the ones who are the least amount of freedom. Without good financial habits, you will always be struggling to the next dollar. Without good health habits, you will always seem short on energy. Without good learning habits, you will always feel like you're behind the curve. If you're always being forced to make decisions about simple tasks, then when should I work out? When do I go right? When do I pay the bills? When do I have less time for freedom? It's only by making the fundamentals of life easier that you can create the mental space needed for the free thinking and creativity. Conversely, when you have habits dialed in and the basics of your life are handled and done, the mind is free to focus on new challenges, masters new sets of problems. Building habits in the present allows you to do more of what you want in the future. The science of how habits work. The process of building a habit can be divided into 4 simple steps: cue, craving, response, and reward. Cue, the craving, the response, and the reward. Breaking it down into these fundamental parts can help you understand what a habit is, how it works, and how to improve it. The first is the cue. You have time going to the right. The cue, craving, response, reward. 1, 2, 3, 4. All habits proceed through 4 stages in the same order: cue, craving, response, and reward. The 4-step pattern is the backbone of every habit. Your brain runs through these steps in the same order each time. First, there's a cue. The cue triggers your brain to initiate a behavior. It's a bit of an information that predicts a reward. Our prehistoric ancestors were paying attention to cues that signal the location of primary rewards like food, water. Today, we spend most of our time learning cues that predict secondary rewards like money and fame, power, status, praise and approval, love and friendship, or the sense of personal satisfaction. Of course, these pursuits also indirectly improve our odds of survival and reproduction, which is deeper motivated behind everything that we do. Your mind is continuously analyzing your internal and external environment for hints of rewards, of where they're located, because the cue in the first dictation that we're close to rewards, it's naturally going to lead you to a craving. The cravings is the second step. They are motivational forces behind every habit. Without some level of motivation or desire, without any craving or of a change, we have no reason to act. What you crave is not the habit itself, but the change in the state that it delivers. You do not have to crave smoking a cigarette. You have to crave feeling of relief it provides. You're not motivated by brushing your teeth, but rather to have a clean mouth. You do not want to turn on the television, but you want to be entertained. Every craving is linked to a desire to change your internal state. This is an important point from which we'll discuss in detail later. Craving differs from person to person. In theory, any piece of information could trigger a craving, but in practice, people are not motivated by the same cues. For a gambler, the sound of a slot machine can be a potent trigger, the spark of intense waves of desire. For someone who rarely gambles, the jingles and chimes of a casino are just background noise. Cues are meaningless until they are interpreted. The thoughts, feelings, and emotions of an observer are what transforms a cue into a craving. The third step is the response. The response is the actual habit you perform, which you can take to form of a thought or as an action. Whether response occurs depends on how motivated you are and how much friction is associated with the behavior. If a particular action requires more physical and mental effort than you are willing to expand, then you won't do it. Your response also depends on your ability to sound simple, but a habit can occur only if you're capable of doing it. If you want to dunk a basketball, you can't jump high enough to reach the hoop. Well, then you're out of luck. Finally, the response delivers a reward. Rewards are the end of the goal in every habit. The cue is about noticing the reward. The craving is about wanting the reward. The response is about obtaining the reward. You chase rewards because they serve 2 purposes. 1, they satisfy us, and 2, they teach us. The first purpose of rewards is to satisfy your craving. Yes, rewards provide benefits of their own: food, water, delivery, of the energy you need to survive. Getting a promotion brings you more money and respect. Getting a shape improves your health and your dating prospects. Your more immediate benefit in the reward, satisfying your cravings to eat, gain status to win approval. At least for the moment, rewards deliver contentment and release from cravings. Second, rewards teach us which actions are worth remembering in the future. The brain is a reward detector. As you go about your life, your sensory nervous system is continuously monitoring which actions satisfy your desires and delivery of pleasure. Feeling of pleasure and disappointment is part of the feedback mechanism that helps your brain distinguish useful actions from useless ones. Rewards close the feedback loop and complete the habit cycle. If a behavior is insufficient in any of the 4 stages, it will not become a habit. Eliminate the cue and the habit will never start. Reduce the craving and you won't experience enough motivation to act. Make a behavioral difficult and you won't be able to do it. And if your reward fails to satisfy your desire, then you'll have no reason to do it again in the future. Without the first 3 steps, a behavior will not occur. Without all 4, a behavior will not be repeated. The habit loop. Cue, craving, reward, response. Cue, craving, response, reward. The cue, craving, response, reward. The 4 stages of the habit are described as feedback loops that form an endless cycle in the running of every moment you are alive. The habit loop, a continual scanning of the environment, predicting what will happen next, trying out different responses, and learning from the results. In summary, the cue triggers a craving, which motivates a response, which provides a reward, which satisfies the cravings and ultimately becomes associated with the cue. Together, these 4 steps will form a neurological feedback loop: a cue, a craving, a response, a reward, a cue, a craving, a response, a reward. That ultimately allows you to create automatic habits. This cycle is known as the habit loop. This 4-step process is not something that happens occasionally, but rather it is an endless feedback loop that is running and active during every moment you are alive. Even now, the brain is continuously scanning the environment, predicting what will happen next, trying out different responses, learning from the results. Entire process is complete in a split second, and we use it again and again without realizing everything that has been packed into the previous moment. We can split these 4 steps into 2 phases: the problem phase and the solution phase. The problem phase includes the cue and the craving, and it's when you realize that something needs to change. The solution phase includes the response and the reward, and it's when you take action and achieve the change you desire. The problem phase, number 1, is the cue and craving. The solution phase is number 3 and 4, the response, 4 the reward. All behavior is driven by the desire to solve a problem. Sometimes the problem is that you notice something good and that you want to obtain it. Sometimes the problem is you are expecting pain and you want to relieve it. Either way, the purpose of every habit is to solve the problem you face. In the table of the following page, you can see a few examples of what this looks like in real life. Imagine walking into a dark room, flipping on the light switch, and you have performed that simple habit so many times that it occurs without thinking. You proceed through all the stages in the fraction of a second, the urge to strike it without even thinking. By the time we become adults, we rarely notice the habits that we do. Checking the chart, problem phases, a cue. The phone buzzes with a new text, problem of a cue. Craving, you want to learn the context of the message. The response, you grab the phone. The reward, you satisfy by looking at it. The 4 laws and behaviors and how to have the behavioral change. By the time we become adults, we rarely notice the habits that are running our lives. Most of us never give a second thought to the fact that we tie the same shoe first each morning and unplug the toaster after every use, or always change into the uncomfortable clothes after getting home from work, and to change into comfortable clothes after we get home from work. After decades of mental programming, we automatically slip into these patterns of thinking and acting. The 4 laws of behavioral change. In the following chapters, we will see the time and time again of the 4 stages of the cue, craving, response, reward, influence nearly everything that we do before we do that? We need to transform these 4 steps into a practical framework that we could use to redesign our good habits and eliminate the bad ones. I refer to this framework as to the 4 laws of behavioral change, and provides a simple set of rules for creating good habits and breaking bad ones. You can think of each other as a lever that influences human behavior. When the levers are at the right position, creating good habits is effortless. When they are in the wrong position, it's nearly impossible. How to create good habits? The first law, cue, make it obvious. Second law, craving, make it attractive. The third law, response, make it easy. The fourth law, reward, make it satisfying. How to create a good habit. The first law, the cue, make it obvious. Number 2, make it attractive. Number 3, make it easy. Number 4, make it satisfying. We can invert these laws to learn how to break a bad habit. How to break a bad habit. Number 1, make it invisible. Make it unattractive. Make it difficult. And make it unsatisfying. It would be impossible for me to claim that these 4 laws are exhaustive framework for changing any human behavior, but I think that they're close. And as you will soon see, the 4 laws of behavioral change apply to nearly every field: sports, politics, medicine, comedy, management. The laws can be used no matter what challenge you are facing. There's no need for complete different strategies for each habit. When you want to change your behavior, you can simply ask yourself, number 1, can I make it obvious? How can I make it attractive? How can I make it easy? And how can I make it satisfying? If you ever wondered, why don't I do what I'm saying I'm going to do? Why don't I lose the weight and stop smoking, or save for the retirement, or start that side business? Why don't I say something is important but never seem to make time for it? Why do I say something's important but never seem to make time for it? The answers to those questions can be found somewhere in these 4 laws. The key to creating good habits is breaking bad ones, and it's to understand these fundamental laws and how to alter them to your specifications. Every goal is doomed to fail if it goes against the grain of human nature. Your habits are shaped by the systems in your life, and the chapters to follow will help you discuss these laws one by one and show you how you can use them to create a system in each good habit and emerge naturally away from the bad habits either way. Chapter summary. A habit is behavior that has been repeated enough times to become automatic. The ultimate purpose of habits is to solve the problems of life with a little bit of energy and effort as possible. As habits can be broken down into feedback loops that involve 4-step cue, craving, response, reward. The 4 laws of behavior change are simple set of rules we can use to build better ones. They are: 1, make it obvious; 2, make it attractive; 3, make it easy; 4, make it satisfying. For the man who didn't look right. The psychologist Gary Klein once told me a story about a woman who attended a family gathering. She had spent years working on as a paramedic, and upon arriving at the event, took one look at her father-in-law and got very concerned. "I don't like the way you look," she said. Her father-in-law, who was feeling perfectly fine, jokingly replied, "Well, I don't look like your looks. I don't think I like your looks either." "No," she insisted. "You look like you need to go to the hospital now." A few hours later, the man was undergoing life-saving surgery after the examination had revealed that he had a blockage to a major artery and was immediately at risk of a heart attack. Without his daughter-in-law's intuition, he could have died. But did the paramedic see it? How did she predict his impending heart attack? When major arteries are obstructed, the body focuses on sending blood to critical organs away from the peripheral locations near the surface of the skin. The result is a change in the pattern of distribution of blood in the face. After many years of working with people with heart failure, the woman had unknowingly developed the ability to recognize the pattern of sight. She couldn't explain what it was that she did notice in her father-in-law's face, but she knew something was wrong. Similar stories exist in other fields. For example, military analysts can identify which blip on the radar screen is an enemy missile and which one is a plane from their own fleet, even though they are traveling at the same speed, flying at the same altitude, and look identical on a radar in nearly every respect. During the Gulf War, Lieutenant Commander Michael Riley saved an entire battleship when he was ordered a missile shot down. Despite the fact that it looked exactly like the battleship's own planes on radar, he made the right call, but even his superior officers couldn't explain how he did it. museum curators have been known to discern the differences between an authentic piece of art and an expertly produced counterfeit, even though they can't tell you precisely which details tip them off. Experienced radiologists can look at the brain scans and predict the area where a stroke will develop before any obvious signs are visible to the untrained eye. I've even heard of hairdressers noticing whether a client is pregnant based on the feel of their hair. The human brain is a prediction machine. It's continuously taking on your surroundings and analyzing information that it comes across. Whether you're experiencing something repeatedly like a paramedic seeing your face of a heart attack patiently, or a military analyst seeing a missile on a radar screen, your brain begins noticing what is important, sorting through the details and highlighting the relevant cues and cataloging the information for future use. With enough practice, you can pick up the cues that predict certain outcomes without consciously thinking about it. Automatically, your brain encodes the lessons learned through experience. We can't always explain what it is that we're learning, but learning is happening all along, all the way. Your ability to notice the relevant cues as a given situation is the foundation for every habit you have. We underestimate how our habits and brains and bodies can do this without thinking. You do not tell your hair to grow, your heart to pump, your lungs to breathe, your stomach to digest, and yet our body handles all of this more on autopilot. You are much more than your conscious self. Consider hunger. How do you know when you're hungry? You don't necessarily have to see a cookie on the counter to realize that it's time to eat. Appetite and hunger are governing non-consciously. Your body has varieties of feedback loops that we gradually alert you when it's time to eat again. That track is what is going on around you and within you. Cravings can arise thanks to hormones, chemicals circulating through your body. Suddenly you're hungry, even though you're not quite sure what tipped you off. This is one of the most surprising insights that our habits don't need to be aware of, the cue for a habit to begin. You can notice any opportunity and take action without dedicating conscious attention to it. This is what makes habits useful. It's also what makes them dangerous. As habits form, your actions come under a direction of your automatic non-conscious mind. You fall into old patterns before you realize what's happening. Unless someone points it out, you may not notice that you cover your mouth when your hand over your mouth when you laugh, that you apologize before asking a question, that you have a habit of finishing other people's sentences. And the more you repeat these patterns, the less likely you'll be able to question what you're doing and why you're doing it. I once heard a retail clerk who instructed to cut up empty gift cards after customers had used up the balance on the card. One day, the clerk cashed out a few customers in a row who punched with gift cards. When the next person walked up, the clerk wiped the customer's actual credit card, picking up the scissors and then cut them in half, entirely on autopilot, before looking up and stunned the customer and realizing what had just happened. Another man had came across the research that I was a former preschool teacher who had switched to a corporate job. Even though she was now working with adults, her old habits would kick in. She kept asking coworkers if they had washed their hands after going to the bathroom. I also found the story of a man who had spent years working as a lifeguard and occasionally would yell "walk" whenever he saw a child running. Over time, the cues that spark our habits become so common that they are essentially invisible, and the treats on the table counter, the remote control next to the couch, the phone in our pocket, our responses to these cues are so deeply encoded that it may feel like we have an urge to act, and it comes from nowhere. But for this reason, we must begin the process of behavior change with awareness. Before we can effectively build our new habits, we have to get a handle on our current ones. This can only be more challenging than it sounds, because once a habit is firmly rooted in your life, it's more non-conscious and automatic. If a habit remains mindless, you can't expect to improve it. As a psychologist Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The habit scorecard. The habit scorecard, the Japanese railway system, is regarded as one of the best in the world. If you ever find yourself riding a train in Tokyo, you'll notice that the conductors have a peculiar habit. They proceed through a ritual of pointing at different objects and calling out commands. When the train approaches a signal, the operator will point it out and say, "Signal is green." As the train pulls into each station, the operator will point at the speedometer and call out the exact speed. When it's time to leave, the operator will point at the timetable and state the time. Out of the platform, other employees are performing similar actions. Before each train departs, staff members will point along the edge of the platform and declare, "All clear." Every detail is identified, pointed out, and named aloud. This process is known as the pointing and calling. It's a safety system designed to reduce mistakes. It seems silly, but it works incredibly well. Pointing and calling reduces errors by up to 85%, and it cuts accidents by 30%. The MTA subway system in New York City adopted and modified a version that is called the point only, and within 2 years, all implementation incidents and incorrect berthed subway fell 57%. Pointing and calling is so effective because it raises the level of awareness from non-conscious habit to a more conscious level. Because the train operators use their eyes, hands, mouth, and ears, they're most likely to notice problems before something goes wrong. My wife does something similar. Whenever we're preparing to walk out the door for a trip, she verbally calls out for the most essential items in her packing list. I got my keys, I got my wallet, I've got my glasses, I've got my husband. The more automatic behavior becomes, the less likely you are to consciously think about it. And when you've done something 1,000 times before, we begin to overlook things. We assume that the next time will be just like the last. We're so used to doing things that we've always done that we don't stop to question whether it's the right thing to do at all. Many of our failures, our performances, are largely attributed to the lack of self-awareness. One of our greatest challenges is changing habits, is to maintain awareness of what it is that we are actually doing. This helps to explain why, consequently, bad habits can sneak up on us. We need a point and call system of our personal lives. That's the origin of the habit scorecard, which is the simple exercise you can use to become more aware of your behavior. To create your own, make a list of your daily habits. Here's a sample of the type of list that you might start. Bullet points. Wake up. Turn off the alarm, check my phone, go to the bathroom, weigh myself, take a shower, brush my teeth, floss my teeth, put on deodorant, hang my towel up to dry, get dressed, make a cup of tea or coffee, and so on. Once you have a full list of all this behavior and you ask yourself, is this a good list of habits, bad habits, neutral habits? If it's a good habit, write a plus. If it's not, write a negative. It's a neutral, just put an equal sign. For example, the list above should look more like this. Wake up, turn off alarm clock, check my phone, go to the bathroom, weigh myself, take a shower. Some things should be a negative. Check my phone, turn off the alarm, put on the deodorant, should be equal or neutral. The marks that you give in a particular habit will depend on your situation and the goal. For someone who's just trying to lose weight, eating a bagel with peanut butter every morning might be a bad habit. For someone who's trying to build up and add muscle, the same behavior might be a good habit. It all depends on what you're working towards. Scoring your habits can also be a bit more complex for another reason as well. The labels of good habit and bad habit are slightly inaccurate. There are no good habits or bad habits. There's just only effective habits, that is, effective in solving problems. All habits serve in some way, even the bad ones, which is why you repeat them. For an exercise, categorize your habits by how you will benefit in the long run. Generally speaking, good habits will always net positive outcomes. Bad habits have negative outcomes. Smoking a cigarette may reduce stress right now, but how is it serving you? It's not healthy in the long-term behavior. If you still are having trouble determining how to rate a particular habit, here's a question I like to use. Does this behavior help me become a type of person I wish to be? Does this habit cast a vote for or against my desired identity? Habits that reinforce your desired identity are usually good. Habits conflict with your desired identity are usually bad. As you create your habits scorecard, there's no need to change anything first. The goal is to simply notice that it's actually and what is actually going on. Observe your thoughts and actions without judgment or internal criticism. Don't blame yourself for faults. Don't praise yourself for successes. If you eat a chocolate bar every morning, acknowledge it, almost as if you're watching someone else. Oh, how interesting that would be to do such a thing. If you're binge eating, simply notice that you are eating more calories than you should. If you waste time online, notice that you are spending more time in a way that you should not want to do. The first step is changing the bad habit. It is to be on the lookout for it. If you feel like a need of extra help, when you can try the pointing it out and calling it out in your own life. Say out loud the action and that you are thinking of taking on what the outcome will be. If you want to cut back on junk food habits, but notice yourself grabbing another cookie and say out loud, I'm about to eat this cookie, but I don't need it. Eating it will cause me to gain weight and hurt my health. Hearing your bad habits spoken out loud makes the consequences seem more real. It adds weight to the action rather than interrupting yourself mindlessly and slipping into an old routine. The approach is useful even if you're simply trying to remember a task on your to-do list. Just saying out loud, tomorrow I need to go to the post office after lunch. Increasing the odds of this, it'll increase the odds it'll actually have you do it. More getting yourself to acknowledging the need for an action, and you could make all the difference. The process of behavior change always starts with awareness. Strategies like pointing out and calling and the habit scorecard and focusing on getting you to recognize your habits and acknowledgement cues that trigger them, which make it possible to respond to a way that benefits you. Chapter summary. With enough practice, your brain will pick up the cues that predict certain outcomes without consciously thinking about it. Once your habits become automatic, we stop paying attention to what we are doing. The process of behavior change always starts with awareness. You need to be aware of your habits before you can change them. Pointing out and calling raises your level of awareness from a non-conscious habit to a more conscious level of verbalizing your actions. The habit scorecard is a simple exercise you can use to become more aware of your behavior. Chapter 5, the best way to start a new habit. In 2001, researchers in Great Britain began working with 248 people to build better exercise habits over the course of 2 weeks. The subjects were divided into 3 groups. The first group was a controlled group. They were simply asked to track down how often they exercised. The second group was a motivated group. They were asked not only to track their workouts, but also to read some material on the benefits of exercise, to research also explaining to the group how to exercise could reduce the risk of coronary heart disease and improve heart health. There was a third group. These subjects received the same presentation as the second group, which was to ensure they had equal levels of motivation. However, they were asked to formulate a plan for when and where they would exercise over the following week. Specifically, each member of the third group completed the following sentence. During the next week, I will partake in the next 20 minutes of vigorous exercise on day, at time, in place. In the first and second groups, 35 to 38% of the people exercised at the least once a week. Interestingly, the motivational presentation given to the second group seemed to have no meaningful impact on behavior, but 91% of the third group exercised at least one per week, more than double the normal rate. The sentence they filled out is what researchers refer to as the implementation intention. Implementation intention, which is a plan from which you make beforehand about when and where to act. That is how you intend to implement a particular habit. The cues that can trigger a habit come in wide range of forms. They feel on your phone buzzing in a pocket, the smell of chocolate chip cookies, the sound of ambulance sirens. The 2 most common cues are time and location. Implementation intentions leverage both of these cues. Broadly speaking, the format for creating an implementation intention is: when situation X arises, I will perform response Y. Hundreds of studies have shown that the implementation intentions are effective for sticking to goals, whether it's writing down for an exact time and date of when you get a flu shot or recording the time your colonoscopy appointment. They increase the odds that the people will stick to with habits like recycling, studying, going to sleep earlier, stopping smoking. Researchers have found that voters turn out increasing when people are forced to create implementation intentions by answering questions like, what route are you going to be taking to the polling station? At which time you're planning to go? Which time will you bus get there? Other successful government programs have prompted citizens to make clear plans to send taxes in on time, providing directions on when and where to pay late traffic catastrophic bills. The punchline is clear. People who make specific plans to when and where they will perform a new habit are more likely to follow through. Too many people try to change their habits without the basic details figured out. We tell ourselves, I'm going to eat healthier, or I'm going to write more, but we never say when and where these habits are going to happen. We leave it up to chance and hope that we will just remember to do it. I feel motivated at the time, whenever the time is right. An implementation intention sweeps away foggy notions like I want to work out more, or I want to be more productive, or I should vote, and transforms them into concrete plans of action. Many people think that lack of motivation is when, and what they would really lack is clarity. It's not only obvious when and where to take action. Some people spend their entire lives waiting for times to be right to make an improvement. Once an implementation intention has been set, you don't have to wait for inspiration to strike. Do I write a chapter today or not? Do I meditate this morning or at lunch? When the moment of action occurs, there's no need to make a decision. Simply follow your predetermined plan. The simple way to apply this strategy to your habits is to fill out this sentence. I will behavior at time of in location. I will blank at the time of blank at location. Meditation. I will meditate for 1 minute at 7 a.m. in my kitchen. Studying. I will study Spanish for 20 minutes at 6 p.m. in my bedroom. Exercise. I will exercise for 1 hour at 5 p.m. in my local gym. Marriage. I will make my partner a cup of tea or coffee at 8 a.m. in the kitchen. If you aren't sure when to start your habit, try the first day or week or month or year. People are more likely to take action of those times because hope is usually higher. If we have hope, we have a reason to take action. A fresh start feels motivating. But then another benefit is to implementation. There is another benefit to implementation intentions. It's being specific about what you want and how you will achieve it. It helps you say no to the things that derail the progress, distract your attention, and pull you away from that course. We often say yes to little requests because we are not clear enough about what we need to be doing. Instead, when your dreams are vague, it's easy to rationalize little exceptions all day long and never get around the specific things that you need to do to succeed. Give your habits time and space to live in the world. The goal is to make time and location so obvious that with enough repetition, you get the urge to do the right thing at the right time, even if you can't say why. Or as the writer Jason Zweig noted, obviously you're not going to just work out without conscious thought, but like a dog salivating at a bell, maybe you start to get antsy around the time of the day you normally work out. There are many ways to use implementation intentions in your life and at work. My favorite approach is one I learned from Stanford professor B.J. Fogg, and it is the strategy I refer to as the habit stacking. Habit stacking, a simple plan to overhaul your habits. The French philosopher Denis Diderot lived nearly his entire life in poverty, but all changed one day in 1765. Diderot's daughter was about to be married, and he could not afford to pay for the wedding. Despite the lack of the wealth, Diderot was well known for his role as the co-founder and writer of the Encyclopedia, one of the most comprehensive encyclopedias of all time. When Catherine the Great, the Empress of Russia, heard of Diderot's financial troubles, her heart went out to him, and she was a book lover and greatly enjoyed his encyclopedia. She offered to buy Diderot's personal library for $1,000 to $150,000. Suddenly, Diderot had money to spare. With new wealth, he not only paid for the wedding, but also acquired a scarlet robe for himself. Diderot's scarlet robe was beautiful, so beautiful in fact that he immediately noticed how out of place it seemed when surrounded by his more common possessions. He wrote that there was no more organization, no more unity, no more beauty between his elegant robe and the rest of his stuff. Diderot soon felt the urge to upgrade his possessions. He replaced his rug with one from Damascus. He decorated his home with expensive sculptures. He bought a mirror in place of the mantle and a kitchen table. He tossed out his old straw chair for a leather one. Falling in like dominoes, one purchase led to the next. Diderot's behavior got very uncommon. In fact, the tendency for some purchase led to another. One has a name of Diderot's effect. The Diderot effect states that the obtaining a new possession often creates a spiral of consumption that leads to additional purchases. You can spot the pattern anywhere. You buy a dress, then you have to have the new shoes, the earrings that match. You buy the couch, suddenly you question the layout of the entire living room. You buy a toy for your child, you find that you're purchasing all the accessories that go with that. It's a chain reaction of purchases. Many human behaviors follow the cycle and often decide to do next based on what you have just finishing doing. Going with the bathroom leads to washing or drying your hands. It reminds you that you need to pull the dirty towels in the laundry. You have to add laundry detergent to the shopping list and so on. No behavior happens in isolation. Each action becomes a cue that triggers the next behavior. Why is this important? When it comes to building new habits, you can use the connectedness of behavior to your advantage. One of the best ways to build a new habit is to identify a current habit you are already doing each day and then stack your new behavior on top. This is called habit stacking. Habit stacking is a special form of implementation intention. Rather than pairing your new habit with a new particular time or location, you compare it with your current habit. This method is and was created by B.J. Fogg as part of his Tiny Habits program, and it can be used to design an obvious cue for nearly any habit. Fogg's habit stacking formula is: after I blank the current habit, I will new habit. After I enter the current habit, I will do the new habit. For example, meditation. After I pour my cup of coffee each morning, I will meditate for 1 minute. Exercise. After I take off my work shoes, I will immediately change into workout clothes. Gratitude. After I sit down for dinner, I will say one thing I'm grateful for that happened that day. Marriage. After I get into bed at night, I will give my partner a kiss. Safety. After I put on my running shoes, I will text a friend or familiar family member when I am running and how long it will take. The key is to tie your desired behavior into something you already do each day. Once you've mastered this basic structure, you could begin to create larger stacks by chaining smaller habits together. This allows you to take advantage of the natural momentum that comes from the behavior leading into the next. A positive version of the Diderot effect. A positive version of the Diderot effect. Your morning routine habit stacks might look like this. Habit stacking chart. Habit 1, 2, 3, 4 going down. Habit is the cue, then the craving, then the response, then the reward. After I pour a morning cup of coffee, I will meditate for 60 seconds. After I meditate 60 seconds, I will go do my to-do list for the day. After I write my to-do list for the day, I will immediately begin my first task or consider my habit stack in the evening. After I finish my eating dinner, I will put my plate directly into the dishwasher. After I put my dishes away, I will immediately wipe down the counter. After I wipe down the counter, I will set out my coffee mug for tomorrow morning. You can also insert the new behaviors into a middle of your current routines. For example, you may already have a morning routine that looks like this. Wake up. Make my bed, take a shower. Let's say you want to develop the habit of reading more each night. You can expand your habit stacking by trying something like wake up, make my bed, place a book on my pillow, take a shower. Now you find or climb into the bed each night. You will be sitting there waiting. The book will be waiting for you to enjoy. Overall, habit stacking allows you to create a set of simple rules that guide your future behavior. It's like you're always having a game plan for which action should be coming up next. Once you get uncomfortable with the approach, you can develop general habit stackings to guide you whenever the situation is appropriate. Exercise is when I see a set of stairs, I will take them instead of using the elevator. Social skills. When I walk into a party, I will introduce myself to someone I do not know yet. Finances. When I want to buy something over $100, I will wait 24 hours before any purchase. Healthy eating. When I serve myself a meal, I will always put vegetables on my plate first. Minimalism. When I buy something new, I will give something away. Mood. When the phone rings, I will take one deep breath and smile before answering. Forgetfulness. When I leave a public place, I will check the table and chairs to make sure I did not leave anything behind. No matter how to use these strategies, the secret is creating a successful habit stack and selecting the right cue to kick things off. Unlike an implementation intention, which specifically states that the time and location of a given behavior, habit stacking implicity has the time and location built into it. When and where you choose to insert a habit into your daily routine can make a big difference. If you're trying to add meditation into your morning routine, but mornings are chaotic and your kid keeps running into the room, then you may be in the wrong place and time. Consider when you're most likely to be successful. Don't ask yourself to do a habit when you're likely to be occupied with something else. Your cue should have the same frequency as your desired habit. If you want to do a habit every day, but you stack it on top of a habit that only happens on Mondays, that's not going to be a good choice. One way to find the right trigger for your habit stack is by brainstorming a list of current habits. You use your habits scorecard from the last chapter as a starting point. Alternatively, you can create a list of 2 columns. The first column is write down habits you do each day without fail. Get out of bed, take a shower, brush your teeth, get dressed, brew some coffee, eat breakfast, take the kids to school, start work each day, eat lunch, end the workday, change out work clothes, sit down for dinner, turn off the lights, get to bed. Your list can be much longer, but you get the idea. In the second column, write down all the things from which you do each day without fail. For example, the sun rises, you get a text message. The song you are listening to ends. The sun sets. Armed with these 2 lists, you can begin searching for the best place to layer your new habit into a lifestyle. Habit stacking works best when you cue the high specific and immediate actionable. Many people select cues that are too vague. Habit stack was when I take a break for lunch, I do 10 push-ups. At first glance, it sounded reasonable, but soon I realized the trigger was unclear. Would I do my push-ups before I ate lunch? After I ate lunch? Where should I do them? After a few inconsistent days, I changed my habit stack to when I close my laptop for lunch, I will do 10 push-ups next to my desk. Ambiguity game. Habits like this, read more or eat better, are worthy causes, but these goals do not provide instruction on how and when to act. The French philosopher Denis Diderot lived nearly his entire life in poverty, but all changed one day in 1765. Be specific and clear. After I close the door, after I brush my teeth, after I sit down at the table, the specific is important. The most tightly bound your new habit is to the specific cue, the better odds are you will notice when the time comes to act. The first law of behavioral change is to make it obvious. Strategies like implementation intentions and habit stacking are among the most practical ways to create obvious cues for your habits and to design a clear plan of when and where to take action. Chapter summary. The first law of behavioral change is to make it obvious. The 2 most common cues are time and location. Creating an implementation intention is a strategy you can use to pair a new habit with a specific time and location. The implementation intention formula is I will blank at time and location. Habit stacking is a strategy that you can use to pair in a new habit with a current habit. The habit stacking formula is after I do my current habit, I will also do the new habit right after. Chapter 6, Motivation is overrated. Environment often matters more. Anne Thorndike, a primary care physician in Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, had a crazy idea. She believed she could improve the eating habits of thousands of hospital staff and visitors without changing their willpower or motivation in the slightest way. In fact, she didn't plan on talking to them at all. Thorndike and her colleagues designed a 6-month study to alter the choice architecture of the hospital cafeteria. They started by changing how drinks were arranged in the room. Originally, the refrigerators located next to the cash registers in the cafeteria were filled with only soda. The researchers added water as an option to each one. Additionally, they placed baskets of bottled water next to the food stations throughout the room. Soda was still the primary refrigerators, but water was now available in all drinking locations. Over the next 3 months, a number of soda sales as the hospital dropped by 11%. Meanwhile, the sales of bottled water increased by 25.8%. They made similar adjustments and saw similar results in the food in the cafeteria. Nobody said a word to anyone In Figure 8, you'll see a representation of what the cafeteria looked like before the environment design changes were made, and on the right, the after. The shaded boxes indicate areas where bottled water was available in each instance. Because the amount of water in the environment was increased, behavior shifted naturally and without additional motivation. People often choose products not because of what they are, not because of where they are. If you walk into a kitchen and see a plate of cookies on the counter, I'll pick up half a dozen and start eating, even if I hadn't been thinking about them before. I didn't necessarily feel hungry. If the communal table at the office is always filled with donuts and bagels, it's going to be hard to not grab one right now and then, often every now and then. Your habits change depending on the room you are in and the cues in front of you. Environment is the invisible hand that shapes human behavior. Despite the unique personality, certain behaviors tend to arise again and again under certain environment conditions. In church, people tend to talk in whispers. On dark streets, people act wary and guarded. In this, the most common form of change is not internal, but external. We are changed by the world around us. Every habit is, in context, dependent. In 1936, psychologist Kurt Lewin wrote a simple equation that makes a powerful statement. Behavior is a function of the person in their environment, or B equals F, parentheses, PE. It didn't take long for Levin's equation to be tested in business. In 1952, the economist Hawkins Stern described a phenomenon he could do suggestion impulse buying, which is triggered when a shopper sees a product for the first time and visualizes a need for it. In other words, customers will occasionally buy products not because they want them, but because of how they are presented to them. For example, items at eye level tend to be purchased more often than those on the floor. For this reason, you'll find expensive brand names featured at easy-to-each locations on the stores of the shelves. They drive in the most profit. While cheaper alternatives are tucked away in hard-to-reach spots, the same goes for end caps, which are the units of the end of the aisles. End caps are money-making machines for the retailers because they are obvious locations that encounter a lot of food traffic. For example, 45% of Coca-Cola sales come specifically from the end aisle racks. The more obvious available in the product is service, the more likely you are to try it. People drink Bud Light because it's in every bar, and visit Starbucks because it's on every corner. We like to think that we are in control, but if we choose water over soda, we assume it is because we wanted to do so. The truth, however, is that many of the actions we take each day are shaped not by purposeful drive and choice, but by the most obvious option. Every living being has its own methods of sensing and understanding the world. Eagles have remarkable long-distance vision. Snakes can smell, tasting the air with their highly sensitive tongues. Sharks can detect small amounts of electricity and vibrations in the water caused by nearby fish. Even bacteria have chemoreceptors, tiny sensory cells that allow them to detect toxic chemicals in their environment. In humans, perception is directed by the sensory nervous system. We perceive the world through sight, sound, smell, touch, taste. We also have other ways of sensing stimuli. Some are conscious and many are non-conscious. For instance, you can notice when your temperature drops before a storm, or when the pain in your gut rises during a stomachache, or when you fall off balance when walking on a rocky road. Receptors in your body pick up a wide range of internal stimuli, such as the amount of salt in your blood, or the need to drink when thirsty. The most powerful of all human sensory ability, however, is vision. The human body was about 11 million sensory receptors. Approximately 10 million of those are dedicated to sight. Some experts estimate half of the brain's resources are used on vision. Given that we are more dependent on vision than any other sense, it should come to no surprise that visual cues are the greatest catalysts of our behavior. For this reason, small changes in what we can see can lead to a big shift in what we do. As a result, you can imagine the importance and how it is to live and work in environments that's filled with product cues and devoid of unproductive ones. Thankfully, there's good news in this respect. You don't have to be the victim of your environment. You can also be the architect of it. How to design your environment for success. During the energy crisis of the oil embargo in the 1970s, Dutch researchers began to pay close attention to the country's energy usage. In one suburb near Amsterdam, they found that some homeowners use 30% less energy than their neighbors. Despite the home being similar sizes and getting electricity for the same price, it turns out that the houses in the neighborhoods were more nearly identical except for one feature: the location of the electrical meter. Some had one in the basement, others had electrical meters upstairs in the main hallway. As you can guess, the homes with the meters located in the main hallway used less electricity. When their energy was used for obvious and easy to track, people changed their behavior. Every habit is indicated by a cue, and we are more likely to notice these cues that stand out. Unfortunately, the environment we live in work often and make it easy not to do certain actions because there is no obvious cue to trigger the behavior. It's easy not to practice the guitar when it's tucked away in the closet. It's easy not to read a book when the bookshelf is in the corner in the guest room. It's easy not to take your vitamins when they're out of sight or in the pantry. When the cues that spark a habit are subtle or hidden, they are easy to ignore. By comparison, creating obvious visual cues can draw your attention toward a desired habit. In the early 1990s, the cleaning staff of Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam installed a small sticker that looked like a fly near the center of each urinal. Apparently, when men stepped up to the urinals, they aimed for that, and they thought it was a bug. The stickers improved their aim and significantly reduced spillage around the urinals. Further analysis determined that the stickers cut bathroom cleaning costs by 8%. I've experienced the power of obvious cues in my life. I used to buy apples from the store, put them in the crisper in the bottom of the refrigerator and forget all about them, and by the time I remembered, the apples would have gone bad. I never saw them, so I never ate them. Eventually, I took my own advice and redesigned my environment. I bought a large display bowl and placed them in the middle of the kitchen counter. The next time I bought apples, that's where they went, out in the open. I could see them. Almost like magic, I began eating a few apples a day simply because they were there and they were obvious rather than out of sight. Here are some ways that you can redesign your environment and make the cues for your preferred habits more obvious. If you want to remember to take the medication each night, put your pill bottle directly next to the faucet on the bathroom counter. If you want to practice guitar more frequently, play your guitar, stand in the middle of the living room. If you want to remember to send more thank you notes, keep a stack of stationery on your desk. If you want to drink more water, fill up a few water bottles each morning and place them in a common location around the house. If you want to make a habit a big part of your life, make a cue a big part of the environment. The most persistent behaviors usually come in multiple cues. Considering how many different ways a smoker could be prompted to pull out a cigarette, driving in the car, seeing a friend smoke, feeling stressed at work, and so on, the same strategy can be employed for good habits by sprinkling triggers throughout your surroundings. You increase the odds that you'll think about your habit throughout the day. Make sure your best choice is the most obvious one. Making a better decision is easy and natural when the cues for good habits are right in front of you. Environment design. It's powerful not only because of the influence of how we engage with the world, but also because we rarely do it. Most people live in a world where others have created it for them, but you can also alter the spaces where you live and work to increase your exposure to positive cues and reduce your exposure to negative ones. Environment design allows you to take back control and become the architect of your life. Be the designer of your world and not merely a consumer of it. The context is the cue. The cue that triggers a habit can start out very specific, but over time your habits become associated not with a single trigger, but with the entire context surrounding the behavior. For example, many people drink more in social situations than they would drink alone. The trigger is rarely a single cue, but rather the whole situation. Watching your friends order drinks, hearing the music at a bar, seeing the beers on tap. They occur at home, the office, the gym. Each location develops a connection to certain habits and routines. You establish a particular relationship with the objects on your desk, the items in your kitchen counter, the things in your bedroom. Our behavior is not defined by the objects in the environment, but our relationship to them. In fact, this is a useful way. It's a useful way to think about the influence of our environment on the behavior. Stop thinking about the environment as filled with objects. Start thinking about the Start thinking about it as filled with relationships. Think about it as terms of how you interact with the space around you. For one person, your couch is the place where she reads for an hour each night. For someone else, it's the couch is where you watch a television and eat a bowl of ice cream after work. Different people can have different memories and thus different habits associated with the same place. The good news is you can train yourself to link in a particular habit with a particular context. In one study, scientists instructed insomniacs to get into bed only when they were tired. If they couldn't fall asleep, they were told to just sit in a different room until they became sleepy. Over time, subjects began associating the context of their bed with the action of sleeping, and it became easier to quickly fall asleep when they climbed into bed. Their brains learned that sleeping, not browsing on their phones, not watching television, not staring at the clock, was the only action that happened in that room. The power of context also reveals the important strategy. Habits can be easier to change in new environments. It helps to escape the subtle triggers and the cues that nudge you towards your current habits. Go to a new place, a different coffee shop, a bench in the park, a corner room you seldom use. Create a new routine there. It's easier to associate a new habit with a new context than to build a new habit in the face of competing cues. It can be difficult to go to bed early if you watch television in the bedroom each night. It can be hard to study in the living room without getting distracted if that's where you always play video games. But when you step outside your normal environment, you will leave the behavioral biases behind. You aren't battling old environment cues, which allows new habits to form without interruption. Want to think more creatively? Move to a bigger room, a rooftop, a patio, a building with an expansive architecture. Take a break from the space where you do your daily work, which is also linked to your current thought patterns. Trying to eat healthier is likely that you shop on the autopilot on a regular supermarket. Try a new grocery store. You might find it easier to avoid unhealthy food when your brain doesn't automatically know where it's located at the store. When you can't manage to get to an entirely new environment, redefine and rearrange your current one. Create and separate space for work. Study, exercise, entertainment, and cooking. The mantra I find useful is one space, one use. When I started my career in this as an entrepreneur, I would often work from my couch or at the kitchen table. In the evenings, I found it very difficult to stop working. There's no clear division between the end of work and the beginning of my personal time, which in the kitchen table was my office or the space where I ate my meals. Which one? Was the couch where I was able to relax or where I sent emails? Everything happens in the same place. For a few years later, I finally afford to move to a home with a separate room from my office. Suddenly work as something that happened in here. My personal life was something that happened out there. It was easier for me to turn to the professional side of my brain. And then it was very clear dividing a line in between my work life and my home life. Each room had a primary use. The kitchen was for cooking. The office was for working. Whenever possible, avoid mixing the context and then one habit with the other. When you start mixing context, you'll start mixing habits, and it's easier. The easier ones will usually win out. This is the reason why versatility of modern technology is both a strength and a weakness. You can use your phone for all sorts of tasks, which makes a powerful device. But when you can use your phone to do nearly everything, it becomes hard to associate it with one task. You have to be productive, but you're also conditioned to browse social media, check mail, play video games whenever you open your phone. It's a mishmash of cues. You may be thinking, you don't understand. I live in New York City. My apartment is the size of a smartphone. I need the room to play and do multiple roles. Fair enough. If your space is limited, divide your room into activity zones. A chair for reading, a desk for writing, a table for eating. You can do zone areas, and the same with your digital space. I know a writer who uses his computer for writing, his tablet, and his tablet for reading. On his phone is for social media, and every habit has its own location. If you could manage to stick with this strategy, each context will come associated with a particular habit and a mode of thought. Habits thrive under predictable circumstances like these. Focus comes from automatically when you are sitting at your work desk. Relaxation is easier when your space is designed for that purpose, to relax. Sleep comes quickly when the only thing that happens there is sleeping. If you want behaviors that are stable and predictable, you need an environment that is stable and predictable. A stable environment where everything has its place and purpose is an environment where habits can easily form. Chapter summary. Small changes in context can lead to large changes in behavior over time. Every habit is initiated by a cue. We are more likely to notice these cues that stand out. Make the cues of good habits obvious in your environment. Gradually, your habits become associated not with a single trigger, but with an entire context surrounding the behavior. The context becomes the cue. It is easier to build new habits in new environments because you are not fighting against old cues. Chapter 7, The Secret of Self-Control. In 1971, as the Vietnam War was heading into its 16th year, Congressman Robert Steele from Connecticut and Morgan Murphy from Illinois made a discovery that stunned the American public. While visiting the troops, they had learned that over 15% of the U.S. soldiers stationed there were heroin addicts. Following up on the research, they revealed that 35% of the service members in Vietnam had tried heroin, and many as 20% were now addicted. The problem was even worse than they initially thought. The discovery led to a flurry of activity in Washington, including the creation of the Special Action Office of Drug Abuse Prevention under President Nixon to promote prevention and rehabilitation to track addicted service members when they returned home. Lee Robbins was one of the researchers in this charge. In finding that completely unappended the accepted beliefs about addiction, Robert found out that the soldiers who had been heroin users returned home. Only 5% of them became re-addicted within a year. 12% relapsed within 3 years. In other words, approximately 9 out of 10 soldiers who used heroin in Vietnam eliminated their addiction nearly overnight. This finding contradicted the prevailing view at the time, which considered heroin addiction to be permanent and irreversible conditions. Instead, Robert revealed that addiction could spontaneously dissolve if there was a radical change in the environment. In Vietnam, soldiers spent all day surrounded by the cues and triggering heroin use. It was easy to access. They were engulfed by the constant stress of war. They built friendships with fellow soldiers who were also heroin users, and they were thousands of miles from home. Once a soldier returned to the United States, he found himself in an environment devoid of those triggers. When the context changed, so did the habit. Compare the situation to that of a typical drug user. Someone becomes addicted at home or with friends, or go out to a clinic and get clean, which is devoid of all the environmental stimuli that prompted their habit, then returns to the old neighborhood with all their old previous ones and cues caused by addicts in the first place. It's no wonder that usually you'll see numbers of that are exact opposite of those in the Vietnam study. Typically, 90% of the heroin users become addicted once they return home from rehab. In the Vietnam study, they ran counter to many of the cultural beliefs about bad habits because that changed the conventional association unhealthy behavior as a normal weakness. If you're overweight or smoke or you're an addict, you've been told your entire life that because you have lack self-control. Maybe even if you're a bad person, the idea a little bit of discipline would solve all of your problems. It's deeply embedded in the culture. Recent research, however, shows something different. When scientists analyze people who appear to have tremendous self-control, it turns out that these individuals aren't all that different from those who are struggling. Instead, disciplined. People are better and structured when their lives are in a way that does not require heroic willpower and self-control. In other words, they spend less time in tempting situations. The people with the best self-control are typically the ones who need to use it the least. It's easier to practice self-restraint when you don't use it very often. So yes, perseverance, grit, and willpower are essential to success. But the way to improve these qualities is not by wishing you were a more disciplined person, but by creating more disciplined environment. Creating the more disciplined environment. The counterintuitive idea makes even more sense once you understand what happens when a habit is formed in the brain. A habit has been encoded in the mind. It's ready to be used whenever the relevant situation arises. When Patty Owen, a therapist from Austin, Texas, started smoking, she would often light up while riding horses with a friend. Eventually, she quit smoking and avoided it for years. She had also stopped writing. Decades later, she happened to hop on a horse and found herself craving a cigarette for the first time in forever. The cues were still internalized. She just hadn't been exposed to them in a long time. Once a habit has been encoded, the urge to act follows whenever the environment cue reappears. This is one reason behavior change techniques can backfire. Shaming obese people with weight loss presentations can make them feel stressed. And as a result, many people return to their favorite coping strategy, overeating. Showing pictures of blackened lungs to smokers leads to a higher lead of anxiety, which drives more people into the cigarette. If you're not careful about the cues, you can cause a very bad behavior that you would want to stop. Bad habits are autocatalytic. The process feeds itself. They foster the feelings that they try to numb. You feel bad, so you eat junk food. Because you eat junk food, you feel bad. Watching the television makes you feel sluggish, so you watch more television because you don't have the energy to do anything else. Worrying about your health makes you feel anxious, which causes you to smoke and ease your anxiety, which makes your health even worse, and soon you're feeling even more anxious. It's a downward spiral, a runaway train of bad habits. Researchers refer to the phenomenon as cue-induced wanting. Cue-induced wanting. Cue-induced wanting. An external trigger caused a compulsive craving to repeat a bad habit. Once you notice something, you begin to want it. This process is happening all the time, often without you even realizing. Scientists have found out that showing addicts a picture of cocaine just for 30 milliseconds can stimulate into the rewards pathway into the brain and spark a desire. The speed is too fast for the brain to consciously register. The addicts couldn't even tell you what they have seen, but they crave the drug all the same. Here's the punchline. You can break a habit, but you're unlikely to forget it. Once the mental groove and habit has been curved into your brain, they are now nearly impossible to remove entirely, even if they go unused for quite a while. And that means that simply resisting temptation is an ineffective strategy. It's hard to maintain a Zen attitude in a life filled with interruptions. It takes too much energy, and it's in the short run. You can choose to overpower temptations. In the long run, we become a product of our environment that we live in. To put it bluntly, I have never seen someone constantly stick to positive habits in a negative environment. The more reliable approach to cut habits off at the source, one of the most practical ways to eliminate a bad habit is to reduce exposure to the cue that it causes. If you can't seem to get any work done, leave the phone in the other room for a few hours. If you're continually feeling like you can't get enough, you're not enough, stop following social media that trigger jealousy and envy. If you're wasting too much time watching television, move the TV out of the bedroom. If you're spending too much money on electronics, quit reading reviews on the latest tech gear. If you're playing too much video games, unplug the console and put it in the closet after each use. This practice is an inversion of the first law of behavioral change. Rather than make it obvious that you can make it invisible, I'm often surprised how often simple changes like these can be. Remove a single cue and the entire habit often fades away. Self-control is short-term strategy, not long-term. Self-control is short-term. You may be able to resist temptation once in a while, but it's unlikely that you can master the willpower to override your desires every time. Instead of summoning a new dose of willpower whenever you want to do a right thing, the energy you would better spend optimizing your environment. This is the secret of self-control. Make the cues of your good habits obvious and the cues of your bad habits invisible. Chapter summary. The inversion of the first law of behavior change is to make it invisible. Make Once a habit is formed, it's unlikely to be forgotten. People with high self-control tend to spend less time in tempting situations. It's easier to avoid temptation than to resist it. One of the most practical ways to eliminate a bad habit is to reduce exposure to the cue that causes it. Self-control, a short-term strategy, not a long-term one. How to create a good habit on the chart. The first law, make it obvious. Number 1. Fill out the habit scorecard. Write down your current habits. Become aware of them. Number 1, 2. Use implementation intentions. I will blank behavior at a blank time in a blank location. Use implementation intentions. I will at time at location. 1.3. Use habit stacking. After the current habit, I will add on this new habit. 1.4. Design your environment. Make your cues good habits, obvious and visible. The second law, make it attractive. The third law, make it easy. The fourth law, make it satisfying. How to break the bad habit chart. Inversion of the first law, make it invisible. 1.5. Reduce exposure. Remove the cues of your bad habits from your environment. Inversion of the second law, make it unattractive. Inversions of the third law, make it difficult. Inversions of the fourth law, make it unsatisfying. You could download a printable version of the habits of this habit sheet at atomichabits.com/cheat sheet. Make it attractive, Chapter 8, How to Make a Habit Irresistible. In the 1940s, a Dutch scientist named Nico Tinbergen performed a series of experiments that transformed our understanding of what motivates us. Tinbergen, who eventually won a Nobel Prize for his work, was investigating herring gulls, the gray and white birds often seen flying along the seashores of North America. Adult herring gulls have a small red dot on their beak, and the Tinbergen noticed that newly hatched chicks would peck this spot whenever they wanted food. To begin one experiment, he created a collection of fake cardboard beaks, just a head without a body. When the parents had flown away, he went over to the nest and covered these dummy beaks to the chicks and offered the dummy beaks to the chicks. The beaks were obviously fakes, and he assumed the baby birds would reject them altogether. However, when the tiny gulls saw the red spot on the cardboard beak, they pecked away just as if it was attached to their own mother. They had a clear preference for those red spots, as if they had been genetically programmed at birth. Soon Tinbergen discovered that the bigger the red spot, the faster the chicks pecked. Eventually, he created a beak with 3 large red dots on it. When he placed it over the nest, the baby birds went crazy with delight. They pecked at the little red patches as if it was the greatest beak they had ever seen. Tinbergen and his colleagues discovered similar behavior in other animals. For example, the grayling goose is a ground nesting bird. Occasionally, the mother moves around on the nest. One of the eggs will roll out and settle on the grass nearby. Whenever this happens, the goose will waddle over to the egg and use its beak and neck to pull it back into the nest. Tinbergen discovered that the goose will pull any nearby round object, such as a billiard ball or a light bulb, back into the nest. The bigger object, the greater their response. One goose even made a tremendous effort to pull a volleyball back up and sit on it. Like the baby gulls automatically pecking on a red dot, the gray-lag goose was following an instinctive rule. When I see a round object nearby, I must roll it back to the nest. The bigger, the rounder object, the harder I shall try to get it. Rules for behavior, and when it comes across an exaggerated version of that rule, it lights up like a Christmas tree. Scientists reverted these exaggerated cues for supernormal stimuli. A supernormal stimuli is heightened versions of reality, like a beak with 3 red dots or an egg size of a volleyball, and it elicits a stronger response than usual. Humans are prone to fall for exaggerated versions of reality. Junk food, for example, drives our reward system into a frenzy. After spending hundreds of thousands of years hunting and foraging in the food in the wild, the human brain has evolved to a place high value on salt, sugar, and fat. Such foods are often calorie dense, and they are quite rare when our ancient ancestors were roaming the savannah. When you don't know when your next meal is coming from, eating as much as possible is an excellent strategy for survival. Today, however, we live in a calorie-rich environment, food abundance, but your brain continues to crave it like it's scarce. Placing high value on salt, sugar, and fat is no longer adventurous to our health, but the craving persists because the brain reward centers have not changed for approximately 50,000 years. The modern food industry relies on stretching our Paleolithic instincts beyond our evolutionary purpose. A primary goal of food science is to create products that are more attractive to consumers. Nearly every food in a bag, box, or a jar has been enhanced in some way. If only with additional flavoring, companies spend millions of dollars to discover the most satisfying level of crunch in a potato chip, the perfect amount of fizz in soda. Entire departments are dedicated to optimizing how products feel in your mouth, a quality known as oral sensation. French fries, for example, are a potent combination, golden brown and crunchy on the outside, light and smooth on the inside. Other processed foods enhance dynamic contrast, which refers to items with a combination of sensations like crunchy and creamy. Imagine the gooiness of melted cheese on top of a crispy pizza crust, on the crunch of an Oreo cookie combined with a smooth center. With natural, unprocessed food, you tend to experiment the same sensations over and over. How's that 17 bite of kale taste? After a few minutes, your brain loses interest and you begin to feel full. But foods that are high in dynamic contrast keep the experience novel and interesting, encouraging you to eat more. Ultimately, such strategies enable food scientists to find the bliss point for each product, the precise combination of salt, sugar, fat that excites your brain to keep you coming back for more. The result, of course, is if you overeat it, it's because it's a hyper palatable foods are more attractive to human brains. As Stephen Guillemette, a neuroscientist who specializes in eating behaviors and obesity, says, we've gotten too good at pushing our own buttons. The modern food industry and the overeating habits it has spawned. It's just one example of the second law of behavior change. Make it attractive. The more attractive an opportunity is, the more likely it is to become habit forming. Look around. Society is filled with highly engineered versions of reality that are more attractive than the world our ancestors evolved in. Stones feature mannequins with exaggerated hips and breasts to sell clothes. Social media delivers more likes and praises in a few minutes than we could ever get in the office or at home. Online porn splices together stimulating scenes at a rate that would be impossible to replicate in real life. Advertisements are created with combinations of ideal lighting, professional makeup, photoshopped edits. Even the model doesn't look like that in person. In the final image, these are the supernormal stimuli of our modern world. They exaggerate features that are naturally attractive to us, and our instincts go wild as the result, driving us into an extensive shopping habit, social media habit, porn habit, eating habits, many others. If history serves as a guide, the opportunities of the future will be more attractive than those of today. The trend is for rewards to come more concentrated and stimuli to become more enticing. Junk food is more concentrated forms of calorie than natural foods. Hard liquor is more concentrated form of alcohol than beer. Video games is more of a concentrated form of play than board games. Compared to nature, these pleasure-packed experiences are hard to resist. We have the brains of our ancestors, but temptations they never had to face. If you want to increase the odds of a better behavior will occur, then you need to make it attractive. Through our discussion of the second law, our goal is to learn how to make our habits irresistible. While it is not possible to transform every habit into a supernormal stimulus, we can make any habit more enticing. To do this, we must start by understanding what a craving is and how it works. We begin by examining a biological signature that all habits share, the dopamine spike. The dopamine-driven feedback loop. Scientists can track the precise moment a craving occurs by measuring a neurotransmitter called dopamine. The importance of dopamine became apparent in 1954 when the neuroscientists James Olds and Peter Milner ran an experiment that revealed the neurological processes behind craving and desire. By implementing electrodes in the brains of rats, the researchers blocked the release of dopamine. To the surprise of the scientists, the rats lost all the will to live. They wouldn't eat, they wouldn't have sex, they didn't crave anything. Within a few days, the animals died of thirst. In follow-up of the studies, more scientists also inhibited the dopamine release parts of the brain, but this time they squirted little droplets of sugar into the mouths of the dopamine-depleted rats. Their little rat faces lit up with pleasurable grins from the tasty substance. Even though the dopamine was blocked, they liked the sugar just as much as before, and just didn't want it anymore. The ability is to experience pleasure, remaining but without dopamine. Desire died, and without desire, action stopped. When the researchers reversed this process and flooded the reward system of the brain with dopamine, the animals preferred habits at breakneck speed. In one study, mice received a powerful bit of dopamine each time they poked their nose in a box. Within minutes, the mice developed cravings so strong that they had to begin poking their nose into the box 800 times per hour. Humans are not so different. The average slot machine player will spin the wheel 600 times per hour. Habits are a dopamine-driven feedback loop. Habits are a dopamine-driven feedback loop. Every behavior that is highly habit-forming, taking drugs, eating junk food, playing video games, browsing social media, in association with higher levels of dopamine, the same can be said for our most basic habitual behaviors, like eating food, drinking water, having sex, and interacting socially. For years, the scientists assumed dopamine was all about pleasure, but now we know it plays a central part in many neurological processes, including motivation, learning and memory, punishment and aversion, and voluntary movement. When it comes to habits, the key takeaway is this. Dopamine is released not only when you experience pleasure, but also when you are anticipating it. Gambling addicts have a dopamine spike right before they place a bet, not before they win. Cocaine addicts get a surge of dopamine when they see the powder, not when they take it. Whenever you predict the opportunity will be rewarding, your level of dopamine spikes in anticipation. And whenever dopamine rises, so does the motivation to act. It is anticipation of a reward, not the fulfillment of it, that gets us to take action. Interestingly, the reward system that is activated in the brain when you receive a reward is the same system that is activated when you anticipate the reward. This one reason the anticipation of the experience can often feel better than the attainment of it. As a child, thinking about Christmas morning can be better than actually opening up all the gifts. As any adult, daydreaming about an upcoming vacation can be more enjoyable than actually being on a vacation. Scientists refer to this as differences between wanting and liking. The dopamine spike. Cue, craving, response, reward. Cue, craving, response, reward. A1 jumps upon reward. B jumps upon craving. C jumps upon craving, drops out in the reward. And D jumps upon craving, jumps upon reward. Figure 9, before a habit is learned, dopamine is released. When the reward is experienced for the first time, the next time around, dopamine rises before taking action. Immediately after a cue is recognized, the spike leads to a feeling of desire and craving to take action. Whenever cues are spotted, once a habit is learned, dopamine will not rise when a reward is experienced because you already experienced the reward. However, if you see a cue and expect a reward but do not get one, then dopamine will drop in disappointment. The sensitivity of the dopamine response can clearly be seen when a reward is provided. First, the cue is to identify the dopamine as it rises and the craving builds. Next is to respond. A response is taken, but the reward does not come as quickly as expected, and dopamine begins to drop. Finally, the reward comes a little bit later than you had hoped. Dopamine spikes again. It is as if the brain is saying, "See, I knew I was right. Don't forget to repeat this action next time." Allocated for wanting rewards for liking them. The wanting centers in the brain are large. The brainstem, the nucleus accumbens, portions of the prefrontal cortex. By comparison, the liking centers of the brain are much smaller. They are more referred to as hedonic hotspots and are distributed like tiny islands throughout the brain. For instance, researchers have found that 100% of the nucleus accumbens is activated during wanting. Meanwhile, only 10% of the structure is activated during liking. The fact that the brain allocates so much precious space to the regions responsible for craving and desire provides further evidence of the crucial role of processes play, of the role that the processes do play. Desire in the engine that drives behavior. Every action is taken because of the anticipation that precedes it. It is the craving that leads to the response. These insights reveal the importance of the second law of behavioral change. We need to make our habits attractive because it is like an expectation of rewarding experience that motivates us to act in the first place. This is where the strategy is known as a temptation bundling, and it comes into play. How to use temptation bundling to make your habits more attractive. Ronan Byrne, an electrical engineering student in Dublin, Ireland, enjoyed watching Netflix, but he also knew that he should exercise more often than he did. Putting his engineering skills to use, Byrne hacked his stationary bike and connected it to his laptop and television. Then he wrote a computer program that would allow Netflix to run only if the cycle was at a certain speed. If he slowed down too long, whatever it was watching would then pause, and he started pedaling again, and then it would start up. And then the words eliminating obesity, the Netflix binge, eliminating his obesity Netflix binge at a time. He was also employing temptation bundling to make the exercise habit more attractive. Temptation bundling works by linking an action you want to do with an action you need to do. In Byrne's case, he bundled watching Netflix, the thing he wanted to do, with riding his stationary bike, the thing he needed to do. Businesses are masters in temptation bundling. For instance, when the American Broadcasting Company, more commonly known as ABC, launched its Thursday night television lineup for the 2014-15 season, they promoted temptation bundling on a massive scale. Every Thursday, the company would air 3 shows, creating a screenwrite of Shonda Rhimes' Grey's Anatomy scandal and How to Get Away with Murder. They branded it as a TGIT. On ABC, TGIT stands for Thank God It's Thursday. In addition to the promoting of the show, ABC encouraged viewers to make popcorn, drink wine, and enjoy the evening. Andrew Cubitt's head on scheduling for the ABC described the idea as behind the campaign. We see Thursday night as viewing opportunity, with either couples of women or by themselves, or who want to sit down and escape and have fun and drink red wine and have some popcorn. The brilliance of this strategy is that ABC is associating things that they needed viewers to do, which is watch their shows, with activities their viewers already wanted to do, which was relax, drink wine, and eat some popcorn. Over time, people began to connect to watching ABC and feeling relaxed and entertained as if you drink red wine and eat popcorn at 8 p.m. Every Thursday, then eventually 8 p.m. on Thursday means relaxing and entertainment. The reward gets associated with the cue. The reward gets associated with the cue, and the habit is turning on the television, and it becomes more attractive. You're more likely to find a behavioral attractive if you get to do one of your favorite things at the same time. Perhaps you get to hear about the latest celebrity gossip, but you need to get in shape. Well, using temptation bundling, you can only read the tabloids if the reality shows up or at the gym. Maybe you want to get a pedicure, but you need to clean out your email inbox. Solution: you'll get a pedicure while processing your overdue emails. Temptation bundling is one way to apply psychological theories known as the Premack's principle. The Premack's principle, named after the work of the professor David Premack, the principle states that More probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. More probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In other words, even if you don't really want to process overdue work emails, you'll become more conditioned to do it if it means to get to do something you really want to do along the way. You can combine temptation bundling with BJ Fogg's habit stacking strategies as we discussed in Chapter 5 to create a set of new rules to guide your behavior. The habit stacking plus temptation bundling formula is: number 1, after your current habit, I will, and add your new habit that you need to do. Again, after your current habit, you're going to add your new habit that you need to do. Number 2, after you do a habit that you need to do a habit that you want to do. Again, after a habit that you need to do a habit that you want to do. If you want to read the news, but you need to express more gratitude, number 1, after I get my morning coffee, I will say one thing that I'm grateful for that happened yesterday. That's a need. Number 2, I say one thing I'm grateful for. I will read news. That's a want. If you want to watch sports, but you need to make some sales calls, number 1, you'll get back from your lunch break, you will call 3 potential clients. That's a need. After I called the 3 potential clients, I can check the ESPN. That's the want. If you want to check Facebook, but you need to exercise more, after you pull out your phone, you will do a burpee. After I do 10 burpees, I could check the Facebook. 3 clients are doing 10 burpees because it means you get to read the latest sports, news, or check Facebook. Doing the thing you need to do means you get to do the thing that you want to do. We begin this chapter by discussing supernormal stimuli, which are heightened versions of reality that increase our desire to take action. Temptation bundling is one way to create a heightened version of any habit by connecting it with something you already want. Engineering a truly irresistible habit is a hard task, but this simple strategy can be employed to make nearly any habit more attractive than it would be otherwise. Chapter summary. The second law of the behavior change is to make it attractive. The more attractive an opportunity is, the more likely it is to become habit forming. Habits are dopamine-driven feedback loops. When dopamine rises, so does the motivation to act. It is anticipation of the reward, not the fulfillment of it, that gets us to take action. The greater their anticipation, the greater the dopamine spike. Temptation bundling is one way to make your habits more attractive. The strategy is to pair an action that you want to do with an action you need to do. Chapter 9, the role of family and friends in shaping your habits. In 1965, a Hungarian man named Laszlo Polgar wrote a series of strange letters to a woman named Clara. Laszlo was a firm believer in hard work. In fact, it was all he believed in. He completely rejected the idea of innate talent. He claimed that the deliberate practice and the development of good habits, a child could become a genius in any field. His mantra was, a genius is not born, it's educated and then trained. Laszlo believed that this idea with so much strength that he wanted to test it with his own children, and he was writing to Clara because he needed a wife willing to jump on board. Clara was a teacher, and although she may not have been as adamant as Laszlo, she also believed that with proper instruction anyone could advance in their skills. Laszlo decided chess would be a subtle field for the experiment, and he had a plan to raise his children to become chess prodigies. The kids would do homeschooled, a rarity in Hungary at the time. The house would be filled with chess books, pictures of famous chess players. The children would play against each other constantly and compete in the best tournaments that they could find. The family would keep a meticulous file system of the tournament history and every competitor, of every child they faced. Their lives would be dedicated to chess. Laszlo successfully courted Clara, and within a few years, the Polgars were parents to 3 young girls, Susan, Sophia, and Judith. Susan, the oldest, began playing chess when she was 4 years old. Within 6 months, she was defeating adults. Sophia, a middle child, did even better. By 14, she was the world champion, and a few years later, she became a grand master. Judith, the youngest, was the best of all. By age 5, she could beat her father. At 12, she was the youngest player ever to be listed among the top 100 chess players in the world. At 15 years At 15 years and 4 months old, she became the youngest grandmaster of all times, younger than Bobby Fischer, the previous record holder. For 27 years, she was number one ranked best female chess player in the world. The childhood of Polgar sisters was atypical to say the least, and yet, if you ask them about it, they claim their lifestyle was attractive, even enjoyable. In interviews, the sisters talk about their childhood and entertaining rather than grueling. They loved playing chess. They couldn't get enough of it. Once Laszlo reportedly found Sophia playing chess in the bathroom in the middle of the night. He was encouraging her to go back to sleep, but she said she couldn't leave the pieces alone, to which she replied, "Daddy, they won't leave me alone." The Polgar sisters grew up in a culture of prioritized chess above else, praised them for it, rewarded them for it, and in the world of obsession with chess, it was normal. And as we were about to see, whatever habits are normal in your culture or among those attractive behaviors, you'll find. The seductive pull of social norms. Humans are herd animals. We want to fit in. We want to bond with others and earn the respect and approval of our peers. Such inclinations are essential to our survival. Most of our evolutionary history, our ancestors lived in tribes, becoming separate from the tribe or worse. Being cast out was a death sentence. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Meanwhile, those who collaborated and bonded with others enjoyed increased safety, mating opportunities, and access to resources. As Charles Darwin noted, in the long history of humankind, those who learned to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. As a result, one of the deepest human desires to belong in this ancient preference exerts a powerful influence on our modern behavior. We don't choose our earliest habits, we imitate them. We follow the script hands down by our friends and family, our church, our school, our local community, and society at large. Each of these cultures and groups comes with its own set of expectations and standards. When the weather to get married, on many children to how many to have, which holidays to celebrate, how much money to spend on a child's birthday party. In many ways, the social norms are invisible rules that guide your behavior each day. You're always keeping them in mind, even if they are not at the top of your mind. Often you follow the habits of the culture without thinking, without questioning, and sometimes without remembering. As a French philosopher, Michel de Montaigne wrote, "The custom and practices of life and society sweep us along. Most of the time, going along with the group does not feel like a burden. Everyone wants to belong. If you grow up in a family that rewards you for your chess skills, playing chess will seem like a very attractive thing to do. If you work in a job where everyone wears expensive suits, then you'll be inclined to splurge on one as well. If all your friends are sharing an inside joke or using a new phrase, you'll want to do it too. So they know that you get it. Behaviors are attractive when they help us fit in. We imitate the habits of three groups in particular: the close group, the many group, and the powerful group. Each group is an opportunity to leverage the second law of behavioral change and to make our habits more attractive. Number one, imitating the close. Proximity. Imitating the close. Proximity has a powerful effect on our behavior. This is true in the physical environment, as we discussed in Chapter 6, but is also true in social environments. We pick up habits from the people around us. We copy the way our parents handled arguments, the way our peers flirt with one another, the way our co-workers get results. When our friends smoke pot, you give it a try too. When your wife has a habit of double-checking the door is locked before you go to bed, you pick it up as well. You find I often imitate the behavior of those around me without even realizing it. In conversations, I'll automatically assume the body posture of another person. In college, I began to talk like my roommates. When traveling to other countries, I unconsciously imitated the local accent despite reminding myself to stop. As a general rule, the closer we are to someone, the more likely we are to imitate some of their habits. One groundbreaking study tracked 12,000 people for 32 years and found that a person's chances of becoming obese increased by 57% if he or she had a friend who became obese. It works the other way around too. Another study found that a person in a relationship who will lose weight, the other partner will also slim down about 1/3 of the time. Our friends and family provide a sort of invisible peer pressure that pulls us into their direction. Of course, peer pressure is bad only if you're surrounded by bad influences. When astronaut Mike Massimino was a graduate student at MIT, he took a small robotics class. Of the 10 people in the class, 4 became astronauts. If your goal was to make it into space, then the room was about the best culture you could ask for. Similarly, one study found that the higher your best friend's IQ at age 11 or 12 or higher, your IQ would be at age 15, even after controlling 4 natural levels of intelligence. We soak up the qualities and practices of all those around us. One of the most effective things that we could do to build better habits is to join a culture where the desired behavior is the normal behavior. New habits seem achievable when you see others doing them every day. If you're surrounded by fit people, you're more likely to consider working out and becoming a common habit. If you're surrounded by jazz lovers, you're more likely to believe it's reasonable to play jazz every day. Your culture sets the expectation for what is normal. Surrounding yourself with people who have the habits you want to have yourself, you'll rise together. To make the habits even more attractive, you can take this strategy one step further. Join a culture where, number 1, your desired behavior is the normal behavior, and number 2, you already have something in common with the group. Steve Cam, an entrepreneur in New York City, runs a company called Nerd Fitness, which helps nerd misfits and mutants lose weight, yet get strong and get healthy. His clients include video game lovers, movie fanatics, and average Joes who want to get in shape. Many people feel out of place for the first time when they go to the gym or try to change their diet. But if they're already similar to other members of the group in some way, say your mutual love for Star Wars, change becomes more appealing, even if it feels like something people like you already do. Nothing sustains motivation better than belonging to a tribe. It transforms a person into a quest of a shared one. Previously, you were on your own. Your identity was singular. You are a reader. You are a musician. You are an athlete. When you join a book club or a band, or including a group, or a cycling group, your identity becomes linked to those around you. Growth and change is no longer an individual pursuit. We are readers, we are musicians, we are cyclists. The shared identity begins to reinforce your personal identity. This is why remaining part of a group after achieving a goal is crucial. Maintaining your habits, it's friendship and community that embed a new identity and help behavior last over a long run. Number 2, imitating the many. In the 1950s, psychologist Solomon Asch conducted a series of experiments that now taught legions of undergrads each year. To begin each experiment, the subject entered the room with a group of strangers. Unbeknownst to them, the other participants were actors planted by the research and instructed to deliver a scripted answer to certain questions. The group would be shown a card with a line on it, and then a second card with a series of lines. Each person was asked to select the line on the second card that was similar to the length of the line on the first card. It was a very simple task. Here is an example of the 2 cards used in the experiment. 2 of the same size cards, 1 line in the center middle. The other card has 3 lines, small, large, then medium, ABC. Figure 10. This is a representation of the 2 cards used in the Solomon Asch in his famous social conformity experiment. The length of the lines on the first card, left, is obviously the same line as C. But when you group all the actors claimed it was a different length, the research subjects would often change their minds and go with the crowd rather than believe their own eyes. The experiment always began the same. First, there would become easy trials where everyone agreed on the correct line. After a few months, the participants were shown a test that was just obviously the previous ones, except the actors in the room would then select intentionally an incorrect answer. For example, they would respond A to be the comparison shown to figure 10. Everyone would agree with this line, were the same, even though they were clearly different. The subject, who was unaware of the ruse, would immediately become bewildered. Their eyes would open up wide. They would laugh nervously to themselves. They would double-check the reactions of other participants. Their agitation would grow, and one person after another delivered the same incorrect response. Soon, the subject began to doubt their own eyes. Eventually, they delivered the answer they knew in their heart to be incorrect. and ran this experiment. Osh ran this experiment many times in many different ways. He discovered it was the number of actors increased, so did the conformity of the subjects. If it was just the subject and one actor, then there would be no effect of the person's choice. They just assumed that they were in a room with a dummy. When two actors were in the room with the subject, then there was a little bit of an impact. The number of people increased to the actors and to up to 4, all the way to 8. The subjects become more likely to second guess themselves. By the end of the experiment, nearly 75% of the subjects had agreed with the group answer, even though it was obviously incorrect. Whenever we are unsure how to act, we look at the group for the guide for our behavior. We constantly are scanning our environment and wondering, what is everyone else doing? We check reviews on Amazon, Yelp, TripAdvisor because we want to imitate the best buying, eating, travel benefits. It's usually a smart strategy. There's evidence in numbers. But there can be a downside. The normal behavior of a tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. For example, one study found that when a chimpanzee learns an effective way to crack nuts open as a member of the one group and then switches to a new group that uses less effective strategies, it will avoid using the superior nut cracking method just to blend in with the rest of the chimps. Humans are similar. There's a tremendous internal pressure to comply with the norms of the group. The reward of being accepted is often greater than the reward of winning an argument, looking smart, or finding truth. Most days we'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. Yeah, right. The human mind knows how to get along with others. It wants to get along with others. This is our natural mode. You have to override it, and you can override it. You have to choose to ignore the group or to stop caring what other people think, but it takes work. Running against the grain of your culture requires extra effort. When changing your habits means challenging the tribe, change is unattractive. When changing your habits means fitting in with the tribe, change is very attractive. Number 3, imitating the powerful. Humans everywhere pursue power, prestige, and status. We want pins and medallions on our jackets. We want the president and partners in our titles. We want acknowledgement, being recognized and praised. This tendency can seem vain, but overall, it's a smart move. Historically, a person with a greater power and status has an access to more resources, worries less about survival, and proves to be a more attractive mate. We are drawn by behaviors that earn us respect, approval, admirations, and status. We want to be the ones in the gym who can do muscle-ups, or the musician who could play the hardest chord progression, or the parent whose most accomplished child, because these things separate us from the crowd. Once we fit in, we start looking for ways to stand out. This is one reason we care so much about habits of highly effective people. We try to copy the behaviors of successful people because we desire success ourselves. Many of our daily habits are imitations of people we admire. We replicate marketing strategies of most successful firms in our industry. You can make a recipe from your favorite basket. You could borrow the storytelling strategy of your favorite writer. You could mimic the communication style of your boss. We imitate people we envy. High status people enjoy the approval, respect, and praise of others. And that means if a behavior can get us an approval, respect, and praise, we find it attractive. We can also motivate to avoid behaviors that would lower our status. We trim hedges and mow our lawns because we don't want to be the slob of the neighborhood. When our mother comes to visit, we want to clean up the house because we don't want to be judged. We are continually wondering, what will others think of me, and altering our behavior based on that answer. The Polgar sisters, the chess prodigies mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, are evidence of the powerful and lasting impact of social influences can have on our behavior. The sisters practiced chess for hours each day and continued this remarkable effort for decades, but the habits and the behaviors maintained their attractiveness in part because they were valued by their culture, from their praise to their parents to their achievements to their different status markings like becoming a grand master. They had many reasons to continue their effort. Chapter summary. The culture we live in determines which behaviors are attractive to us. We tend to adopt habits that are praised and approved by our culture because we have a strong desire to fit in and belong to the tribe. We tend to imitate the habits of 3 social groups: the close by group, family and friends; the many, the tribe group; and the powerful, those with status and prestige. One of the most effective things that you could do to build better habits is to join a culture where your desired behavior is a normal behavior and you already have something in common with the group. The normal behavior of the tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. Most days we'd rather be wrong with the crowd than be right by ourselves. If a behavior can get us an approval, respect, and praise, we find that attractive. Chapter 10. How to find and fix the causes of your bad habits. In late 2012, I was sitting in an old apartment just a few blocks from Istanbul's most famous street, Istiklal Caddesi. I was in the middle of a 4-day trip to Turkey, and my guide Mike was relaxing in the worn-out armchair a few feet away. Mike wasn't really a guide. He was just a guy from Maine who had been living in Turkey for 5 years but offered to show me around while I was visiting the country, and I took him up on it. On a particular night, I had been invited to a dinner with him and a handful of Turkish friends. There were 7 of us, and I was the only one who hadn't at some point smoked at least 1 pack of cigarettes per day. I asked one of the Turks how he got started. "Friends," he said. "It always starts with your friends. One friend smokes, then you gotta try it." What was truly fascinating was half of the people in the room had managed to quit smoking. Mike has been smoke-free for a few years at that point, and he swore up and down that he broke the habit because of a book called Alan Carr's Easy Way to Stop Smoking. It frees you from mental burden of smoking, he says. It tells you stop lying to yourself. You know you don't actually want to smoke. You know you don't really enjoy this. It helps you feel like you're not the victim anymore. You start realizing that you don't need to smoke. I had never tried a cigarette, but I took a look at the book afterwards out of curiosity. The author employs an interesting strategy to help smokers eliminate their cravings. He systematically reframes each associated with smoking, and he reframes each cue associated with smoking and gives it a new meaning. He says things like, "You think you're quitting something, but you're not quitting anything because cigarettes do nothing for you. You think smoking is something you need to do to be social, but it's not. You can be social without smoking at all. You think smoking is about relieving stress. It's not. Smoking does not relieve your nerves. It destroys them." And over, he repeats these phrases, and others like them. "Get it clear into your mind," he says. "You're losing nothing, and you're making marvelous positive gains, not only in health, energy, and money, but also in confidence and self-respect, freedom, and most important of all, the length and quality of your future life." By the time you get to the end of this book, smoking seems like the most ridiculous thing in the world to do. And if you no longer expect smoking to bring you any benefits, you have no reason to smoke. It is an inversion of the second law of the behavior of change. Make it unattractive. Now, I know this idea might sound overly simplistic. Just change your mind and you can quit smoking, but stick with me for a minute. Where cravings come from. Every behavior has a surface level craving and a deeper underlying motive. I often have a craving that goes something like this. I want to eat tacos. If you were to ask me why I want to eat tacos, I would say because I need food to survive. But the truth is, somewhere deep down, I am motivated to eat tacos because I have to eat to survive, but an underlying motive is to obtain food and water, even if the specific craving is for a taco. Some of our underlying motives include conserving energy, obtain food and water, find love and reproduce, connect and bond with others, win social acceptance and approval, reduce uncertainty, achieve status and prestige. A craving is just a special manifestation of a deeper underlying motive. Your brain did not evolve into the desire to smoke cigarettes or to check Instagram or to play video games. At a deep level, you simply want to reduce uncertainty and relieve anxiety, to win social acceptance and approval, or to achieve status. Look at nearly any product that is habit forming, and you'll see that it does not create a new motivation, but rather latches on to an underlying motive of human nature. Find love and reproduce equals using Tinder, connect and bond with others, browsing Facebook, win social acceptance and approval, posting on Instagram, reduce uncertainties, searching on Google, achieve status and prestige, playing video games. Your habits are modern-day solutions to ancient desires, new versions of old vices. The underlying motive behind human behavior is is to remain the same. The specific habits we perform differ based on the period of history. Here's a powerful part. There are many different ways to address the same underlying motive. One person might learn to reduce stress by smoking a cigarette. Another person might learn to ease their anxiety by going for a run. Your current habits are not necessarily the best way to solve the problems you face. They are just the methods you've learned to use. Once in association a solution with the problem you need to solve, you keep coming back to it. Once you associate a solution with the problem you need to solve, you'll keep coming back to it. Habits are all about associations. These associations determine whether we predict a habit to be worth repeating or not. As we covered in our discussion in the first law, your brain is continually absorbing information and noticing cues in the environment. Every time you perceive a cue, your brain runs a stimulant and makes a prediction about what to do in the next moment. Cue. You notice that the stove is hot. Prediction. If you touch it, you'll get burned, and so I should avoid touching it. Cue. You see the traffic light turning green? Prediction. If I step on the gas, I'll make it safely through the intersection and get closer to my destination, so I should step on the gas. You see, cues categorize based on past experience and determine the appropriate response. This all happens in an instant, but it plays a crucial role in your habits because every action is preceded by a prediction. Life feels reactive, but it's actually predictive. All day long you are making the best guess of how to act in any given moment, of what you've just seen or what you've worked or what has worked in the past for you. You are endlessly predicting what will happen in the next moment. Our behavior is heavily dependent on these predictions. Put in another way, our behavior is heavily dependent on how we interpret the events that are happening to us, not necessarily the objective reality of events themselves. Two people can look at the same cigarette. One feels the urge to smoke while the other is repulsed by the smell. The same cue can spark a good habit or a bad habit depending on your prediction. The cause of your habits is actually the prediction that precedes them. The cause of your habits is actually the prediction that precedes them. These predictions lead to feelings, which is how we typically describe a craving, a feeling, a desire, an urge. Feeling and emotions transforms the cues we perceive and the predictions that we make into a signal that we can apply. They help explain that we are currently sensing. For instance, whether or not you're realizing it, you are noticing how warm or cold you feel right now. If the temperature drops by a degree, you probably won't do anything. If the temperature drops by 10 degrees, however, you'll feel cold. Put on another layer of clothing. Feeling cold is a signal that prompts you to act. You are being sent to the cues of the entire time. It is only when you predict of what you would better off in a different state that you take an action. A craving is a sense that something is missing. It is a desire to change your internal state. When the temperature falls, there is a gap between your body, of what your body is currently sensing and what it wants to be sensing. This gap between your current state and your desired state provides a reason to act. Desire is the difference between where you are now and where you want to be in the future. Even the tiniest action tinged with the motivation to feel different than you do in the moment. When you binge eat or light up or browse social media, what you really want is not a potato chip or a cigarette or a bunch of likes. What you really want is to feel different. Our feelings and emotions tell us whether to hold steady in our current state or to make a change. They help us decide our best course of action. Neurologists have discovered that when emotions and feelings are impaired, we actually lose the ability to make decisions. We have no signals to pursue and what to avoid. As the neuroscience Antonio Donacio explains, is it the emotion that allows you to mark things as good, bad, or indifferent? To summarize, the specific cravings you feel and the habits you perform are really an attempt to address your fundamental underlying motives. Whether a habit successfully addresses a motive, you develop a craving to do it again. In time, you learn to predict that checking social media will help you feel loved, or that watching YouTube will allow you to forget your fears. Habits are attractive when they associate with positive things, and you can use the insight of your advantage rather than to our detriment. How to reprogram your brain to enjoy hard habits. You can make habits more attractive if you can learn to associate them with a positive experience. Sometimes all you need to do is a slight mindset shift. For instance, we often talk about everything that we have to do in any given day. You have to wake up early and go to work. You have to make another sales call for your business. You have to cook dinner for your family. Now imagine changing just one word. You don't have to. You get to. You get to can change everything. You get to wake up early. You get to make another call for your sales and your business. You get to cook dinner for your family. Simply changing one word, you shift the way that you view each event. This transition from seeing these behaviors as burdens and turns them into opportunities. The key points that both versions are reality of these are true. You have to do those things, and you also get to do those things. We can find evidence of whatever mindset we choose. I once heard a story about a man who uses a wheelchair, and when asked if he was different from being confined, he responded, "I'm not confined to my wheelchair. I'm liberated by it. If it wasn't for the wheelchair, I would be bedbound and never able to leave the house." This shift in perspective completely transformed how he lived each day. Reframing your habits to highlight the benefits rather than any drawbacks at all is a fast and lightweight way to reprogram your mind to make a habit seem more attractive. Again, reframing your habits to highlight the benefits rather than drawbacks is the fast, lightweight way to reprogram your mind and make habits seem more attractive. Exercise. Many people associate exercise with being challenging tasks of drains of energy. It wears you down. You could just easily view it as a way to develop your skills and build up. Instead of telling yourself, "I need to go run in the morning," say, "It's time to build endurance and get fast." Finance. Saving money is often associated with sacrifice. However, you can associate it with freedom rather than limiting and realizing one simple truth. Living below your current means increases your future means. The money you save this month increases your purchasing power next month. Meditation. Anyone who has tried meditation for more than 3 seconds knows how frustrating it could be when the next distraction inevitably pops into your mind. You could transform frustration to a delight when you realize that each interruption gives you a chance to practice returning to your breath. Distractions is a good thing because you need distractions to practice meditation. Pre-game jitters. Many people feel anxious before delivering a big presentation or competing in an important event. They experience quicker breathing, a faster heart rate, heightened arousal. If they interpret these feelings negatively, then they'll feel threatened and tense up. If we interpret these feelings positively, then we could respond with fluidity and grace. You could reframe, "I am nervous," to "I'm excited and I'm going to get an adrenaline rush to help me concentrate." These little mind shifts aren't magic, but they can help you change the feelings you associate with any particular habit or situation. If you want to take a step further, you can create a motivational ritual. A motivation ritual. You simply practice associating your habits with something you enjoy that you can use to cue whatever you need to a little bit of motivation. For instance, if you always play the same song before having sex, then you'll begin to link that music with the act. Whenever you want to get in the mood, just press play. Ed Lattimore, a boxer and writer from Pittsburgh, benefited from a similar strategy without knowing it. "Odd realization," he wrote. "Odd realization. My focus and concentration goes up just by putting on my headphones while writing. I don't even have to play any music. Without realizing it, I conditioned myself in the beginning just to put on the headphones, play some music, and enjoy as I did focus on work. After doing it for 20 times, putting his headphones on became a cue that automatically associated with increased focus. The craving followed naturally. Athletes use similar strategies to get themselves to mindset and get their mindset to perform. During a baseball career, I developed a specific ritual, stretching and throwing before each game. The whole sequence took about 10 minutes. I did it the same way every single time. While I was physically warming up to play, more importantly, it put me right there into a mental state. I began to associate my pre-game ritual and feelings of competitiveness and focus. Even if I wasn't motivated beforehand, by the time I was done with my ritual, I was in game mode. You can adapt these strategies for clearly any purpose. Say you want to feel happier in general. Find something that makes you truly happy, like petting your dog or taking a bubble bath or creating a short routine that you have performed every time before you do something you love. Maybe you can take 3 deep breaths and smile. Again, you can adapt these strategies for nearly any purpose. Say you want to feel happier in general. Find something that makes you truly happy, like petting your dog or a bubble bath, and create a short routine that you perform each time before you do the thing that you love. 3 deep breaths, smile, pet the dog, and repeat. 3 deep breaths, smile, pet the dog, and repeat. Eventually, you'll begin to associate this breath and smile routine with being in a good mood, and it becomes a cue for meaning and feeling happy. Once established, you can break it out anytime you need to change your emotional state. Stressed at work? Take 3 deep breaths and smile. Sad about life? Take 3 deep breaths and smile. Once a habit has been built, your cue can prompt a craving, even if it has little to do with the original situation. The key to finding and fixing the causes of their bad habits is to reframe these associations you have about them. It's not as easy as you can reprogram your predictions. You can transform a hard habit into an attractive one. Chapter summary. The inversion of the second law of behavior change is make it unattractive. Every behavior has a surface level craving and a deeper underlying motive. Your habits are modern day solutions to ancient desires. The cause of your habits is actually the prediction that precedes them. The prediction leads to a feeling. Highlight the benefit of avoiding a bad habit to make it seem unattractive. Habits are attractive when we associate them with positive feelings and unattractive when we associate them with negative feelings. Create a motivational ritual by doing something that you enjoy immediately before a difficult habit. How to create a good habit. The first law, number 1, make it obvious. Fill out a habit scoreboard. Write down your current habits and become aware of them. Number 1.2, use implementation intentions. I will behavior at time and location. Number 3, use habit stacking. After a current habit, I will and add the new habit. Number 4, design your environment. Make cues of good habits obvious and visible. The second law, make it attractive. Use temptation bundling. Pair an action you want to do with an action you need to do. Second law, number 2, join a culture where your desired behavior is the normal behavior. Number 3, create a motivational ritual. Do something you enjoy immediately before a difficult habit. The third law, make it easy. The fourth law, make it satisfying. How to break a bad habit. The inversion of the first law. Make it invisible. Reduce exposure. Remove the cues of your bad habit from your environment. Inversions of the second law. Make it unattractive. Reframe your mindset. Heighten the benefits of avoiding the bad habits. Make it unattractive. Inversion of the third law. Make it difficult. Inversion of the fourth law. Make it unsatisfying. You can download a printable version of this habits cheat sheet at atomichabits.com/cheat sheet. The third law, make it easy. Chapter 11, walk slowly but never backwards. On the first day of class, Jerry Ullsman, a professor at the University of Florida, divided his film photography students into 2 groups. Everyone on the left side of the classroom, he explained, would be in the quantity group. They would be graded solely on the amount of work they produced. On the final day of class, they would tally the number of photos submitted for each student. 100 photos would rate an A. 90 photos would be 80, would be a C, and so on. Meanwhile, everyone on the right side of the room would be in the quality group. This would be graded only on the excellence of their work. They would only need to produce 1 photo during the entire semester. But to get an A, it had to be nearly perfect image. At the end of the term, he was surprised to find out that all the best photos were produced by the quantity group. During the semester, these students were busy taking photos, experimenting with composition and lighting, testing out variation methods in the classroom, learning from their mistakes, and producing and creating hundreds of photos. They honed in on their skills. Meanwhile, the quality group, around speculation and perfection, in the end they had little to show for their efforts other than unverified theories and more mediocre photos. It is easy to get bogged down trying to find optimal plans to change. The fastest way to lose weight is a best program is to build and to build muscle. The perfect idea is what's the perfect idea for a side hustle? We're focused on figuring out best approaches that we never get around to taking action. As Voltaire once wrote, the best is the enemy of the good. The best is the enemy of the good. I refer to this as a difference between being in motion and taking action. The two ideas sound similar, but they are not the same. When you're in motion, you're planning and strategizing and learning. Those are the good things, but they don't produce results. Action, on the other hand, is the type of behavior that will deliver an outcome. If I outline 20 ideas for articles I want to write in motion, if I actually sit down and write an article, that's an action. And the same, search for a better diet plan or read a few books on the topic, that's motion. If I can actually eat healthy food in a healthy meal, that's the action. Sometimes motion is useful, but what will never produce the same outcome as itself it doesn't matter how many times you go talk to a personal trainer. The motion will never be the same, and the motion won't get you in shape. Only the action of working out will get the results that you're looking to achieve. If motion doesn't lead to the results, then why do we do it? Sometimes we do it because we need to have a plan or learn more, but often than that, we do it because we allow ourselves to feel like we're making some progress without running into any risk or failure. Most of the experts are avoiding criticism. It doesn't feel good to fail or to be judged publicly. So we tend to avoid situations that might happen. And it's the biggest reason why you slip into motion rather than taking action. You want to delay the failure. It's okay, and it's easy to be in motion and convince yourself that you're still making progress. You think. I've got conversations going on with 4 potential clients right now. Well, this is good. We're moving in the right direction. Or I brainstormed some ideas for that book I want to write. This is coming together. Motion makes you feel like you're getting things done, but really you're just preparing to get something done. When preparation becomes a form of procrastination, you need to change something. You don't want to merely be planning, you want to be practicing. If you want to master your habits, it's hard to start with the repetition, not perfection. You don't need to map out every feature of a new habit. You just need to practice it. This is the first takeaway for the third law, is you just need to get your reps in. How long does it take to actually form a new habit? Habit formation is the process from which a behavior becomes progressively more automatic through repetition. The more you repeat an activity, the more the structure of the brain changes to become efficient at that activity. Neuroscientists call this long-term potentiation, which refers to as strengthening and connecting between neurons in the brain based on recent patterns of activity. With each repetition, cell-to-cell signaling improves and the neuron connections tighten. First described as neuropsychologist Donald Hebb in 1949, this phenomenon is commonly known as the Hebb's Law. Neurons that fire together wire together. Repeating a habit leads to a clear physical change in the brain. Musicians, the cerebellum, critical for physical movements like plucking a guitar string or pulling a violin bow, is larger than it is. It's larger than it is in non-musicians. Mathematicians, meanwhile, have increased gray matter in the inferior parietal lobule, which plays a key role in computation and calculation. Its size directly correlated with the amount of time spent in that field. The older and more experienced the mathematician, the greater the increase of the gray matter. When scientists analyzed the brain of a taxi driver in London, they found that the hippocampus, a region in the brain involved in spatial memory, was significantly larger in subjects than in the non-taxi drivers. Even more fascinating, the hippocampus decreased in size when a driver retired. Like the muscle of a body responding to regular weight training, particularly regions of the brain adapt as well, used and atrophy as they are abandoned. So, of course, the importance of repetition is establishing habits, which recognized long before neuroscientists began poking around at it. In 1960, the English philosopher George H. Lewis Lewis wrote and noted, in learning to speak a new language, to play a musical instrument, to perform unaccustomed movements, great difficulty is felt because the channels through which sensation has to pass not become established, but so sooner has frequent repetition out and cut a new pathway that this difficulty vanishes. The actions become so automatic that they can be performed while the mind is otherwise engaged. Both common sense and scientific evidence agree. Repetition is a form of change. Each time you repeat an action, you are activating a particular neural circuit associated with that habit. This means that simply putting in your reps is one of the most critical steps you can do to encoding the new habit. Putting your reps to encode the new habit. Putting your reps to encode the new habit. It is why the students who took tons of photos improved their skills, while the ones who were merely theorizing about perfect photos did not. One group engaged in active practice, the other had passive learning. One in action, the other in motion. All habits follow in similar trajectory, from effortless practice to automatic behavior, a process known as automaticity. Automaticity is the ability to perform a behavior without thinking about each step, which occurs when the non-conscious mind takes over. It sounds something like this. The habit line, automaticity with the line going up. To the right is the repetitions. The curve goes up and reaches A, B, C going up to the right. Automaticity reaches a habit line through repetitions. The beginning of the point A, a habit requires a good deal of effort and concentration to perform. After a few repetitions, point B gets easier, but still requires some conscious attention. With effort and practice, point C, the habit becomes more automatic, then conscious. Beyond this threshold, the habit line, the behavior can be done more or less without thinking. A new habit has been formed. On the following page, you'll see what it looks like when researchers track the level of automaticity for an actual habit like walking for 10 minutes each day. The shape of these charts, which scientists have been learning curves, reveals an important truth about behavior. Change habits form based on frequencies, not time. Walking 10 minutes per day, automaticity, 10, 20, 30, 40. By the days, it increases every day, going from 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 40 days, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. By the 80-day mark, you're peaking in automaticity. The graph shows someone who built a habit of walking 10 minutes before breakfast, after breakfast each day. Notice that the repetitions increase. So does automaticity, until the behavior is so easy and it's automatic as it can be. One of the most common questions I hear is how long does it take to build a new habit? But what people really should be asking is how many does it take to form a new habit? How many does it take to form a new habit? That is, many repetitions are required to make a new habit. So how many does it take to form a new habit? How many repetitions? There's nothing magical about time passing with regard to a habit formation. It doesn't matter if there are 21 days or 30 days or 300 days. What matters is the rate at which you perform your behavior. You could do something twice in 30 days or 200 times. It's the frequency that makes the difference. Your current habits have to be internalized over the course of hundreds, if not thousands of repetitions. New habits require the same level of frequency. You need to string together enough successful attempts until the behavior are firmly embedded in your mind so you can cross the habit line. In practice, it doesn't really matter how long it takes for a habit to become automatic. What matters is you take the actions you need to take to make progress. Whether action is fully automatic or less automatic is of less importance. To build a habit, you need to practice it. The most effective way to make practice is to adhere to the third law of behavior. Change, make it easy to chapters. The chapters that follow will show you how to exactly do that. Chapter summary. The third law of behavior change is make it easy. The most effective form of learning is practice, not planning. Focus on taking action, not being in motion. Habit formation is the process from which behavior becomes progressively more automatic through repetition, the automatic of time. The amount of time you have been performing a habit is not as important as the number of times that you've performed the habit. Chapter 12, The Law of Least Effort. In his award-winning book, Guns, Germs, and Steel, the anthropologist and biologist Jared Diamond points out a simple fact that different continents have different shapes. At first glance, this statement seems rather obvious and unimportant, but it turns out that to have a profound impact on human behavior. The primary axis of the Americas runs from the north to the south. This is the landmass of North and South America. It tends to be tall and thin rather than wide and fat. The same is generally true for Africa. Meanwhile, the landmass, which makes up Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, is the opposite. This massive stretch of land tends to be more east-west in shape. According to the Diamond, this difference in shape played a significant role in the spread of agriculture over the centuries. When agriculture began to spread around the globe, farmers had an easier time expanding along east-west routes than along the north-south ones. This is because locations along the same latitude generally share the same climates, amount of sunlight, rainfall, changes in season. These factors allowed farmers in Europe and Asia to domesticate a few crops and grow them along the entire stretch of land from France to China. The shape of the human behavior, east to west or north and south. The primary axis of Europe and Asia is east to west. The primary axis of the Americas, of America north to south, leads to a wider range of climate up and down of the Americas across the Europe and Asia. As a result, the agriculture spread nearly twice as fast across Europe and Asia than it did from the behavior of the farmers ever across hundreds of thousands of years when constrained by the amount of friction in the environment. By comparison, the climates varied greatly when traveling from north to south. Just imagine how different the weather is in Florida compared to Canada. You can be the most talented farmer in the world, but it won't help you grow in Florida oranges in Canadian winters. Snow is a poor substitute for soil. In order to spread crops along north-south routes, farmers would need to find the domestic new plant whenever the climate changed. As a result, the agriculture spread to 2 to 3 times faster across Asia, Europe than it did down to the Americas over the span of centuries, and small differences had a very big impact. Increased food production allowed more of the rapid population growth, which more people, these cultures were able to build stronger armies, better equipped to develop new technologies. The changes started out small. A crop spread slightly farther in population and grew slightly faster. The compounded into a substantial difference over time. The speed of agriculture provides an example of the third law of behavior, change on a global scale. Conventional wisdom holds that motivation is the key to habit change. Maybe if you really wanted it, you'd actually do it. But the truth is, our real motivation is to be lazy and do what is convenient. And despite what the latest productivity bestseller will tell you, this is a smart strategy, not a dumb one. Energy is precious, and the brain is wired to conserve whatever possible. In human nature, you follow the law of least effort, which states that whenever deciding between 2 similar options, people will naturally gravitate towards the option that requires least amount of work. For example, expanding on a farm in the east where you can grow the same crops rather than heading north where the climate is different. Out of all the possible actions that we could take, the one that is realized is the one that delivers the most value to the least effort. We are motivated to do what is easy. Every action requires a certain amount of energy. The more energy required, the less likely it is to occur. If your goal is to do 100 push-ups per day, that is a lot of energy. In the beginning, you're going to be motivated and excited, and you can master the strength and get started. But after a few days, such a massive effort feels exhausting. Meanwhile, sticking to the habit of doing your push-ups per day requires almost no energy to get started, and the less energy habit requires, the more likely it is to occur. Look at any behavior that fills up as much as your life, as you'll see that it can be performed with very low levels of motivation. Habits are like scrolling on your phone, checking an email, watching television. Watching television steals so much of our time because they can be performed almost without effort. They are remarkably convenient. In a sense, every habit is just an obstacle to getting what you really want. Dieting is an obstacle of getting fit. Meditation is an obstacle of feeling calm. Journaling is an obstacle to thinking clearly. You don't actually want the habit itself. You really want the outcome that the habit will deliver. The greater the obstacle, that is, the more difficult the habit, the more friction there is between you and the desired end state. This is what is crucial to make your habits so easy that you'll do them even when you don't feel like doing it. If you can make a good habit more convenient, you'll be more likely to follow through on them. But what about the moments when you seem to do the opposite? If we're all so lazy, then how do you explain people accomplishing hard things like raising a child, starting a business, climbing a mountain, climbing Mount Everest? Certainly you are capable of doing very hard things. The problem is, some days you feel like you're doing hard work, and some days you feel like giving in. On a tough day, it is crucial to have many things working in your favor as possible so that you can overcome any challenges life naturally is going to be throwing your way. The less friction you face, the easier for your stronger self to emerge. The idea behind making it easy is not only to do things easier, the idea is to make it easier as possible in the moment to do things that pay off in the long run. How to achieve more with less effort. Imagine you are holding a garden hose that is being bent in the middle. Some water can flow through, but not very much. You want to increase that rate at which the water passes through the hose. You have two options. First option, crank it up on the valve and force more water. The second option is to simply remove the bend in the hose and let the water flow through naturally. Trying to pump up your motivation to stick with a hard habit is like trying to force water through a bent hose. You could do it, but it requires a lot of effort and increase the tensions in your life. Meanwhile, making your habit simple and easy is like removing the bend in that hose. Rather than trying to overcome the friction in your life, you could reduce it. One of the most effective ways to reduce friction associated with your habits is to practice environment design. Chapter 6, we discussed environments design as a method. You're making cues more obvious, but you can also optimize your environment to make actions easier. For example, when deciding to practice a new habit, it's best to choose a place that is already along with the path of your daily routine. Habits are easy to build when they fit into the flow of your life. You are more likely to go to the gym if it's on your way to work, because stopping doesn't add much friction to the life or your lifestyle. By comparison, if the gym is off the path of a normal commute, even just by a few blocks, now you're just going to have to go out of your way to get there. Perhaps even more effective in reducing this friction, it's to reduce the friction with your home and office. Too often we try to start habits in a high friction environment. We try to follow a strict diet while we are out to dinner with friends. We try to write a book in a chaotic household. We try to concentrate while using a smartphone filled with distractions. It doesn't have to be this way. We have to remove the points of friction that hold us back. This is precisely the electronic manufacturers in Japan begins to do in the 1970s. In the article published in the New Yorker, Better All the Time by James Sorwecki writes, Japanese firms emphasize what comes to be known as the lean production. Lean production, relentlessly looking to remove waste of all kinds from the production process, down to redesigning workspaces so workers didn't have to waste so much time twisting and turning to reach their tools. The result was Japanese factories were so efficient that Japanese products were so reliable that American ones. That in 1974, service calls for American-made color televisions were 5 times as common than a Japanese television. By 1979, it took American workers 3 times as long to assemble their sets. I like to refer to this strategy as addition by subtraction. The Japanese companies looked for every point of friction in the manufacturing processes and eliminated it. As they subtracted wasteful effort, they added customers and revenue. Similarly, when we remove the points of friction that sap our time and energy, we can achieve with less effort. This is one reason why tidying up can feel so good. We are simultaneously moving forward and lightening the cognitive load our environment places on us. If you look at the most habit-forming products, you'll notice the one things these goods and services do best is remove little bits of friction from your life. Meal delivery services reduces the friction of shopping and groceries. Dating apps reduce the friction of making social introductions. Ride-sharing services reduces the friction of getting across town. Text messages reduce the friction of sending a big letter in the mail. Like a Japanese television manufacturer redesigning their workspace to reduce wasted motion, successful companies design their products to automate, eliminate, and simplify as many steps as possible. They reduce the number of fields on each form. They pare down the number of clicks required to click an account. They deliver their products with easy-to-understand directions and ask their customers to make fewer choices. When the first voice-activated speakers were released, products like Google Home, Amazon Echo, and Apple HomePod, I asked a friend what he liked about the product, and he had purchased it. He said it was just easier to say, play some country music, than to pull out his phone, open the music app, and pick a playlist. Of course, just a few years earlier, having unlimited access to music in your pocket was remarkably frictionless behavior compared to driving in the store and buying a CD. Businesses are newer ending quest to deliver the same result in an easier fashion. Similar strategies have been used effectively by governments. When the British government wanted to increase the tax collection rates, they switched from sending citizens the web page where the tax form could be downloaded and linked directly to the form. Reducing that one step in the process increased the response rate from 19.2% to 23.4%. For a country like United Kingdom, those percentage points represent millions in tax revenue. The central idea to create environments where doing the right thing is easy as possible for the much battle builder building better habits comes down to finding ways to reduce the friction associated with good habits and increase the friction associated with our bad habits. Prime the environment for future use. Oswald Knuckles, an IT developer from Natchez, Mississippi, he is also someone who understands the power of priming his environment. Knuckles dialed in his cleaning habits by following a strategy he refers to as resetting the room. Resetting the room. For instance, when he finishes watching a television, he places the remote back on the TV. He arranges the pillows on the couch, and he folds the blanket. When he leaves his car, he throws away any trash. Whenever he takes a shower, he wipes down the toilet while the shower is warming up. As he notes, the perfect time that he can clean the toilet is right before you wash your hands in the shower anyway. The purpose of resetting a room is not simply to clean up after the last action, but to prepare for the next action. When I walk into a room, everything is in the right place. Knuckles wrote, because I do this every day in every room, stuff always stays in good shape. People think I work hard. I'm actually really lazy. I'm just provocatively lazy. It just gives so much time. It gives so much time back every time you reset a room. Whenever you organize a space for its intended purpose, you are priming it to make the action easy. For instance, my wife keeps a box of greeting cards that are pre-sorted by occasion: birthday, sympathy, wedding, graduation, more, whatever. Whenever necessary, she grabs an appropriate card and sends it off. She is incredibly good at remembering how to send cards because she has reduced the friction of doing so. For years, it was the opposite for me. Someone would have a baby and I would think I should send a card, but then weeks would go by, and by the time I remembered to pick up a card at the store, it was too late. The habit wasn't easy. There are many ways to prime your environment. To where it's ready for immediate use. Always prime your environments where it's ready for immediate use. If you want to cook a healthy breakfast, place the skillet on the stove, cooking spray on the counter, and lay out plates and utensils you'll need the night before. When you wake up, making breakfast will be easy. Want to draw more? Put your pencils, pens, and notebooks and drawing tools on top of your desk within easy reach. Want to exercise? Set out your workout clothes, shoes, gym bag, and water bottle ahead of time. Want to improve your diet? Chop up tons of fruit and vegetables on weekends and pack them in containers so that you can have easy access to the healthy, ready-to-eat options during the week. These are simple ways to make the good habits the path of least resistance. You can also invert this principle and prime the environment, make a bad behavior difficult. If you find yourself watching too much television, for example, then unplug it after each use. Only plug it back in when you can say out loud in the name to show that you want to watch. This setup creates enough friction to prevent middle or mindless viewing. If that doesn't do it, you can take a little step further, unplug the television, and take the batteries out of the remote for each use. So, it takes an extra 10 seconds just to turn it back on, and if you're really hardcore, move the television out of the living room and into a closet after each use. You can be sure you'll only take it out when you really want to watch something. The greater the friction, the less likely the habit. Whenever possible, I leave my phone in a different room until lunch. When it's right next to me, I'll check it all morning for no reason at all. But when it's in another room, I rarely think about it, and the friction is high enough that I won't go get it without a reason. As a result, I get 3 to 4 hours each morning when I can work without any interruptions. If sticking your phone in another room doesn't seem like enough, tell a friend or family member to hide it from you for a few hours. Ask a coworker to keep it on their desk in the morning and give it back to you after lunch. It's remarkable how little friction is required to prevent unwanted behavior. When I hide beer in the back of the fridge where I can't see it, I drink less. When I delete social media apps from my phone, it can be weeks before I download them again. These tricks are unlikely to curb a true addiction, but for many of us, a little bit of friction can be the difference between sticking with a good habit and sliding into a bad one. Imagine the cumulative impact of making dozens of these changes and living in an environment designed to make you have good behaviors and have them easier, and then the bad behaviors will become harder. Whether you are approaching behavior change as an individual, a parent, a coach, a leader, we should ask ourselves the same question. How can we design a world where it's easy to do what's right? Redesign your life with the actions that matter the most. And they're also the actions that are easiest to do. Chapter summary. Human behavior follows the law of least effort. We will naturally gravitate towards the option that requires the least amount of work. Create an environment where doing the right thing is easy as possible. Reduce the friction associated with good behaviors. When friction is low, habits are easy. Increase the friction associated with bad behaviors. When friction is high, habits are difficult. Prime your environment to make the future actions easier. Chapter 13. How to stop procrastinating by using the 2-minute rule. Twyla Tharp is widely regarded as one of the greatest dancers and choreographers of the modern era. In 1992, she was awarded the MacArthur Fellowship, often referred to as the Genius Grant, and she spent the bulk of her career touring the globe to perform her original works. She also credits much of her success to simple daily habits. I begin each day of my life with rituals, she writes. I wake up at 5:30, put on my workout clothes, my leg warmers, my sweatshirt, my hat. I walk outside of Manhattan of my home, hail a taxi, tell the driver to take me to the Pumping Iron Gym at 91st Street, 1st Avenue, where I work out for 2 hours. The ritual is not the stretching and the weight training I put my body through each morning at the gym. The ritual is the cab. The moment I tell the driver to go, I have completed the ritual. It's a simple act that's doing it the same way each morning habitualizes it, makes it repeatable, easy to do. It reduces the chance that I will skip it or do it differently. It's the one more item in my arsenal of routines, the one less thing to think about. Hailing a cab each morning by the time may be a tiny action, but it is splendid examples of the third law of behavioral change. Researchers estimated that 40 to 50% of our actions on any given day are done out of habit. This is already a substantial percentage. But the true influence of our habits is even greater than these numbers suggest. Habits and automatic choices that influence the conscious mind and decisions that follow. Yes, a habit can be completed in just a few seconds, but it can also shape the actions that you take for minutes or hours afterwards. Habits are like the entrance ramp to a highway. They lead you down a path, and before you know it, you're speeding towards the next behavior. It seems to be easier to continue what you are already doing than to start doing something different. You sit through a bad movie for 2 hours, you keep snacking even though you're already full, you check your phone just a second, and as soon as you spend 20 minutes staring at the screen, in this way, the habit you follow without thinking often determines the choices you make when you're thinking. Each evening, there's a tiny moment, usually around 5:15, that shapes the rest of the night. My wife walks into the door from work either, or changes into workout clothes and heads to the gym, or we crash onto the couch, order Indian food, and watch The Office. Similar Twyla Tharp hailing the cab, the ritual, the changing into my workout clothes. If I change clothes, I know the workout will happen. Everything that follows, driving to the gym, deciding to exercise, stepping under the bar, is easy once you take the first step. Every day there are handfuls of moments that deliver an outsized impact. I refer to these little choices as decisive moments. The moment that you decide between ordering takeout and cooking dinner. The moment you choose between driving your car and riding your bike. The moment you decide between homework or grabbing a video game controller. These choices are a fork in the road. Decisive moments. Decisive moments set the options available to your future self. For decisive moments, you have a good choice, and from that good choice, it could branch upward to a bad choice, or you could always, at any moment, have a new chance to channel off a bad choice back into a good choice. And to constantly throughout your day, the difference between a good day and a bad day is often the product of healthy choices made in every decisive moment. Each one's like a fork in the road, and these choices stack up throughout the day and can ultimately lead to very different outcomes. You can keep deciding to make a good choice. Even if you make a bad choice, branch off to a good choice. And at the end of the day, all throughout the branches of the forks in the roads, you'll have a good day or a bad day. Decisive moments set the options available to your future self. For instance, walking into a restaurant is a decisive moment because it determines what you'll be eating for lunch. Technically, you are in control of what you order, but in a larger sense, you can only order an item from what is on the menu. If you walk into a steakhouse, you can get a sirloin or a ribeye, but not sushi. Your options are constrained by what's available. They are shaped by the first choice. We are limited to where our habits lead us. We are limited to where our habits lead us. This is why mastering the decisive moments throughout your day is important. You are now going to be someone who masters your decisive moments. Each day is made up of many moments, but it's really a few habitual choices that determine the path that you take. These little choices stack up, each one setting a trajectory for how you spend the next chunk of your time. Habits are the entry point, not the end point, but they are the cab, not the gym. The 2-minute rule. Even when you know you should start small, it's easy to go and start too big. When you dream about making a change, excitement inevitably takes over and you end up trying to do too much too soon. The most effective way I know is to counteract this tendency to use your 2-minute rule, which states, when you start a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do it. When you start a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do it. You'll find that nearly any habit can be scaled down to about 2 minutes. Read before bed each night becomes a read one page. Do 30 minutes of yoga becomes take out your yoga mat. Study for a class, it becomes open my notes. Fold the laundry becomes fold one pair of socks. Run 3 miles becomes tie my running shoes. The idea to make your habits as easy as possible to start. Anyone can mediate or meditate for 1 minute, read 1 page, or put 1 item in clothing away. And as we just discovered and discussed, this is a powerful strategy because once you start doing the right thing, it is much easier to continue doing it. A new habit should not feel like a challenge. The actions that follow can be challenging, but the first 2 minutes should be easy. What you want, gateway habits, that naturally leads you down a more productive path. What you want is gateway habits. And a gateway habit, it's one that naturally leads you down a more productive path. You can usually figure out the gateway habits that will lead your desired outcome by mapping out the goals on a scale from very easy to very hard. For instance, running a marathon is very hard. Running 5K is hard. Walking 10,000 steps moderately is difficult. Walking 10 minutes is easy. Putting on your running shoes is very easy. The goal might be to run a marathon, but your gateway habit is to put on the running shoes. That's how you follow the 2-minute rule. Here's the chart. Very easy, easy, moderate, hard, very hard. Put on your running shoes, very easy. Writing a sentence, very easy. Opening up your notes, very easy. People often think it's weird to get hyped about reading one page, meditating for 1 minute, or making one sales call. But the point is not to do one thing. The point is to master the habit of showing up. The truth is, habits must be established before it can be improved. You can't learn the basic skill of showing up. You have a little bit of hope mastering the finer details. Instead, trying to engineer a perfect habit from the start. Do the easy thing on a more consistent basis. You have to standardize before you can optimize. Standardize before you can optimize. As you master the art of showing up, the first 2 minutes simply become a ritual at the beginning of a larger routine. It's not merely a hack to make habits easier, but actually the ideal way to master different and difficult skills. The more you ritualize the beginning of the process, the more likely it becomes that you can slip into the state of deep focus that is required to do great things. By doing the same warm-up before every workout, it makes it easier to get into the state of peak performance. By following the same creative ritual, it makes it easier for you to get into the hard work of creating. By developing consistent power down habits, you can make it easier to get to bed at a reasonable time each night. You may not be able to automate the whole process, but you can make the first action mindless. Make it easy to start and rest will follow. The 2-minute rule can seem like a trick to some people, but the real goal is to do more than just 2 minutes. So may it feel like you're trying to fool yourself, but nobody is actually aspiring to read one page or do one push-up or open up their notes. And if you know it's a mental trick, why would you fall for it? If the 2-minute rule feels forced, try to do this for the 2 minutes and then stop. Go for a run, then you must stop after 2 minutes. Try to meditate, but then stop after 2 minutes. Study Arabic, but you must stop after 2 minutes. It's not a strategy for starting, it's a whole thing. Your habit can only last 120 seconds. One of my readers used this strategy to lose 100 pounds in the beginning. He went for the gym each day, but he told himself he wasn't allowed to stay for more than 5 minutes. He would go to the gym, exercise for about 5 minutes, and leave as soon as the time was up. After a few weeks, he looked around and thought, well, I'm always coming here anyway. I might as well start staying a little bit longer. A few weeks later, the weight was gone. Journaling provides another example. Nearly everyone can benefit from getting their thoughts out of their head and onto paper, but most people give up their days or avoid entirely because journaling feels like a chore. The secret to always stay below the point where it feels like work. The secret is to always stay below the point where it feels like work. Greg McCowan, a leadership consultant for the United Kingdom, built a daily journaling habit by specially writing less than he felt like. He always stopped journaling before he seemed like a hassle. Ernest Hemingway believed the similar advice for any kind of writing. The best way is always to stop when you're going good, he said. Strategies like this work for another reason too. They reinforce the identity you want to build. These habits reinforce the identity that you want to build. If you show up to the gym 5 days in a row, even if it's just for 2 minutes, you're now casting votes for the new identity. You're not worried about getting into shape. You're focusing on becoming the type of person who doesn't miss workouts. You're talking and taking the smallest action that confirms the type of person you want to be. We rarely think about the change this way because everyone is consumed by the end goal. By one push-up better than no exercising, 1 minute of guitar better than none at all, 1 minute of reading a book than never picking up the book. It's better to do less than you hoped than to do nothing at all. At some point you are establishing the habit that you're showing up each day, that you can combine a 2-minute rule with a technique. We can call it habit shaping. Habit shaping. To scale your habit back towards an ultimate goal. Start by mastering the 2 minutes of the smallest version of the behavior. The chart. Examples of habit shaping. Habit, phase 1. Become the early riser. Be home by 10 p.m. every night. Become vegan. Start eating vegetables each meal. Starting to exercise. Change into workout clothes. Phase 2. Become an early riser. Here's the TV. Have all these devices, TVs, phones, everything turned off by 10. Start eating animals stop eating animals that have 4 legs, cows, lamb, etc. to becoming vegan. Starting exercise. Step out of the door. Try taking a walk. On some examples of habits, becoming an early riser. Phase 3. Be in bed by 10 p.m. every night, reading a book, talking with a partner. Phase 4, lights out by 10 p.m. every night. Phase 5, wake up at 6 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. every day. New habit of becoming a vegan. The phase 1, start eating vegetables on every meal. Then stop eating any animals with 4 legs. Stop eating animals with 2 legs. Chicken, turkey. Stop eating animals with no legs. Fish, clams, scallops, etc. Stop eating all animal products. Eggs, milk, cheese. That's becoming a vegan. Habits of starting exercise. Get into the workout clothes. Step out of the front door. Drive to the gym. Exercise for 5 minutes and leave. Exercise for 15 minutes. Once a week. Exercise for 3 times per week. Then the new habit is formed. Then advance to an intermediate step and repeat the process. Focus on just the 2 minutes and mastering the stage before going on to the next level. Eventually, you'll end up with a habit you had originally hoped to build, and while still keeping your focus where it should be on the first 2 minutes of the behavior. Nearly any large goal can be transformed into 2 minutes behavior. I want to live a healthy and long life. I need to stay in shape. I need to exercise. I need to change into workout clothes. I want to have a happy marriage. I need to be a good partner. I should do something each day to make my partner's life easier. I should meal plan for the next week. Whenever you are struggling to stick with a habit, you can employ the 2-minute rule. It's a simple way to make your habits easy. Chapter summary. Habits can be completed in a few seconds, but continue to impact your behavior for minutes and even hours afterwards. Many habits occur at decisive moments, choices that are like a fork in the road and either send you in a direction of productive days or unproductive ones. The 2-minute rule states that when you start a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes to do it. The more you ritualize the beginning of the process, the more likely it'll become that you can slip into a state of deep focus that is required to do great things. Standardize before you optimize. You can't improve a habit that doesn't exist. Chapter 14, How to Make Good Habits Inevitable and Bad Habits Impossible. In the summer of 1830, Victor Hugo was facing an impossible deadline. 12 months earlier, the French author had promised his publisher a new book, but instead of writing, he spent that year pursuing other projects, entertaining guests, and delaying his work. Frustrated, Hugo's publisher responded by settling and setting a deadline less than 6 months away. The book had to be finished by February 1831. Hugo concocted a strange plan to beat his procrastination. He collected all of the clothes and asked an assistant to lock them away in a large chest. He was left with nothing but to wear except a large shawl. Lacking any suitable clothing to go outdoor, he remained in his study and wrote furiously during the winter of 1830. The Hunchback of Notre Dame was published 2 weeks earlier, that January 14th, 1831. Sometimes success is less about making good habits easy and more about making bad habits hard. In the inversion of the third law of behavioral change, make it difficult. If you find yourself continually struggling to follow through with your plans, then you could take a page from Victor Hugo and make your bad habits more difficult by creating what psychologists call commitment device. A commitment device is a choice from which you make in the present that controls your actions in the future. It is a way of looking into the future behavior, bind you to good habits, and restrict you from bad habits. It's a way to lock in future behavior, bind you into good habits, and restrict you from bad ones. When Victor Hugo shuts his clothes away so he could focus on writing, he was creating a commitment of device. There are many ways to create a commitment device. You can reduce overeating by purchasing food in individual packages rather than bulk sizes. You can voluntarily ask to be added or banned on a list of casinos or online poker sites to prevent future gambling. I've even heard of athletes who have to make weight for a competition, choosing to leave their wallets at home during the week before weigh-in so they won't be tempted to buy any fast food. Is another example. My friend and fellow habits expert Nir Ayal purchased an outlet timer, which is an adapter from which he plugged in between his internet router and his power outlet. At 10 p.m. each night, the outlet timer cuts off power to the router. When the internet goes off, everyone knows it's time for bed. Commitment devices are useful because they enable you to take advantage of good intentions before you fall victim of temptation. Whenever I'm looking to cut calories, for example, I will ask the waiter to split my meal both in half of a box and to go and before the meal is served. I wait until the meal came and I told myself I'll just eat half, and it would never work. The key to change the task in such a way that it requires more work to get out of the good habit than to get started on it. If you're feeling motivated to get in shape, schedule a yoga session. Pay ahead of time. If you're excited about a business you want to start, email an entrepreneur you respect and set up a consulting call. When time comes to act, the only way to bail is to cancel the meeting, which requires effort and may cost money. Commitment devices increase the odds that you'll do the right thing in the future by making bad habits difficult in the present. However, we can do even better. We can make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. How to automate a habit and never think about it again. John Henry Patterson was born in Dayton, Ohio, 1844. He spent his childhood doing chores with the family farm and working in shifts at his father's sawmill. After attending a college at Dartmouth, Patterson returned to Ohio and opened a small supply store for coal miners. It seemed like a good opportunity. The store faced little competition and enjoyed a steady stream of customers, but still struggled to make money. That was when Patterson discovered that his employees were stealing from him. In the mid-1800s, employee theft was a common problem. Receipts were kept in an open drawer and could easily be altered and discarded. There were no video cameras to review behavior and no software to track transactions. Unless you were willing to hover over your employees every minute of the day or to manage all transactions yourself, it was very difficult to prevent theft. As Peterson mulled over the predicament, he came across an advertisement for a new invention called the Ritty's Incorruptible Cashier. Designed by fellow Dayton resident James Ritty, it was the first cash register. The machine automatically locked the cash and the receipts inside after each transaction. Patterson bought two for $50 each. Employees' theft at the store vanished overnight. It was next to 6 months Patterson's business went from losing money to making $5,000 in profit, the equivalent of more than $100,000 today. Patterson was so impressed with the machine that he changed businesses. He bought the rights to Ritty's invention and opened up a National Cash Register Company. 10 years later, the National Cash Register had over 1,000 employees and was on the way to becoming one of the most successful businesses of all time. The best way to break into a bad habit is to make it impractical to do. Increase the friction until you don't even have the option to act. The brilliance of a cash register was to automate ethical behavior by making stealing practically impossible. Rather than trying to change the employees, it made the preferred behavior automatic. Some actions like installing a cash register pay off again and again. These one-time choices require a little bit of effort on the front end, but create increasing value over time. I'm fascinated by the idea that a single choice can deliver returns again and again, and I've surveyed my readers on the favorite one-time actions that led to a better long-term habit. The table on the following page shares some of the most popular answers. I'd wager that if the average person were simply to do half of the one-time actions on this list, even if they didn't give another thought to their habits, which would find themselves living a better life a year from now. These one-time actions are a straightforward way to employ the third law of behavioral change. They make it easier to sleep well, eat healthy, be productive, save money, and generally live better. The one-time actions that lock in good habits. One-time actions that lock in good habits. Nutrition. Buy water filters to clean up your drinking water. Use smaller plates to reduce caloric intake. Happiness. Get a dog or a cat. Move to a friendly social neighborhood. Sleep. Buy a good mattress. Get blackout curtains. Remove your television from the bedroom. General health. Get vaccinated. Buy good shoes to avoid back pain. Buy a supporting chair or a standing up desk. Productivity. Unsubscribe from emails. Turn off notifications and mute group chats. Set your phone on silent. Use email filters to clear up your inbox. Delete games and social media apps on your phone. Finance. Enroll in an automatic savings plan. Set up automatic bill pay. Cut cable service. Ask service provider to lower your bills. Of course, there are many ways to automate good habits and eliminate bad ones. Typically, they involve putting technology to work for you. Technology can transform actions that were once hard and annoying and complicated into behaviors that are easy, painless, simple. It's the most reliable and effective way to guarantee the right behavior. This is particularly useful in behaviors that happen to infrequently become habitual. Things that you have to do monthly or yearly, like rebalancing or investing a portfolio, are never repeated frequently enough to become a habit, so they benefit in particular from technology remembering to do them for you. Other examples include medicine. Prescriptions can automatically be refilled. Personal finance. Employees can save for retirement with an automatic wage deduction. Cooking. Meal delivery services can do grocery shopping. Productivity. Social media browsing can also be cut off with a website blocker. When you automate as much as your life is possible, you can spend more effort in tasks machines cannot do yet. Each habit that we have over the authority of technology frees up time and energy to pour into the next stage of growth. As a mathematician and philosopher Alfred North Whitehead wrote, civilization advances by extending the number of operations we can perform without thinking about them. Civilization advances by extending the number of operations we can perform without thinking about them. Of course, the power of technology can work against us as well. Binge watching becomes a habit because you have to put more effort in the stop, look at the screen for another continuing to do so time. Instead of pressing a button in advance to the next episode, Netflix, YouTube will automatically just play it for you as you go, and all you have to do is keep your eyes open. Technology creates a level of convenience that enables you to act on the smallest whims or desires. At the mere suggestion of hunger, you can have food delivered to your door. At the slightest hint of boredom, you can get lost in a vast expanse of social media. When the effort required to act on your desires becomes effectively zero, you could find yourself slipping into whatever impulses arises at the moment. The downside of automation is that we could find ourselves jumping from one easy task to another easy task without making any time for any difficult, but ultimately more rewarding work. I often find myself gravitating towards social media during downtime. If I feel bored or just a fraction of a second, I reach for my phone. It's easy to write off these minor distractions as just taking a break, but over time they can accumulate into serious issues. The constant tug of just one more minute can prevent me from doing anything of consequence. I'm not the only one. The average person spends over 2 hours per day on social media. What would you do with the extra 600 hours a year? 600 hours a year. During the year I was writing this book, I experimented with a new time management strategy. Every Monday, my assistant would reset all the passwords on my social media accounts, would log me out on each device all week. I would work without the distraction. On Friday, she would send me the new passwords. I had the entire weekend to enjoy the social media had to offer from until Monday morning, when she would do it again. If you don't have an assistant, team up with a friend or family member who can reset your passwords each week. One of the biggest surprises of how quickly I adapted within the first week of locking myself out of social media, I realized I didn't need to check it nearly as often as I had been. I certainly didn't need it each day, and I had simply been so easy that it had become a default. Once my bad habit became impossible, I discovered that it did actually have the motivation to work on more meaningful tasks. After I moved the mental candy from my environment, it became much easier to eat healthy stuff. When working your favor in automation, it can make a good habit. When working in your favor, automation can make your good habits inevitable and your bad habits impossible. It is the ultimate way to lock in your future behavior rather than relying on willpower in the moment. By utilizing commitment, devices, strategy, one-time decisions, and technology, you can create an environment of inevitability, a space where good habits are not just an outcome you can hope for, but an outcome that is virtually guaranteed. Chapter summary. The inversions of the third law of behavioral change is make it difficult. The commitment device is a choice you make in the present that locks in better behavior in the future. The ultimate way to lock in future behavior is to automate your habits. One-time choices like buying a better mattress or enrolling in an automatic savings plan are single actions that can automate your future habits and deliver increasing returns over time. Use technology to automate your habits in the most reliable, effective way to guarantee the right behavior. How to create good habits on the chart. The first law, make it obvious. Fill out habit scorecards, write down your current habits and become more aware of them. Number 2, use implementation intentions. I will blank behavior at a certain time in a certain location. Number 3, use habit stacking. After your current habit you're already doing, use the new habit right after. Number 4, design your environment. Make the cues for good habits obvious and visible. The second law, make it attractive. Use temptation bundling. Pair an action that you want to do with an action that you need to do. Number 2 of 2. Join the culture where your desired behavior is a normal behavior. Number 3, create a motivational ritual. Do something you enjoy immediately before a difficult habit. The third law, make it easy. Reduce friction, decrease the number of steps between you and good habits. Prime the environment. Prepare your environment to make future actions easier. Master the decisive moment. Optimize the small choices that deliver outsized impact. Use the 2-minute rule. Downscale your habits until they can be done in 2 minutes or less. Automate your habits. Invest in technology and one-time purchases that lock in future behaviors. The fourth law, make it satisfying. How to break a bad habit. The first law, the inversion of the first law. Make it invisible. Reduce exposure. Remove the cues of the bad habits from your environment. Number 2, make it unattractive. Reframe your mindset. Highlight the benefits of avoiding the bad habits. Number 3, inversions of the third law. Make it difficult. Increase friction. Increase the numbers of steps between you and your bad habits. Use a commitment device, restricting your future choices to the ones that benefit you. The fourth law, make it unsatisfying. The fourth law, make it satisfying. Chapter 15, the cardinal rule of behavioral change. In the late 1990s, a public health worker named Stephen Lubby left his hometown in Omaha, Nebraska, and bought a new one-way ticket to Karachi, Pakistan. Karachi was one of the most popular cities in the world by 1998. Over 9 million people called it home. It was an economic center of Pakistan and the transportation hub, with some of the most active airports and seaports in the region. In the commercial parts of town, you could find all the standard urban amenities and bustling downtown streets, but Karachi was also one of the least livable cities in the world. Over 60% of Karachi's residents lived in squatter settlements and slums. These densely packed neighborhoods were filled with makeshift houses, cobbled together from old boards, cinder blocks, and other discarded materials. There was no waste removal system, no electrical grid, no clean water supply. When dry, the streets were a combination of dust and trash. When wet, they became a muddy pit of sewage. Mosquito colonies thrived in pools of stagnant water, and children played among the garbage. The unsanitary conditions led to widespread illnesses and disease. Contamination water sources cause epidemics of diarrhea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. Nearly 1/3 of the children living there were malnourished. With so many people crammed in such a small space, viruses and bacterial infections spread rapidly. It was this public health crisis that had brought Stephen Lubby to Pakistan. Lubby and his team realized that it was an environment with poor sanitation. The simple habit of washing your hands could make a real difference in the health of the residents. But they soon discovered that the many people were already aware of hand washing was important, yet despite the knowledge of many residents were not washing their hands in haphazard fashion. Some people would just run their hands under the water quickly. Others would only wash one hand. Many would simply forget to wash their hands before preparing food. Everyone said hand washing was important, but few people made a habit out of it. The problem wasn't knowledge, the problem was consistency. That was when Lubby and his team partnered with Procter & Gamble to supply the neighborhood with Safeguard soap. Compared to your standard bar of soap, using Safeguard was a more enjoyable experience. In Pakistan, Safeguard was a premium soap. Lubby told me the study participants commonly mentioned how much they liked it. The soap foamed easily, and the people were able to lather their hands with it. It smelled great. Instantly, hand washing became slightly more pleasurable. I see the goal of hand washing promotion, not a behavioral change, but a habit adoption. Lubby said, it's a lot easier for people to adopt products than provides a strong positive sensory signal. For example, the mint taste of toothpaste. That is to adopt a habit that does not provide pleasurable sensory feedback like flossing one's teeth. The marketing team of Procter & Gamble talked about trying to create a positive hand-washing experience. Within months of the research, they saw a rapid shift in the health of the children and in the neighborhood. The rate of diarrhea fell by 52%, pneumonia fell by 48%, impetigo and bacterial skin infections by 35%. The long-term effects were even better. We went back to some of the households in Karachi 6 years later. Lubby told me over 95% of the households who have been given the soap for free are encouraged to wash their hands with hand-washing stations with soap, water available when our study team visited. We had not given any soap to the intervention groups for over 5 years, but during the trial they had become habituated to wash their hands, that they had maintained the practice. It was powerful. It was an example of the fourth and final law of behavioral change. Make it satisfying. We are more likely to repeat behavior when the experience is satisfying. This is entirely logical. Feelings of pleasure, even minor cues like washing your hands with soap that smells nice and lathers well, are signals that tell the brain, this feels good, do this again next time. Pleasure teaches the brain that behavior is worth remembering and repeating. Take a story of chewing gum. Chewing gum had been sold commercially throughout the 1800s. But it wasn't until Wrigley launched in 1891 and became a worldwide habit. Early versions were made from relatively bland resins, chewy but not very tasty. Wrigley revolutionized the industry by adding flavors like spearmint and juicy fruit, which made the product powerful and fun to use. Then it went a step further and began pushing chewing gum and pathways to a clean mouth. Advertisements told readers to refresh your taste. Tasty flavors and filling of the fresh mouth provided the habits of an immediate reinforcement and made the product satisfying to use. Consumption skyrocketed, and Wrigley became the largest chewing gum company in the world. Toothpaste had a similar trajectory. Manufacturers enjoyed great success, and they were adding flavors, spearmint, peppermint, cinnamon to their products. These flavors don't improve the effectiveness of the toothpaste. They simply create a clean mouth, a feel that makes the experience of brushing your teeth even more pleasurable. My wife actually stopped using the Sensodyne because she didn't like the aftertaste. She switched to the brand's stronger mint flavors, which proved to be more satisfying. Conversely, it was an experience. It's not satisfying. We have little reasons to repeat it. In my research, I came across a story of a woman who had a narcissistic relative who drove her nuts. In an attempt to spend less time with an egomaniac, she acted on as boring as possible whenever he was around. With the few encounters, he started avoiding her because he found her so uninteresting. Stories like these are evident in the cardinal rule of behavioral change. What is rewarded is repeated. What is punished is avoided. You learn what to do in the future based on what you were rewarded for doing or punished for doing in the past. Positive emotions cultivate habits. Negative emotions destroy them. The first 3 laws of behavioral change: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy. Increase the odds that the behavior will become performed this time. The 4th law of behavioral change: make it satisfying. Increase the odds that the behavior will be repeated next time. It completes the habit loop. But there's a trick. We are not looking for just any type of satisfaction. We're looking for an immediate satisfaction. The mismatch between immediate and delayed rewards. Imagine you're an animal roaming the plains of Africa, a giraffe or an elephant or a lion. On any given day, most of your decisions have an immediate impact. You're always thinking about what to eat or where to sleep or how to avoid a predator. You're constantly focused on the present and the very near future. You live in what scientists call an immediate return environment because your actions instantly deliver clear and immediate outcomes. Now switch back to your human self. In modern society, many of the choices you make today will not benefit you immediately. If you do a good job, you'll get a paycheck in a few weeks. If you exercise today, perhaps you won't be overweight next year. If you save money now, you'll have enough money for retirement decades from now. You'll live in what scientists call the delayed return environment because you can work for years before your actions deliver the intended payoff. The human brain did not evolve for life in a delayed return environment. The earliest remains of modern humans, known as Homo sapiens, are approximately 200,000 years old, and these were the first humans to have brain relatively similar to ours. In particular, The neocortex, the newest part of the brain and the region responsible for higher functions like language, was roughly the same size 200,000 years ago as it is today. You're walking around with the same hardware as the Paleolithic ancestors. It is only recently, during the last 500 years or so, that society has shifted to a predominantly delayed return environment. Compared to an age of the brain, modern society is brand new. In the last 100 years, we have seen the rise of the car, airplane, television, personal computers, internet, smartphone, Beyonce. The world has changed much in recent years, but humans, nature, has changed very little. Similar to the animals in Africa and the savannah, our ancestors spent days responding to grave threats, securing the next meal, taking shelter from a storm. It made sense to place high value on instant gratification. The distant future was less of a concern, and after thousands of generations in an immediate return environment, our brains evolved to prefer quick payoffs to long-term ones. Behavioral economists refer to the tendency of time inconsistency. This is the way your brain evaluates rewards in an inconsistent across time, and is inconsistent across time. You value the present more than the future. Usually, this tendency serves us well. A reward for a certain right now is typically more worth than a merely possible in the future, but occasionally our bias towards instant gratification causes problems. Why would somebody smoke if they know it can increase the risk of lung cancer? Why would somebody overeat when they know it increases the risk of obesity? Why is someone having unsafe sex when they know it could result in a sexually transmitted disease? Once you understand how the brain prioritizes rewards, the answers become clear. The consequences of the brain are delayed while the rewards are immediate. Smoking might kill you in 10 years earlier, but it reduces stress and eases up your nicotine cravings now. Overeating is harmful in the long run, but appetizing in the moment. Sex is safe and not provides a pleasure right away. Disease and infection won't show up for days or weeks or years later. Even habits produce multiple outcomes across time. Unfortunately, these outcomes are often misaligned. With our bad habits, the immediate outcome usually feels good, but the ultimate outcome feels bad. With good habits, it is the reverse. The immediate outcome is enjoyable, but the ultimate outcome feels good. The French economist Frédéric Bastiat explained the problem clearly when he wrote, "It almost always happens that when the immediate consequence is favorable, the later consequences are disastrous, or vice versa. Often the sweeter the first fruit of habit, the more bitter are its later fruits." Put another way, the cost of your good habits are in the present, and the cost of your bad habits are in the future. The brain tendencies to prioritize the present moment means you can't rely on good intentions. When you make a plan to lose weight, write a book, learn a language, you're actually making plans for the future self. When you envision what you want and the life to be like, it's easier to see the value in taking actions with long-term benefits. We all want better lives for our future selves. However, when the moment of decision arrives, instant gratification usually wins. You're no longer making a choice of future you, your dreams to be fitter, wealthier, happier. You're choosing your present you. You want to be full, pampered, entertained. As a general rule, your more immediate pleasure you get from an action is more strong. Then you should be questioning what aligns you with a long-term goal. With a fuller understanding of what causes our brain to repeat some behavior and avoid others, let's update the cardinal rule of behavioral change. What is immediately rewarded is repeated. What is immediately rewarded is repeated. What is immediately punished is avoided. Our preferences for instant gratification reveal an important truth about success. Because of how we are wired, most people will spend all day chasing quick habits of satisfaction. The road less traveled is the road delayed in gratification. If you're willing to wait for the rewards, you'll face less competition and often get a bigger payoff. As the saying goes, the last mile is always the last crowded. This is precisely what researchers have shown. People are better at delaying gratification to have higher SAT scores, lower levels of substance abuse, lower likeliness of obesity, better responses in stress, and superior social skills. We've all seen this play out in our own lives. If you delay watching television, you get the homework done, you'll generally learn more and get better grades. If you don't buy desserts and chips in the store, you'll often eat healthier food when you get home. At some point, success in nearly every field requires you to ignore an immediate reward in favor for this delayed reward. Here's the problem. Most people know that the delayed gratification has a wise approach. They want the benefit of the good habits to be healthy, productive, at peace, but those outcomes are seldom the top of the decision moment. Thankfully, it's possible to train yourself to delay gratification, but you need to work on the grain of human nature, not against it. The best way to do this is to add a little bit of immediate pleasure to the habits that pay off in the long run, and a little bit of immediate pain to the ones that don't. How to turn instant gratification to your advantage. The vital thing is getting a habit to stick and to feel successful, even if it's a small way. The feeling of success is a signal that your habit paid off and that your work will be worth the effort. In a perfect world, the reward will be a good habit is the habit itself. In the real world, good habits tend to feel worthwhile only after you have provided with you something early on. It's all sacrifice. You've gone to the gym a few times and you're getting a little bit stronger, fitter, faster. At least you're not in any noticeable sense. The only months later, once you shed a few pounds or your arms gain some definition, that it becomes easier to exercise for your own sake. In the beginning, you need reasons to stay on track. This is an immediate rewards that are essential. They keep you excited while your delayed rewards accumulate in the background. What we're really talking about here is when we're discussing immediate rewards is the ending of a behavior. The ending of an experience is vital because we tend to remember it more than the phases. You want the ending of your habit so satisfying. The best approach is to reinforce and to use reinforcement, which refers to the process of using an immediate reward to increase the rate of behavior. Habit stacking, which we covered in chapters 5, ties the habit in an immediate cue, which makes it obvious when to start. Reinforcement ties the habit to an immediate reward, which makes it satisfying when you finish. Immediate reinforcement can be especially helpful when dealing with habits of avoidance, which are behaviors you want to stop doing. It can be challenging to stick to your habits, like no frivolous purchases or no alcohol this month, because nothing happens when you skip happy hour drinks and don't buy the pair of shoes. It can be hard to feel satisfying when there's no action in the first place. All you're doing is resisting temptation. There isn't much satisfaction about that. One solution is to turn the situation on its head. You want to make an avoidance simple and visible? Open a savings account and label it something you want, maybe leather jacket. Whenever you pass a purchase, put the same amount of money in the account, skip the morning latte, transfer 5, pass on another Netflix, move $10 over. It's like creating a loyalty program for yourself. The immediate reward is seeing yourself save some money towards the leather jacket. And that feels a lot better than just being deprived. You're making it satisfying to do nothing. One of the readers of my friends used a similar setup. They wanted to stop eating out so much they started cooking altogether. They labeled their savings account trip to Europe. Whenever they skipped going out to eat, they transferred $50 into that account. At the end of the year, they put the money towards a vacation. It is worth noting that it's important to select a short-term reward and reinforce the identity rather than the one that conflicts with it. Buying a new jacket is fine if you're trying to lose weight and read more books, but if it doesn't work out, you're trying a budget to save money instead of taking a bubble bath or going in a leisurely walk, or good examples of rewarding yourself with free time, which aligns with an ultimate goal or more, freedom. Similarly, if your reward for exercise is eating a bowl of ice cream, then you're casting votes on conflicting identities, and it ends of being in a wash. Instead, maybe there's a reward of a massage, which is both luxury and a vote towards taking care of your body. Now, the short-term reward is aligned with your long-term vision of being in a healthy body and a healthy person. Eventually, as extrinsic rewards like a better mood, more energy, reduced stress kick in, you'll be less concerned with chasing secondary rewards. The identity itself becomes reinforced. You do it because it's who you are and it feels good to be you. The more habit becomes more of a part of your life, the less you need outside encouragement to follow through. Incentives start to become your habits. Identity sustains a habit. That said, it takes time for evidence accumulating into a new identity to emerge. Immediate reinforcement helps maintain motivation in the short term while you're waiting for long-term rewards to arrive. In summary, a habit needs to be enjoyable for it to last. So, bits of reinforcements like soap that smell great, toothpaste that's refreshing mint, flavor of seeing $50 hit your savings account can all be an immediate pleasure you need to enjoy a habit, and change is easy when it's enjoyable. Chapter summary. The fourth law of behavioral change is making it satisfying. We are more likely to repeat a behavior when the experience is satisfying. The human brain evolved to prioritize immediate rewards for delayed rewards. The cardinal rule of behavioral change is what is immediately rewarded is repeated. What is immediately punished is avoided. To get a habit to stick, you need to feel immediately successful, even if in a small way. The first three laws of behavioral change: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy. Increase the odds that the behavior will be performed this time. The fourth law of behavioral change is make it satisfying. Increase the odds that the behavior will be repeated next time. Chapter 16, How to Stick with Good Habits Every Day. In 1993, a bank in Abbotsford, Canada, hired 23-year-old stockbroker named Trent Dursmid. Abbotsford was relatively a small suburb tucked away in the shadow of a nearby Vancouver, where most of the big business deals were being made. Given the location and the fact that Dursmid was a rookie, nobody expected too much of him, but he made brisk progress thanks to a simple daily habit. Dursmid began each morning with 2 jars on his desk. One was filled with 120 paper clips, the other was empty. As soon as he settled in each day, he would make a sales call. Immediately after, he would move one paper clip over to fill the jar empty, and in the process again and again. Every morning he would start with 120 paper clips in the jar. It would keep a daily, and he would keep dialing on the phone until he had moved them all into the second jar, he told me. Within 8 months, Dursmid was bringing in $5 million to the firm. By age 24, he was making $75,000 per year, equivalent to $125,000. Not long after that, he landed a 6-figure job with another company. I like to refer to this technique as the paperclip strategy, and over the years, I've heard from readers who have employed it in a variety of ways. One woman shifted a hairpin to the container to another whenever she wrote a page in her book. Another had moved a marble from one bin to the next after each set of push-ups. Making progress is satisfying. Visual measures like moving paperclips and hairpins or marbles provide clear evidence of your progress. As a result, they reinforce your behavior and a little bit of immediate satisfaction to any activity. Visual measurements comes from many forms: food journals, workout logs, loyalty punch cards, the progress bar on a software download, even the page numbers in a book. But perhaps the best way to measure your progress is with a habit tracker. How do you keep your habits on track? A habit tracker is a simple way to measure whether you did the habit. The most basic format is to get a calendar and cross off each day that you stick with the routine. For example, if you meditate on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, each of those dates get an X. As the time rolls by, the calendar becomes a record of your habit streak. Countless people have tracked their habits, but perhaps the most famous was Benjamin Franklin. Beginning at age 20, Franklin carried a small booklet everywhere he went and used it to track 13 personal virtues. The list is included: lose no time, be always employed in something useful, and avoid trifling conversations. At the end of the day, Franklin would open up his booklet and record his progress. No more trifling conversations. Jerry Seinfeld reported using a habit tracker to stick to his streak of writing jokes. In a documentary, comedian, he explained that the goal is simply to never break the chain of writing jokes every day. In other words, he would not focus on how good or bad any particular joke was or how inspired he feels. He simply focused on showing up and adding to the streak. Do not break the chain. It's a powerful mantra. Don't break the chain of sales calls as you build a successful book of business. Don't break the chain of workouts as you get fit and faster than you did expect. Don't break the chain of creating every day, and you will end up with an unimaginable portfolio. Habit tracking is it's so powerful because it leverages multiple laws of behavior change and simultaneously makes the behavior obvious, attractive, and satisfying. Let's break down each one. Benefit 1. Habit tracking is obvious. Recording your last action creates a trigger that can initiate your next one. Habit tracking naturally builds a series of visual cues, like a streak of X's on your calendar or the list of meals in your food log. When you track the calendar and you see the streak, you'll be reminded to take action again. Research has shown that people who track their progress on goals like losing weight, quitting smoking, lowering blood pressure are more likely to improve than those who don't track it. One study of more than 1,600 people found that those who kept a daily food log logged twice as much lost twice as much weight as those who did not. The mere act of tracking a behavior can spark the urge to change it. Habit tracking also keeps you honest. Most of us have distorted views of our own behavior. We think we act better than we do. Measurements offers one way to overcome the blindness to your own behavior and notice what's really going on each day. One glance at the paperclip in a container and you immediately know how much work you have or haven't been putting in. When the evidence is right in front of you, you're less likely to lie to yourself. Benefit 2. Habit tracking is attractive. The most effective form of motivation is progress. When we get a little bit of a signal that we're moving forward, we become more motivated to time down that path and to continue down that path. In this way, habit tracking can be more addictive and affect the motivation. Each small win feeds your desire. This can be particularly powerful on a bad day. When you're feeling down, it's easy to forget about all the progress that you've already made. Habit tracking provides a visual proof of your hard work, a subtle reminder of how far you've come. Plus, the empty square you see each morning can motivate you to get started because you don't want to lose your progress and break the streak. Benefit 3. Habit tracking is satisfying. This is the most crucial benefit of all. Tracking can become your own form of reward. It is satisfying to cross an item off the to-do list, to complete an entry in your workout log, or to mark an X on the calendar. It feels good to watch your results grow and the size of an investment portfolio, the length of book manuscripts, and it feels good when you're more likely to endure. Habit tracking also keep an eye on the ball. You're focusing on a process rather than a result. Keep your fixated and getting six-pack abs, then just keep trying to keep the streak alive and become the type of person who doesn't miss workouts. In summary, habit tracking creates a visual cue that could remind you. It could remind you to act, and inherently motivating because you see the progress you are making and don't want to lose it. Number 3, feeling satisfying whenever you record another successful instance in your habits. Furthermore, habit tracking provides a visual proof of what you are casting votes on for the type of person you wish to become, which is a delightful form of immediate and intrinsic gratification. You may be wondering, if a habit tracking is so useful, why have I waited so long to talk about it? Well, despite all these benefits I've left in the discussion until now, for a simple reason: many people resist the idea of tracking and measuring. It can feel like a burden because it forces you to get into two habits: the habit you're trying to build and the habit of tracking it. Counting calories sounds like a hassle when you're already struggling to follow a diet. Writing down every sales call seems tedious when you have got to get work done. It feels easier to say, I'll just eat less, or I'll just try harder, or I'll remember to do it. People inevitably tell me these things. I have a decision journal, but I wish I used it more. Or I recorded my workouts for a week, but then I quit. I've been there myself. And once the food log to track your calories, I managed to do it for one meal, and then I gave up. Tracking isn't for me, but there is no need to measure your entire life, but nearly anyone can benefit from it in some form, even if only temporary. What can we do to make tracking easier? First, whenever possible, measuring should be automatic. You'll probably be surprised how much you're already tracking without knowing it. The credit card statement tracks how often you go out. The Fitbit registers how many steps you take and how long you sleep. Your calendar records how many new places you travel to each year. Once you know where to get the data, add a note to your calendar and review it each week or each month, which is more practical than tracking it every day. Second, manual tracking should be limited to your most important habits. It's better to consistently track one habit than to sporadically track 10. Finally, record each measurement immediately after the habit occurs. The completion of the habit is the cue to write it down. The approach allows you to combine the habit stacking method mentioned in Chapter 5 with the habit tracking. The habit stacking plus habit tracking formula is: after the current habit, I will track my habit. After I hang up the phone from a sales call, I will remove one paperclip over. After I finish each set at the gym, I will record it in my workout journal. After I put a plate in the dishwasher, I will write down what I ate. These tactics can make tracking your habits easier. Even if you aren't the type of person who enjoys recording your behavior, I think you'll find a few weeks of measurements to be insightful. I always have been interested to see how you've actually been spending your time. That said, every habit streak ends at some point. And more importantly than any single measurement, to having a good plan for when your habit slides off track. How to recover quickly when your habit breaks down. No matter how consistent you are with your habits, it is inevitable that life will interrupt you at some point. Perfection is not possible. Before long, an emergency will pop up. You'll get sick, or you'll have to travel, or you'll have to go and work, or do something with the family, or the family would need a little bit more time. Whenever this happens, I try to remind myself of a simple rule: never miss twice. If I miss one day, I try to get back into it as quick as possible. Missing one workout happens, but I'm not going to miss 2 in a row. Maybe if I eat an entire pizza, but I'll follow up with a healthy meal. I can't be perfect. I can avoid a second lapse though. As soon as one streak ends, I can get started on the next one. The first mistake is never the one that ruined you. It's the spiral of repeated mistakes that follows. Missing one is an accident. Missing twice is the start of a new habit. This is a distinguishing feature between winners and losers. Anyone can have a bad performance and a bad workout, a bad day for work, but when successful people fail, they rebound quickly. The breaking of a habit doesn't matter if you're reclaiming it or if it is fast. I think the principle is so important that I'll stick to it, even if I can't do the habit well or completely as I would like. Too often we fall into an all or nothing cycle with the habits. The problem is not slipping up. The problem is thinking that you can't do something perfectly and then you shouldn't even do it at all. You don't realize how valuable it is just to show up on your bad or busy days. Lost days hurt you more than successful days help you. If you start with 100, then its 50% gain will take you to 150, but only need 33% loss to take you back to 100. In other words, avoiding 33% loss is just as valuable as achieving 50% gain. As Charlie Munger says, the first rule of compounding is never interrupted unnecessarily. This is why the bad workouts are often the most important ones. Sluggish days of the bad workouts maintain the compound gains you accrued from previous good days. Simply doing something, 10 squats, 5 sprints, a push-up, anything really is huge. Don't put up a 0. Don't let losses eat into the compounding. Furthermore, it's not always about what happens during the workout. It's about being the type of person who doesn't miss workouts. It's easy to train when you feel good. It's crucial to show up when you don't feel like it, even if you do less than you hope. Going to the gym for 5 minutes may not improve your performance, but it reaffirms your identity. It's an all or nothing cycle of behavioral change. In one pitfall that can derail your habits, another potential danger, especially if you're using a habit tracker, is measuring the wrong thing. Knowing when and what not to track as a habit. Say you're running a restaurant and you want to know if your chef is doing a good job. One way to measure the success is to track how many customers pay for each meal. If more customers come in, and food must be good. If fewer customers come in, something must be wrong. However, this one measurement, daily revenue, only gives a limited picture of what's really going on. Just because someone pays for a meal doesn't mean they enjoy the meal. Even dissatisfied customers are unlikely to dime and dash. In fact, if you're only measuring revenue, the food might be getting worse. And if you're making it up with the marketing and discounts or some other method instead, it may be more effective to track how many customers finish the meal, or perhaps how many customers who leave a generous tip. The dark side of tracking a particular behavior is that we become driven by the number rather than the purpose behind it. If success is measured by quarterly earnings, you will optimize the sales revenue and account for quarterly earnings. If your success is measured by lower numbers on the scale, you will optimize by lower numbers on the scale, even if that means embracing crush or crash diets, juice cleanses, fat loss pills. The human mind wants to win whatever game is being played. This pitfall is evident in many areas of life. We focus on working long hours instead of getting meaningful work done. We care more about getting 10,000 steps in than we do about being healthy. We teach for standardized tests instead of emphasizing learning, curiosity, the critical thinking. In short, we optimize what we measure when we're choosing the wrong measurement. We get the wrong behavior. This is sometimes referred to as the Goodhart's Law. The Goodhart's Law, named after economist Charles Goodhart, the principle states, when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. Measurements is only useful when it's guiding you and adds context to a larger picture, not when it's consuming you. Each number is simply one piece of feedback in an overall system. In our data-driven world, we tend to overvalue numbers and undervalue everything ephemeral, soft, and difficult to quantify. We mistakenly think the factors we can measure are the only factors that exist. But just because we can measure something doesn't mean that it's the most important thing. And just because you can't measure something doesn't mean it's a not important thing. All of this is to say, it's crucial to keep a habit tracker. It is a proper place. It can be satisfying to record a habit and track your progress, but the measurements are not the only thing that matters. Furthermore, there are many ways to measure progress, and sometimes it helps to shift your focus to something entirely different. This is the non-scale victories, and they can be effective for weight loss. The number on the scale may be stubborn. So if you focus solely on the number of the motivation, your motivation will sag. But you may notice that your skin looks better, or you wake up earlier, or your sex drive got a boost. All of these valid ways to track your improvement. If you're not motivated by the number on the scale, perhaps it's time to focus on different measurements. One that gives you more signals of progress. No matter how you measure your improvement, habit tracking offers a simple way to make your habits more satisfying. Each measurement provides a little bit of evidence that you're moving in the right direction, and a brief moment of immediate pleasure for a job well done. Chapter summary. One of the most satisfying feelings is the feeling of making progress. A habit tracker is a simple way to measure whether you did a habit, like marking an X on a calendar. Habit tracking and other visual forms of measurements can make your habit satisfying by providing clear evidence of your progress. Don't break the chain. Try to keep your habit streaks alive. Don't miss twice. If you miss one day, try to get back on track as quickly as possible. Just because you measure something doesn't mean that it's the most important thing. Chapter 17, How an Accountability Partner Can Change Everything. After serving as a pilot in World War II, Roger Fisher attended Harvard Law School and spent 34 years specializing in negotiation and conflict management. He founded the Harvard Negotiation Project, which worked with numerous countries and world leaders on peace resolutions, hostage crises, and diplomatic compromises. But it was in the 1970s and 1980s, at the threat of nuclear war, as it escalated, that Fisher developed perhaps the most interesting idea. At the time, Fisher was focused on designing strategies that could prevent nuclear war, and he had noticed a troubling fact. A sitting president would have access to launch codes that could kill millions of people, but would never actually see anyone die because he would always be thousands of miles away. My suggestion was quite simple, he wrote in 1981. Put that nuclear code in the little capsule and then implant that capsule next to the heart of a volunteer. The volunteer would carry with him a heavy bag, a heavy butcher's knife, and as he accompanied the president, if ever the president wanted to fire nuclear weapons, the only way that he could do it was so it would be for him first, with his own hands, to kill a human being. The president says, "George, I'm sorry, but tens of millions must die." But he has to look at someone and realize what death is. What an innocent death in blood on the White House carpet. It's reality brought home. When I suggested this to a friend in the Pentagon, they said, "My God, that's terrible. Having to kill someone would distort the president's judgment. He might never push the button." Throughout our discussion in the fourth law of behavior and change, we have covered the importance of making good habits immediately satisfying. Fisher's proposal is an inversion of the fourth law. Make it immediately unsatisfying. Just as we were more likely to repeat an experience when we ended is satisfying, we are also more likely to avoid an experience when ended is painful. Pain is an effective teacher. If a failure is painful, it gets fixed. If a failure is relatively painless, it'll get ignored. The more immediately and the more costly the mistake is, the faster you will learn from it. The threat of bad reviews forces plumbers to do a good job and be good at their job. The possibility of a customer never returning makes restaurants create good food. The cost of cutting the wrong blood vessel makes a surgeon master human anatomy and cut carefully. When the consequences are severe, people learn quickly. The most immediate in pain, the less likely the behavior. If you want to prevent bad habits and eliminate unhealthy behaviors, then adding an instant cost to the action is a great way to reduce the odds. We repeat bad habits because they serve us in some way and that it makes them hard to abandon. The best way I know to recover this predicament is to increase the speed of the judgment associated with the behavior. There can't be a gap between action and consequences. As soon as an action is occurring, in an immediate consequence, behavior begins to change. Customers pay their bills on time when they are charged a late fee. Students show up to class when their grade is linked to attendance. We'll jump through a lot of hoops to avoid little bits of immediate pain. There is, of course, a limit to this. If you're going to rely on punishment to change behavior, then the strength of the punishment must match relatively the strength of the behavior it is trying to correct. To be productive, the cost of procrastination must be greater than the cost of the action. To be healthy, the cost of laziness must be greater than the cost of exercise. Getting fined for smoking in a restaurant or failing to recycle adds consequence to the action. Behavior only shifts if the punishment is painful enough to reliably enforce. In general, the more local, tangible, concrete, and immediate the consequence, the more likely it is to influence individual behavior. The more global, intangible, vague, and delayed in the consequence, the less likely it is to influence an individual to change in behavior. Thankfully, there's a straightforward way to add an immediate cost to the bad habit. Create a habit contract. The habit contract. The first seat belt law was passed in New York December 1st, 1984. At the time, just 14% of the United States regularly wore a seatbelt, but that was all about to change. Within 5 years, over half of the nation had seatbelt laws. Today, wearing a seatbelt is enforceable by law in 49 out of 50 states. And it's not just the legislation. The number of people wearing seatbelts have changed dramatically. Well, from 2016, over 88% of the Americans buckled up each time they got in the car. In just 30 years, there was a complete reversal in the habits of millions of people. Laws and regulations are the example of how government can change our habits by creating a social contract, a society. We collectively agree to abide by certain rules and then enforce them as a group. Whenever a new piece of legislation impacts behavior, seatbelts, banning smoking inside restaurants, mandatory recycling, it's an example of a social contract shaping our habits. The group agrees to act in a certain way, and if you don't follow along, you'll be punished. Just as governments use laws to hold citizens accountable, you can create a habit contract to hold yourself accountable. A habit contract is a verbal written agreement to which you'll state your commitment to a particular habit and punishable that it will occur if you don't follow through. Then you'll find one of two people to act on your accountability as an accountability partner and sign off on the contract with you. Brian Harris, an entrepreneur from Nashville, Tennessee, was the first person to put this strategy into action. Shortly after the birth of his son, Harris realized he wanted to shed a few pounds. He wrote a habit contract between himself and his wife and a personal trainer. The first version read, Brian's number one objective for Q1 2017 is to start eating correct again so he feels better, looks better, and is able to hit a long-term goal of 200 pounds at 10% body fat. Below that statement, Harris laid out a roadmap for achieving his ideal outcome. Phase 1, number 1, get back to strict low-carb diets in the Q1. Phase 2, start a strict micronutrient tracking program by Q2. Phase 3, refine and maintain the details of your diet and workout program by Q3. Finally, he wrote out in each of the daily habits that would get him to his goal. For example, writing down all the foods that he consumes each day and weighs himself each day. And then he listed the punishment if he failed. If Brian doesn't do these 2 items, then the following consequences will be enforced. He will have to dress up each workday and each Sunday morning for the rest of the quarter. Dress up is defined as not wearing jeans, t-shirts, hoodies, and shorts. He will also give Joey, his trainer, $200 to use as he sees fit if he missed 1 day of logging food. At the bottom of the page, Harris and his wife and his trainer all signed the contract. My initial reaction was the contract seemed overly formal and unnecessary, especially for signatures, but Harris convinced me that signing the contract was to indication of a seriousness. Anytime I skip a part, he said, I start slacking almost immediately. 3 months later, after hitting target Q1, Harris upgraded his goals. The consequences escalated too. If he missed the carbohydrates and protein targets, he had to pay his trainer $100. If he failed to weigh himself in, he had to give his wife $500 to use as she saw fit. Perhaps most painfully, if he forgot to run sprints, he had to dress up for work every day and wear an Alabama hat for the rest of the quarter. The bitter rival of his beloved Auburn team. The strategy worked. With his wife, trainer, acting as accountability partners, and the habit contract clarifying exactly what to do each day, Harris lost weight. To make the habits unsatisfying, your best option is to make them painful in the moment. Creating a habit contract is straightforward. It's a way to do exactly that. Even if you don't want to create full-blown habit contracts, simply having an accountability partner is useful. The comedian Margaret Cho writes a joke or a song every day. She does the Song a Day challenge with a friend, which helps them both stay accountable. Knowing that someone is watching can be a powerful motivator. You are less likely to procrastinate or give up because there is an immediate cost. If you don't follow through, perhaps they'll see you as an untrustworthy or lazy. Suddenly, you are not only failing to uphold your promises to yourself, but also you're failing to uphold your promises to others. You can only automate this process. Thomas Frank, an entrepreneur in Boulder, Colorado, wakes up at 5:55 every morning. And if he doesn't, he has a tweet automatically scheduled that says, it's 6:10 and I'm not up because I'm lazy. Reply to this for a $5 via PayPal, limit 5, assuming my alarm didn't malfunction. We are always trying to present our best selves into the world. We comb our hair, brush our teeth, and dress ourselves carefully because we know these habits are likely to get a positive reaction. We want to get good grades and graduate from a top school to impress potential employers and mates and our friends and family. We care about our opinions and all those around us because it helps if others like us. This precisely is why getting an accountability partner is signing a habit contract can work so well. Chapter summary. The inversion of the fourth law of behavior changes. It makes it unsatisfying. The inversion of the fourth law of behavioral change is make it unsatisfying. We are less likely to repeat a bad habit if it's painful or unsatisfying. We're less likely to repeat a bad habit if it's painful and less satisfying. An accountability partner can create an immediate cost to inaction. We can care deeply about what others think, and we do not want others to have a lesser opinion of us. A habit contract can be used to add a social cost to any behavior. It makes the cost of violating your promises public and painful. Knowing that someone else is watching you can be powerful as a motivator. How to create a good habit. The first law, number 1, make it obvious. Fill out the habit scorecard, write it down on your current habits to become more aware of them. Number 2, use your implementation intentions. I will blank behavior at the time and blank location. Number 3, use habit stacking. After your current habit, do the new habit. Number 4, design your environment to make the cues of good habits obvious and visible. The law number 2, make it attractive. Use temptation bundling. Pair an action you want to do with an action you need to do. Join a culture where the desired behavior is the normal behavior. Number 3, create a motivational ritual. Do something you enjoy immediately before a difficult habit. The third law, make it easy. Reduce friction, decrease the number of your steps between you and your good habits. Prime the environment. Prepare your environments to make future actions easier. Master the decisive moment. Optimize the small choices that deliver outsized impacts. Use the 2-minute rule, downscale your habits until they can be done in 2 minutes or less. Automate your habits. Invest in technology and one-time purchases that lock into future behavior. The fourth law, make it satisfying. Use reinforcements. Give yourself an immediate reward when you complete a habit. Make doing nothing enjoyable when avoiding bad habits. Design a way to see the benefits. Use habit stackers. Keep track of your habit streaks. Don't break the chain. Never miss twice, never miss twice, never miss twice. When you forget to do a habit, make sure you get back on track immediately. How to break a bad habit. Inversion of the first law. Make it invisible. Reduce exposure. Remove the cues of this bad habit from your environment. Inversions of a second law. Make it unattractive. Reframe your mindset. Highlight the benefits of avoiding the bad habit. Number 3, make it difficult. Increase friction. Increase the number of steps you have to do to even do the bad habit. Use a commitment device. Restrict your future choices to the ones that benefit you. Inversion number 4, make it unsatisfying. Get your accountability partner. Ask someone to watch your behavior. Create a habit contract. Make the cost of the bad habit public and painful. Advanced Tactics. How to go from merely good to being truly great. Chapter 18. The truth about talent. When genes matter and when they don't. Many people are familiar with Michael Phelps, who is widely considered to be one of the best athletes in history. Phelps has won more Olympic medals not only than any swimmer, but also more than any Olympian in any sport. Fewer people know the name Hisham El Ghorrouj, but he was a fantastic athlete in his own right. El Ghorrouj is a Moroccan runner who holds 2 Olympic gold medals, and one is the greatest middle distance runners of all time. For many years, he held the world record in the mile, 1,500 meter and 2,000 meter races at the Olympic Games in Athens, Greece, 2004. He won a gold in the 1,500 meter, 5,000 meter race. These 2 athletes are widely different in many ways. For starters, one competed on land, the other on water, but most notably they differ significantly in height. El Ghorrouj is 5 feet 9 inches tall. Phelps is 6 feet 4 inches tall. Despite even 7 inches difference in height, the 2 men are identical in one respect. Michael Phelps and Hisham El Ghorrouj wear the same length inseam on their pants. How is this possible? Phelps has relatively short legs for the height and very long torso, the perfect build for a swimmer. El Ghorrouj has incredibly long legs and a short upper body, an ideal frame for distant running. Now, imagine the world-class athletes were to switch sports. Given the remarkable athleticism, could Phelps become an Olympic-caliber distant runner with enough training? It's unlikely. At peak fitness, Phelps weighs 194 with 40% heavier than El Ghorrouj, who competed at the ultralight 138 pounds. Taller runners are heavier runners, and every extra pound is a curse when it comes to distance running. Against elite competition, Phelps would be doomed from the start. Similarly, El Ghorrouj might be one of the best runners in history, but it is doubtful he would even qualify for the Olympics as a swimmer. In 1976, the average height of the Olympic gold medalist in the men's 1500 was 5 feet 10 inches. In comparison, the average height in the Olympics gold medalist in the men's 100-meter freestyle swim is 6 feet 4 inches. Swimmers tend to be tall and have long backs and arms, which are ideal for pulling through the water. El Ghorrouj would be a severe disadvantage before he even touched the pool. The secret to maximizing your odds of success is to choose the right field or competition. This is true for the habit change as it is with sports, business. Habits are easier to perform and more satisfying to stick with. When they align with your natural inclinations and abilities, like Michael Phelps in the pool or Hisham El Ghorrouj in the track, you would want to play a game where the odds are in your favor. Embracing this strategy requires the acceptance of a simple truth. People are born with different abilities, but people don't like to discuss this fact. On the surface, your genes seem to be fixed, and no fun to talk about things that you cannot control. Plus, phrases like biological determinism makes it sound like certain individuals are destined for success and others doomed to failure. But this is a short-sighted view of influence of genes on behavior. The strength of genetics is also their weakness. Genes cannot be easily changed, which means they provide a powerful advantage in favorable circumstances and a serious disadvantage. In unfavorable circumstances, if you want to dunk a basketball, being 7 foot tall is very useful. If you want to perform a gymnastics routine, being 7 foot tall is a very great hindrance. Our environment determines the suitability of our genes and the utility of our natural talents. When our environment changes, so do the qualities that determine success. This is true not just for physical characteristics, but for mental ones as well. I'm smart, and if you ask me about habits and human behavior, not so much when it comes to knitting, rocket propulsion, or guitar chords. Competence is highly dependent on context. The people who are at the top of the competitive field are not only well trained, but they're also well suited for the task. And this is why, if you want to be truly great, selection of the right place to focus is crucial. In short, genes do not determine your destiny. In short, genes do not determine your destiny. They determine your areas of opportunity. As a physician, Gabor Mate notes, genes can predispose, but they do not predetermine. The areas where you are genetically predisposed to success are the areas where the habits are more likely to be satisfying. The key is direct your efforts towards areas that both excite you and match your natural skills, to align your ambition with the ability. The obvious question is, how do I figure out where the odds are in my favor? How do I identify with the opportunities and habits that are right for me? The first place we will look for an answer is by understanding your personality, how your personality influences your habits. Your genes are operating beneath the surface of every habit, indeed beneath the surface of every behavior. Genes have been shown to influence everything from the number of hours you spend watching television to the likelihood to marry or divorce to your tendency to get addicted to drugs, alcohol, or nicotine. There's a strong genetic component to how obedient and rebellious you are when facing authority, how vulnerable or resistant you are to a stressful event, how proactive or reactive you tend to be, and even how captivated or bored you feel during sensory experiences like attending a concert. As Robert Plowman, a behavioral geneticist at King's College in London, told me, it is now at a point where we have stopped testing to see if traits have genetic component, because we literally can't find a single one that isn't influenced by our genes. Bundled together, your unique cluster of genetic traits predispose you to a particular personality. Your personality is a set of characteristics that are consistent from your situation to situation. The most proven scientific analysis of personality traits is known as the Big Five. The Big Five, which breaks them down into 5 spectrums of behavior. Number 1, openness to experience, from curious to inventive on one end to cautious and consistent on the other. Number 2, conscientious, organized, efficient, to easygoing and spontaneous. Number 3, extroversion, outgoing, energetic, solitary, and reserved. You likely know them as extroverts versus introverts. 4, agreeableness, friendly and compassionate to challenging and detached. Number 5, neuroticism, anxious and sensitive to confident, calm, and stable. All these characteristics have biological underpinnings. Extroverts, for instance, can be tracked from birth. If scientists play a loud noise in the nursing ward, some babies turn towards it while others turn away. When the researchers tracked these children throughout life, they found that these babies who turned towards the noise were more likely to grow up as extroverts. Those who turned away were more likely to become introverts. People who are high in agreeableness are kind, considerate, and warm. They also tend to have higher natural oxytocin levels in hormones that play an important role in social bonding, increases feelings of trust, and can act as a natural antidepressant. You can easily imagine how someone with more oxytocin might be inclined to build habits like writing, thank you notes, or organizing social events. As a third example, consider neuroticism, which is a personality trait all people possess to various degrees. People who are high in neuroticism tend to be anxious, worry more than others. This trait has been linked to hypersensitivity of the amygdala, the portion of the brain responsible for noticing threats. In other words, people who are more sensitive to negative cues in their environment are more likely to have high neuroticism. Our habits are not solely determined by personalities, but there are no doubt that our genes nudge us in a certain direction. Our deeply rooted preferences make certain behaviors easier for some than others. You don't have to apologize for these differences or feel guilty about them, but you do have to work with them. A person who scores lower on conscientiousness, for example, will be less likely to be ordered or orderly by nature and may need to rely more heavily on environment design to stick with good habits. As a reminder, for the less conscientious readers among us, the environment design is a strategy we discussed in chapters 6 and 12. The takeaway is that you should build habits that work for your personality. People can get ripped working out like a bodybuilder, but if you prefer rock climbing or cycling or rowing, then shape your exercise habits around your interests. If your friend follows a low-carb diet, but you find your low-fat works for you, then more power to you. If you want to read more, don't be embarrassed if you prefer steamy romance novels over nonfiction. Read whatever fascinates you. You don't have to build habits everyone tells you to build. Choose the habits that suits you, not the one that is most popular. There's a version of every habit that can bring you joy and satisfaction. Find it. Find it. Habits need to be enjoyed if they are going to stick. This is the core idea behind the fourth law. Tailoring your habits to your personality is a good start. This is not the end of the story. Let's turn our attentions to finding and designing situations where you're at a natural advantage. How to find game where the odds are in your favor. Learning to play a game where the odds are in your favor is critical for maintaining motivation and feeling successful. In theory, you can enjoy almost anything. In practice, you're more likely to enjoy the things that come easily to you. People who are talented in particular areas tend to be more competent at the task and are praised for doing a good job. They stay energized because they are making progress where others have failed, and because they get rewarded with better pay, bigger opportunities, which not only makes them happier, but also propels them to produce a higher quality work. It's a virtuous cycle. Pick the right habit and progress is easy. Pick the wrong habit and life is a struggle. How do you pick the right habit? The first step is something we should be, as we covered in the third law, make it easy. In many cases, when you pick a wrong habit, it simply means that they picked a habit that was just too difficult. When a habit is easy, you're more likely to be successful. When you are successful, you're more likely to be satisfied. However, there's another level to consider. In the long run, if you're continuing to advance and improve any area that could become challenging, at some point, you need to make sure that you're playing the right game for your skill set. How do you figure that out? The most common approach is trial and error. Of course, there's a problem with this strategy. Life is short. You don't have the time to keep trying everything or try a different career or date every eligible bachelor or play a musical instrument or even play a musical instrument. Thankfully, there's an effective way to manage your conundrum, and it is known as the explore-exploit trade-off. In the beginning of a new activity, there should be a period of exploration. In the relationship, it's called dating. In college, it's called liberal arts. In business, it's called split testing. The goal is to try many possibilities, research a broad range of ideas, and cast a wide net. After your initial period of this exploration, shift your focus to the best solution that you found, but keep experimenting occasionally. The proper balance depends whether you are winning or losing. If you're currently winning, you exploit. If you're currently losing, you continue to explore. In the long run, it is probably most effective for you on the strategy that seems to deliver the best results about 80-90% of the time, and keep exploring with the remaining 10-20%. Google famously asked employers to spend 80% of their work week on their official job and 20% of their projects of their choice, which thus led the creation of a blockbuster products like the AdWords and Gmail. The optimal approach also depends on how much time you have. If you have a lot of time, like someone in the beginning of their career, it makes more sense to explore, because once you find the right thing, you could still have a good amount of time to exploit it. If you're pressed for time, say as you come up with a deadline for a project, you should implement the best solution you've found so far and just get some results. If you explore different options, there's a series of questions you can ask yourself continually. Narrow in on the habits and the areas that will be most satisfying to you. What feels like fun to me but work to others? The mark of whether or not you're made for a task is not whether you love it, but whether or not you can handle the pain of the task easier than most people. When you are enjoying yourself while other people are complaining, the work that hurts you less, it hurts others, is the work you were made to do. The work that hurts you less than it hurts others is the work you were made to do. What makes you lose track of time? Flow is the mental state that you have to enter when you are so focused on a task at hand that the rest of the world fades away. This blend of happiness and peak performance is what athletes and performers experience when they are in the zone. It's nearly impossible to experience a flow state and not find a task satisfying, at least in some degree. Where do I get greater returns than the average person? Where do I get greater returns? We are continually comparing ourselves on those around us, and behavior is more likely to be satisfying when the comparison is in our favor. When I started writing the jamesclear.com, my email list grew very quickly. I wasn't quite sure what I was doing well, but I knew the results seemed to be coming in faster for me than for some of my other colleagues, which motivated me to just keep on writing. What comes naturally for me? Well, just a moment, ignore what you have been taught. Ignore what society has told you. Ignore what others expect of you. Look inside of yourself. Now ask, what feels natural to me? When I have felt alive? When have I felt like the real me? No internal judgments or people pleasing. No second guessing or self-criticism. Just feelings of engagement and enjoyment. Myself feelings of engagement and enjoyment. Whenever you feel authentic and genuine and then you are heading in the right direction. Authentic and genuine. To be honest, some of the process is just luck. Michael Phelps, Hichomel Gorouge, we're lucky to be born with those rare sets of abilities that are highly valued by society and to be placed in an ideal environment with those abilities. While we all have limited time on this planet, it's truly great among us are those who are not only hard workers, but also have the good fortune to be exposed to the opportunities that favor us. But what if you don't want to leave it up to luck? If you can't find a game where the odds are stacked in your favor, create one. Scott Adams, the cartoonist behind Dilbert, says, everyone has at least a few areas from which they could be in the top 25% with this effort. In my case, I could draw better than most people, but I'm hardly an artist. And I'm not any funnier than the average stand-up comedian who can make it big, but I'm funnier than most people. The magic in that few people can draw well and write jokes, it's the combination of the two that make what I do so rare. And when you add the business of background, suddenly I have a topic that a few cartoonists could hope to understand without living it. When you can't win by being better, you could win by being different. By combining your skills, you reduce a level of competition, which makes it easier to stand out. You can shortcut the need for genetic advantage for your years of practice by rewriting the rules. A good player works hard to win the game everyone else is playing. A great player creates a new game that favors their strengths and avoids their weaknesses. In college, I designed my own major, biomechanics, which was a combination of physics, chemistry, biology, and anatomy. I wasn't smart enough to stand out among the top physics or biology majors, so I created my own game. And because it suited me, I was the only one taking the course. I was very interested in it. Studying felt like it was less of a chore. It was also easier to avoid a trap of comparing myself to everyone else. After all, nobody else was taking the same combination of classes, so who could say if there was any better or worse? Specializing in a power way. Specialization is a powerful way to overcome the accident of bad genetics. The more you master a specific skill, the harder it becomes for others to compete with you. Many bodybuilders are strong over than the average arm wrestler, but even a massive bodybuilder may lose in arm wrestling because the arm wrestling champ is very specific strength. Even if you're not almost naturally gifted, you can often win by being the best in a very narrow category. Boiling water softens a potato but hardens an egg. You can't control whether you're a potato or an egg, but you can decide to play the game where it's better to be hard or soft. If you could find more favorable environment, you could transform the situation from where the odds are against you to where they are in your favor. How to get the most out of your genes. Our genes do not eliminate the need for hard work. Let's clarify that. Let's tell us what hard work. They tell us what to hard work on. Once you realize your strengths, We know when to spend our time and energy. We know which types of opportunities to look for, which types of challenges to avoid. The better we understand our nature, the better our strategy can be. Biological differences matter. Even so, it's more productive to focus on whether you're fulfilling your own potential than comparing yourself to someone else. The fact that you do have a natural limit to any specific ability has nothing to do with whether you're reaching for the ceiling of your own capabilities. People get so caught up in the fact that they have limits that they rarely exert the effort required to get close to them. Furthermore, genes can't make you successful if you're not doing the work. Yes, it's possible to get a ripped trainer at the gym that has better genes, but if you haven't put in the same reps, it's possible to say if you have been dealt a better or worse genetic hand. Until you work as hard as those you admire, don't explain away the success as luck. In summary, one of the best ways to ensure your habits remain satisfying over the long run is to pick behaviors that align with your personality and skills. Work hard on these things that come easy. Chapter summary. The secret of maximizing your odds of success is to choose the right field of competition. Pick the right habit and progress. Progress is easy. Pick the wrong habit and life is a struggle. Genes cannot be easily changed, which means they can provide a powerful advantage in favorable circumstances and serious disadvantages in unfavorable circumstances. Habits are easier when they align with your natural abilities. Choose the habits that best suit you. Play a game that favors your strengths. If you can't find a game that favors one, create one. Genes do not eliminate the need for hard work. They clarify it. They tell us what to work hard on. Chapter 19, The Goldilocks Rule, How to Stay Motivated in Life and Work. In 1955, Disneyland had opened in Anaheim, California, when a 10-year-old boy walked in and asked for a job. Labor laws were loose back then, and the boy managed to land a position selling guidebooks for 50 cents apiece. Within a year, he had transitioned to the Disney Magic Shop, where he learned tricks from the older employees. He experimented with the jokes and tried one simple routine on visitors. Soon he discovered what he loved was not the performing magic, but performing in general. He set his sights on becoming a comedian. Beginning of his teenage years, he started performing in the little clubs around Los Angeles. The crowds were small and his act was short. He was rarely on stage for more than 5 minutes. Most of the people of the crowd were too busy drinking and talking with their friends to even pay attention. One night, he literally delivered his stand-up routine to an empty club. It was glamorous work, but there was no doubt he was getting better. His first routines were only about 1 or 2 minutes, but high school, his material expanded, included 5 minutes of an act. A few years later, a 10-minute show, 19. He was performing weekly to 20 minutes at a time. He had read 3 poems during his first show to make the routine long enough, but his skills continued to progress. He spent another decade experimenting, adjusting, and practicing. He took a job in television writing, and gradually he was able to land his own appearance on a talk show. By the mid-1970s, he had worked out his way to being a regular guest on The Tonight Show and Saturday Night Live. Finally, after 15 years of work, this young man rose to the fame. He toured 60 cities, 63 days, and 72 cities in 80 days. And then he went to 85 cities in 90 days. He had 18,695 people attend one show in Ohio. After 45,000 tickets were sold for his 3-day show in New York, he catapulted to the top of the genre and became one of the most successful comedians of his time. His name is Steve Martin. Martin's story often offers a fascinating perspective on what it takes to stick to the habits for the long run. Comedy is not for the timid. It's hard to imagine a situation where that would strike fear into the hearts of more people than performing alone on stage and failing to get a single laugh. And yet Steve Martin faced this fear every week for 18 years. In his words, 10 years was spent learning, 4 years was spent refining, and then 4 years of wild success. He is at some point, what it is and why is it that at some point, like Martin, when you stick to your habits, whether practicing jokes, drawing cartoons, playing guitar, while most of the struggle is to stay motivated, how do we design habits that pull us rather than the ones that fade away? Scientists have been studying this question for many years. While there is still much to learn, one of the most consistent findings is that the way to maintain motivation is to achieve peak levels of desire to work out the tasks of just managing and having manageable difficulty. One of the most consistent findings is the way to maintain motivation and achieve peak levels of desire is to work on tasks of just manageable difficulty. The human brain loves a challenge, but only if it's within an optimal zone of difficulty. If you love tennis and try to play a serious match against a 4-year-old, you will quickly become bored. It's just too easy. You'll win every point. In contrast, if you play a professional tennis player like Roger Federer or Serena Williams, you'll quickly lose the motivation because the match is too difficult. Now, consider playing a tennis against someone who is your equal. As the game progresses, a few points you'll gain, a few points lose. You'll have a good chance of winning, but only if you really try. Your focus narrows, distractions fade away, you find yourself fully invested in the task at hand. This is a challenge of just manageable difficulty. It is a prime example of the Goldilocks rule. The Goldilocks rule states that humans experience peak motivation when humans are on task that are on the right of the edge of the current abilities. Not too hard, not too easy, just right. The Goldilocks rule states that humans experience peak motivation when working on tasks that are right on the edge of current abilities. Not too hard, not too easy, just right. Martin's comedy career is an excellent example of the Goldilocks rule in practice. Each year he expanded his comedy routine, but only by a minute or two. He was always adding material, but he also kept a few jokes that were guaranteed to get laughs. There was just enough victories to keep him motivated and just enough mistakes to keep him hard working. When you're starting a new habit, it's important to keep the behavior as easy as possible, as you can stick with it even when the conditions aren't perfect. This is the idea we covered in the detail while discussing the third law of behavioral change. Once a habit has been established, however, it's important to continue to advance in small ways. These little improvements and challenges keep you engaged. And if you hit the Goldilocks zone, you're right, you can achieve a flow state. Once you're in the Goldilocks state, you can enter the flow state. The Goldilocks rule on the chart. Maximum motivation occurs when facing a challenge or just manageable difficulty. In psychology research, this is known as the Yerkes-Dodson law. The Yerkes-Dodson law, which describes that optimal level of arousal as the midpoint between boredom and anxiety. Motivation. You have your boredom going down as it rises up. The Goldilocks rule is the peak of the top of the bar graph, and then it starts to drop, going into failure. The Goldilocks rule, the Goldilocks zone. The flow state is the experience of being in a zone, fully immersed in an activity. Scientists have tried to quantify this feeling. They found that to achieve a state of flow, a task must be roughly 4% beyond the current ability in real life, if it's typically not feasible to quantify the difficulty of an action in this way. But the core idea of the Goldilocks rule remains working on challenges and just manageable difficulty. Something on the parameter of an ability seems crucial for maintaining motivation. Improvement requires a delicate balance. You need to regularly research the challenges and push you on your own to the edge, while continuing to make enough progress to stay motivated. Behaviors need to remain in a novel and in order for them to stay attractive and satisfying. Without variety, we get bored, and boredom is perhaps the greatest villain of the quest for self-improvement. How to stay focused. When you get bored working on your goals, after a baseball career ended, I was looking for a new sport. I joined weightlifting teams. One day, I got an elite coach and visited the gym. He had worked with thousands of athletes during his long career, including a few Olympians. I introduced myself, and we began talking about the process of improvement. What's the difference between best athletes and everyone else? I asked. What do the really successful people do and most don't? He mentioned the factors in which you'd expect to know about genetics, luck, talent, but then he said something I wasn't expecting. At some point, it comes down to who handles the boredom of training every day, doing the same lifts over and over and over. His answer surprised me because it's difficult, and it is a difficult way of thinking about the ethic. People still are getting amped up to work on their goals. Whenever the business or sports or art, or you hear people say things like, it all comes down to passion, or you have to really want it. As a result, many of us get depressed when we lose the focus of our motivation because we think that the successful people have some bottomless reserve of passion. But this coach was saying But this coach was saying that really successful people feel the same lack of motivation as everyone else does. The difference is that they still find a way to show up despite the feeling of boredom. Mastery requires practice, but the more you practice something, the more boring and routine it can become. Once the beginner gains they have made, we have to learn to expect our interest to start to fade. Sometimes it happens even faster than that. All you have to do is hit the gym a few days in a row, publish a couple of blog posts and on time, and letting one day slip doesn't feel like much. Things are going well. It's easy to rationalize taking a day off because you're in a good place. The greatest threat to success is not failure, but boredom. We get bored with the habits because it stops delighting us. The outcome becomes expected, and as our habits become ordinary, we start derailing our progress to seek novelty. Perhaps this is why we get caught up in a never-ending cycle of jumping from one workout to the next, one diet to the next, one business idea to the next. As soon as we are experienced with the slightest dip in motivation, we begin seeking a new strategy, even the old one, even if it was still working. As Machiavelli noted, men desire novelty to such an extent that those who are doing well wish for a change as much as those who are doing badly. Perhaps this is why many of the most habit-forming products are those that provide a continuous form of novelty. Video games provides visual novelty. Porn provides sexual novelty. Junk food provides culinary novelty. Each of these experiences offer continual elements of a surprise. In psychology, this is known as the variable reward. The variable reward. Slot machines are the most common real-world example. A gambler hits a jackpot every now and then, but not at any predictable interval. The pace of rewards varies. This variance leads to the greatest spike of dopamine, enhances memory recall, accelerates habit formation. You have to have the spikes of dopamine. Variable rewards won't create a craving. That is, you can't take a reward people are uninterested in, give it to them at a variable interval, and then hope it'll change their mind, but they are powerful ways to amplify your cravings. We are already experiencing because they reduce boredom. The sweet spot of desire occurs at the 50-50 split between success and failure. Half of the time you get what you want, half of the time you don't. You need just enough winning to experience satisfaction, but just enough wanting to experience the desire. This is one of the benefits of following the Goldilocks rule. If you're already interested in the habit, working on challenges, or of just managing difficulty, it's a good way to keep things interesting. Of course, not all habits have a variable reward component, and you wouldn't want them to. If Google only delivered a useful search result some of the time, it would switch to a competitor pretty quickly. If Uber only picked up half of my trips, I doubt I'd be using that service much longer. And if I flossed my teeth each night only sometimes and ended up with a clean mouth, then I'd think I'd skip it. Variable rewards or not, no habit will stay interesting forever. At some point, everyone faces the same challenges on the journey of self-improvement. You have to fall in love with boredom. We all have goals that we need, that we would like to achieve, and dreams that we would like to fulfill. But it doesn't matter what you're trying to become. Just become better at it. If you only do the work when it's convenient or exciting, you'll never be consistent enough to achieve a remarkable result. I can guarantee that if you manage to start to build your habit and keep sticking to it, there will be days when you feel like quitting. There'll be like starting a business. There will be days where you don't feel like showing up. When you're at the gym, there'll be days you don't feel like finishing. When it's time to write, there will be days that you don't feel like typing. But stepping up when it's annoying or painful or draining to do so, that's what makes the difference between a professional and an amateur. Professionals stick with schedule. Amateurs let life get away. Professionals know what is important for them, working towards it with a purpose. Amateurs get off course by urgencies of life. David Kane, an author of Meditation, encourages his students to avoid being fair weather mediators. Fair weather mediators. Similarly, you don't want to be a fair weather athlete or fair weather writer or fair weather anything. When a habit is truly important to you, you have to be willing to stick to it in any mood. Professionals take action, even when the mood isn't right. They may not be enjoying it, but they find a way to put in the reps. There have been a lot of sets that haven't felt like finishing, but I've never regretted doing the workout. There have been a lot of articles I haven't felt like writing, but I never regretted publishing the schedule. There have been a lot of days I felt like relaxing, but I never regretted showing up and working on something that was important to me. The only way to become excellent is to have an endless fascination by doing the same thing over and over again. The only way to become excellent is to have an endless fascination by doing something over and over again. You have to fall in love with boredom. Chapter summary. The Goldilocks rule states that humans experience peak motivation when working on tasks that are right at the edge of their current abilities. The greatest threat to success is not failure, but boredom. As in habit become in a routine, they become less interested and less satisfying. We get bored. Anyone can work hard and they feel motivated, but it's the ability to keep on going when work isn't exciting that makes the difference. Professionals stick to a schedule. Amateurs let life get away. Chapter 20, the downside of creating good habits. Habits create the foundation for mastery. In chess, it is only after the basic moves of the pieces have become automatic that a player can focus on the next level of the game. Each chunk of information that is memorized opens up the mental space for more effortless thinking. This is true for any endeavor. When you know the simple movements so well that you can perform them without even thinking, you are free to pay attention to more advanced details. In this way, habits are backbones of any pursuit of excellence. However, the benefits of habits come at a cost. At first, each repetition develops fluency, speed, and skill. But then the habit becomes automatic. You have become less sensitive to the feedback. You fall into the mindless repetition. It becomes easier to let mistakes slide. When you can do a good enough or an autopilot, you stop thinking about how to do it better. The upside of habits is that you can do things without thinking. The downside of habits is that you can get used to doing things a certain way and stop paying attention to the little errors. You assume you're getting better, but you're gaining experience. But in reality, you're merely reinforcing your current habits, not improving them. In fact, some research shows that once a skill has been mastered, there's usually a slight decline in the performance over time. Usually, this minor dip in performance is no cause for worry. You don't need a system to continuously improve how well you brush your teeth or tie your shoes or make the morning cup of tea. With habits like these, good enough is usually good enough. The less energy you spend on trivial choices, the more you could spend on what really matters. However, when you want to maximize your potential and achieve elite levels of performance, you need a more nuanced approach. You can't repeat the same things blindly and expect to become exceptional. Habits are necessary, but not sufficient for mastery. What you need is a combination of automatic habits and deliberate practice. Habits plus deliberate practice equals mastery. Habits plus deliberate practice equals mastery. To become great, certain skills need to become automatic. Basketball players need to be able to dribble without thinking before they can move on to mastering a layup with their non-dominant hand. Surgeons need to repeat the first incision so many times that they could do it with their eyes closed so that they can focus on the other hundreds of variables that arise during surgery. But after one habit that has been mastered, you have to return to the effortless part of the work and begin building the next habit. Mastery is the process of narrowing your focus to a tiny element of success, repeating it until you have internalized the skill. Again, mastery is the process of narrowing your focus to a tiny element of success, repeating it until you have internalized that skill, and then using this new habit as a foundation to advance to the next frontier of your development. Old tasks become easier the second time around, but it doesn't get easier overall because you're not pouring your energy into the next challenge. Each habit unlocks the next level of the performance. It's an endless cycle. Mastering one habit, automatically, you have all the repetitions, and then it starts to veer off into a habit line where you have to do less repetitions. Mastering field, you'll gain skills as you're doing more and more repetitions, and then it'll narrow off, and then the next level of skill. The process of mastery requires that you positively and progressively layer improvements on top of one another, each habit building upon the last until a new level of performance has been reached and a higher range of skills has been internalized. Although habits are powerful, what you need is a way to remain conscious of your performance over time so that you can continue to refine and improve. It's precisely at this moment when you begin to feel like you have mastered a skill. Right now, things are starting to feel automatic and you become more comfortable that you must avoid slipping into a trap of complacency. A solution? The solution is establish a system for reflection and review. How to review your habits and make adjustments. In 1986, Los Angeles Lakers had one of the most talented basketball teams ever assembled. But they're rarely remembered that way. The team started in 1985-1986 NBA season with the astounding 29-5 record. The pundits were saying that we might be the best team in the history of basketball. Head coach Pat Riley said after a season, surprisingly, the Lakers stumbled in 1986 playoffs and suffered a season-ending defeat in the Western Conference Finals. The best team in the history of basketball didn't even play for the NBA championship. After that blow, Riley was tired of hearing about how talented his players had and how much promise his team had. He didn't want to see flashes of brilliance followed by a gradual fade of performance. He wanted the Lakers to play up to the potential. Right after then, night after night in the summer of '86, he created a plan to do exactly that, a system that he called the Career's Best Effort Program. It's your CBE, Career Best Effort Program. When the players first joined the Lakers, Pat Riley explained, we track their basketball statistics all the way back to high school. We'll call this taking their number. We took for an accurate gauge of what this player can do and build him into a plan for the team based on the notion that he will remain and then improve upon his averages. After determining a player's baseline level performance, Riley added a key step. He asked each player to improve their output by at least 1% every course of the season. If they succeeded, it would be a CBE, a career best effort. Similar to the British cycling team that we discussed in Chapter 1, the Lakers sought peak performance by getting slightly better each day. Riley was carefully to point out how the CBE, career best effort, is not merely about points or statistics, but about giving your best effort spiritually, mentally, physically. Players can get a credit for allowing opponents to run into you when you know that that's a foul or be called against them, diving for loose balls, going after rebounds, whether you are likely to get them or not, helping a teammate when the player he's guarding has surged past him, and other unsung hero deeds. As an example, let's say that Magic Johnson and the Lakers star player at the time had 11 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists, 2 steals, and 5 turnovers in a game. Magic also got credit for the unsung hero deed by diving after a loose ball. Finally, he played a total of 33 minutes in this imaginary game. The positive numbers, 11, 8, 12, 2 plus 1, adding up to 34. Then we subtract 5 turnovers. 34 minus 5 to get 29. Finally, we divide 29 by 33 minutes played. 29 divided by 33 equals 0.879. Magic CBE number here would be an 879. This number was calculated for all the players' games, and it was average CBE. That player was asked to improve by 1% over the season. Riley compared each player's current CBE to not only their past performances, but also their other players in the league. As Riley put it, we rank team members alongside league opponents who play the same position and have similar role definitions. Sports writer Jackie McMullen noted Riley trumped the top of performers in a league in a bold lettering on the blackboard each week and measured them against the corresponding players of his own roster. Solid, reliable players generally rated about a score of 600, while elite players scored at least 800. Magic Johnson, who has submitted 138 triple-doubles in his career, often scored over 1,000. The Lakers also emphasized year after year progress by making historical comparisons of a CBE data. Riley said, we stacked the months of November 86 to the next November of 85 and showed the players whoever they were doing no better or worse than the same points last season. Then we showed them how our performance figures for December 86 stacked up against November's. And the Lakers rolled out a CBE October 1986. 8 months later, they were the NBA champions. The following year, Pat Riley led his team into another title as the Lakers became the first team in 20 years to win back-to-back NBA championships. After he said, sustaining an effort in the most important thing for any enterprise, the way to be successful is to learn how to do things right, then do them the same way every time. The CBE program is a prime example of the power of reflection of review. The Lakers were already talented. CBE helped them get the most out of what they had to do and made them and their habits improve rather than decline. Reflection of review enables the long-term improvement of all habits because it makes you aware of your mistakes and it helps you as an insider possible paths for improvement. Without reflection, you can make excuses, create rationalizations, and lie to yourself. We have no process to determine whether we are performing better or worse compared to yesterday. Top performers in all these fields engage in various types of reflection and review. And the process doesn't have to be complex. Kenyan runner Eliud Kipchoge is one of the greatest marathoners of all time, an Olympic gold medalist. He still takes notes after every practice, which he reviews his training for the days and searches for areas that can be improved. Similarly, gold medal swimmer Katie Ledecky records her wellness on a scale 1 to 10 and includes notes of her nutrition, how well she slept. She also records her time posted by other swimmers. At the end of the week, her coach goes over her notes and adds thoughts. It's not just athletes. Whether a comedian, Chris Rock, is preparing for fresh material, he will appear at small nightclubs dozens of times, test hundreds of jokes. He brings a notepad on stage and records which bits go over well and where he needs to make some adjustments. A few killer lines that will survive will form the backbone of his next show. I know of executives and investors who keep decision journals in which they record their major decisions that they make each week, why they made them, and what they expect the outcome will be. They review their choices at the end of each month or the year, and they see what they were correct on and where they went wrong. Improvement is not just about learning habits, it's also about fine-tuning these habits. Reflection and reviews endures that you spend time on the right things and make sure you have corrections whether necessary, like Pat Riley adjusting the efforts of his players on a nightly basis. You don't want to keep practicing a habit if it becomes ineffective. Personally, I enjoy two primary modes of reflection and review. Each December, I perform an annual review in which I reflect on the previous year. I tally my habits for the year by counting up how many articles I published, how many workouts I put in, how many new places I visited, and more. Then I reflect on my progress, or lack of thereof, by answering 3 questions. Number 1, what went well this year? Number 2, what didn't go so well this year? Number 3, what did I learn? 6 months later, when summer rolls around, I conduct an integrity report. Like everyone else, I make a lot of mistakes. My integrity report helps me realize where I was wrong and motivates me to get back on course. I use it as a time to revisit my core values and consider whether I have been living in accordance with them. This is when I reflect on my identity and how I work towards being the type of person I wish to become. My yearly integrity report answers 3 questions. Number 1, what are the core values that drive my life and work? Number 2, how am I living and working with integrity right now? Number 3, how can I set a higher standard in the future? These 2 reports don't make very long. These 2 reports don't take very long, but a few hours per year. But they are crucial reports and periods for your refinement. They prevent the gradual slide. What happens when I don't pay close attention? They provide an annual reminder to be revisited by a desired identity and consider how habits are helping me of becoming the type of person I wish to be. They indicate what I should upgrade with my habits to do and take on challenges, and when I should dial my efforts back and focus on fundamentals. Reflection can also bring a sense of perspective. Daily habits are powerful because of how compounding works. But worrying too much about everyday choices is like looking at yourself in the mirror from an inch away. You could see every imperfection and lose sight of the bigger picture. This is too much feedback. Conversely, never reviewing your habits, this is like never looking in the mirror. You aren't aware of easily fixable flaws, a spot on your shirt, a bit of food on your tooth. There is a little bit of feedback, periodical reflection matters, and reviewing yourself in the mirror from a conversational distance, you can see the important changes you should make without losing sight of the bigger picture. You want to view the entire mountain range, not obsess over each peak and valley. View the entire mountain range. Finally, reflection and review offers an ideal time to revisit one of the most important aspects of behavioral change and identity. How to break beliefs that are holding you back. In the beginning, repeating a habit is essential to building up an evidence of your desired identity. As you latch onto this new identity, however, those same beliefs can hold you back from a next level of growth. When working against you, your identity creates a pride that encourages you to deny weak spots and prevents you from truly growing. This is one of the greatest downsides of building habits. The more sacred an idea is to us, that is more deeply and tied to our identity, the more strongly we will defend against criticism. You see, this is in every industry, the school teacher who ignores innovation teaching methods will stick to their tried and true lesson plans, the veteran manager who is committed to doing things his way, the surgeon who dismisses the ideas of her younger colleagues, the band who produces a mind-blowing first album and then gets stuck in a rut. And the tighter we cling to an identity, the harder it becomes to grow beyond the identity. One solution is to avoid making any single aspect of your identity. One solution, avoid making any single aspect of your identity an overwhelming portion of who you are. In the words of the investor Paul Graham, keep your identity small. The more you let a single belief define you, the less capable you are of adapting when life changes you. If you tie everything up to being a point guard or a partner in a firm or whatever else, and then you lose that facet of your life, it'll wreck you. If you're a vegan and you develop a health condition that forces you to change your diet, you'll have an identity crisis on your hands. When you cling too tightly to one identity, you become brittle, lose this one thing, and you lose yourself. For most of the young life, being an athlete was a major part of your identity. After your baseball career ended, it struggled to find yourself. But when you spend most of your life defining yourself in one way and it disappears, then who are you now? Military veterans and former entrepreneurs report similar feelings. If your identity is wrapped up into a belief like, I'm a great soldier, what happens when your period of service ends? For many business owners, the identity of something along the lines of, I'm a CEO or I'm the founder. And if you spend every waking moment working on your business, how will you feel after you sell the company? The key to mitigating these losses of identity is to refine yourself. Refine yourself such that you get to keep the important aspects of the identity, even if in a particular role changes. I'm an athlete becomes, I'm the type of person who is mentally tough and loves a physical challenge. I'm a great soldier transforms into, I'm the type of person who is disciplined, reliable, and great on a team. I'm a CEO translates to, I'm the type of person who builds and creates things. When chosen effectively, an identity can be flexible rather than brittle. Like water flowing around an obstacle, your identity works with changing circumstances rather than against them. The following quote from the Tao Te Ching encapsulates the idea perfectly. Men are both soft and subtle. Men are both soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. Lao Tzu. Habits deliver numerous benefits, but the downside is that they can lock us into our previous patterns of thinking and acting, even when the world is shifting around us. Everything is important, and everything is impermanent. Life is constantly changing, so you need to periodically check in to see if your old habits and beliefs are still even serving you. A lack of self-awareness is poison. Reflection and review is the antidote. Chapter summary. The upside of habits is that we can do things without thinking. The downside is that we can stop paying attention to the little errors. Habits plus deliberate practice equals mastery. Reflections and review is a process that allows you to remain conscious of your performance over time. The tighter we cling to an identity, the harder it is to become and grow beyond it. Conclusion. The secret to results that last. There's an ancient Greek parable known as Sorite's paradox. which talks about the effect one small action can have when repeated enough times. One formulation of the paradox goes as follows. Can one coin make a person rich? If you give a person a pile of 10 coins, you wouldn't claim that he or she is rich. But if you add another, and another, and another, at some point, you will have to admit that no one can be rich unless one coin can make him or her so. We could say the same about atomic habits. Can one tiny change transform your life? Is it unlikely you will say so? But what if you made another, and another, and another? At some point, you will have to admit your life has transformed by one small change. The holy grail of habit change is not a single 1% improvement, but 1,000 of them. It's a bunch of atomic habits stacking up, each one a fundamental unit of an overall system. It's the beginning of a small improvement. It can often seem meaningless because they get washed away by the weight of the system. Just as one coin won't make you rich, one positive change like meditation for 1 minute or reading 1 page a day is unlikely to deliver a noticeable difference. Gradually, though, as you continue to layer small changes on top of one another, the scales of life start to move. Each improvement is like adding a grain of sand to the positive side of the scale, slowly tilting things in your favor. Eventually, if you stick with it, you'll hit a tipping point. Suddenly it feels easier to stick with good habits. The weight of the system is working for you rather than against you. Over the course of this book, I've looked at dozens of stories about top performers. We've heard about Olympic gold medalists, award-winning artists, business leaders, life-saving physicians, and star comedians who have all used the science of small habits to master their craft and vault to the top of their fields. Each of the people and teams, companies we have covered has faced different challenges, but ultimately progressed in the same way through a commitment to tiny, sustainable, unrelenting improvements. Success is not a goal to reach or a finish line to cross. It's a system of improvements. It's a system to improve, an endless process to refine. In chapter 1, I said, if you're having trouble changing your habits, the problem isn't you. The problem is your system. Bad habits repeat themselves again and again, not because you don't want to change, but because you have the wrong system for change. As this book draws to a close, I hope the opposite is true. With the 4 laws of behavioral change, you have to set up the tools, strategies that you can use to build a better system and shape better habits. Sometimes a habit will be hard to remember and you'll need to make it obvious. Other times you'll feel the need of starting and you'll need to make it attractive. In some cases, you have to find a habit that'll be too difficult and you'll need to make it easy. And sometimes you won't feel like sticking with it and you'll need to make it satisfying. Behaviors are effortless here. Obvious, invisible, attractive, unattractive, easy, hard, satisfying, unsatisfying. Behaviors are effortless here. Make them obvious. Behaviors are effortless when it's obvious, attractive, easy, satisfying. Behaviors are effortless when it's obvious, attractive, easy, satisfying. Behaviors are difficult if it's invisible, unattractive, hard, and unsatisfying. If you want to push your good habits towards the left side of the spectrum and make them obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying, meanwhile, you want to cluster your bad habits towards the right side, making them invisible, unattractive, hard, and unsatisfying. This is a continuing process. There's no finish line. There's no permanent solution. Whenever you're looking to improve, you can rotate through your 4 laws of behavioral change until you find the next bottleneck. Make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, make it satisfying, round and round. Always looking for the next way to get 1% better. The secret to getting results that last is to never stop making improvements. It's remarkable what you can build if you just don't stop. It's remarkable the business you can build if you just don't stop working. It's remarkable in the body you can build if you don't stop training. It's remarkable the knowledge you can build if you don't stop learning. It's remarkable the fortune that you can build if you don't stop saving. It's remarkable the friendships you can build if you don't stop caring. Small habits don't add up, they compound. That's the power of atomic habits. Tiny changes, remarkable results. Atomic Habits by James Clear. Appendix. What should you read next? Thank you so much for taking the time to read this book. It has been a pleasure sharing my work with you. If you're looking for something to read next, allow me to offer a suggestion. If you enjoy Atomic Habits, then you may like other writings as well. Other writings I've done is my latest article, sent out my free weekly newsletter. Subscribers are also the first to hear about my newest book or projects. Finally, in addition to my own work, each year I send out reading lists of my favorite books from other authors of wide ranges of subjects. You can sign up at atomichabits.com/newsletter. Little lessons from the 4 laws. In this book, I've introduced 4-step models of human behavior. Cue, craving, respond, reward. Cue, craving, respond, reward. This framework does not teach us how to create new habits, but also reveals some interesting insights. This framework not only teaches us how to create new habits, but also to reveal new interesting insights about human behavior. The problem phase is the cue and the craving. Solution phase is the response and reward. In this section, I've compiled some lessons and a few bits of common sense that are confirmed by the model. The purpose of these examples is to clarify how useful and wide-ranging this framework is when describing human behavior. Once you understand the model, you'll see examples of it everywhere. Awareness comes before desire. A craving is created when you assign meaning to the cue. Your brain constructs an emotion or feeling to describe your current situation, and that means a craving can only occur after you've noticed an opportunity. Happiness is simply the absence of desire. When you observe a cue but do not desire the change, your state, you are content with the current situation. Happiness is not about the achievement of the pleasure, which is a joy or satisfaction, but about the lack of desire. It arrives when you have no urge to feel differently. Happiness is the state you enter when you no longer want to change your state. However, happiness is fleeting because a new desire always comes along. Akayed Boudris says, happiness is the space between desire being fulfilled and a new desire forming. Likewise, suffering is the space between craving and change in a state of getting it. It is the idea of pleasure that we chase. We seek the image of pleasure that we generate in our minds. At this time of action, we do not know what it will be like to attain that image, or even if it'll satisfy us. The feeling of satisfaction not only comes afterwards. This is what the Australian neurologist Viktor Frankl meant when he said that happiness cannot be pursued. It must be ensue. Desire is pursued. Pleasures ensue from action. Peace occurs when you don't turn your observations into problems. Peace occurs when you don't turn your observations into problems. The first step in any behavior is observation. You notice a cue, a situation, a bit of information, or an event. And if you don't desire to act on it, what you observe when you are at peace. Craving is about wanting to fix everything. Observation without craving is the realization that you do not need to fix everything. Your desires are not running rampant. You do not crave to change in state. Your mind does not generate a problem for you to solve. You're simply observing and existing. With a big enough why, you can overcome any how. Friedrich Nietzsche, the German philosopher and poet, famously wrote, "He who has a why to live for can bear almost any how, as long as he has a strong why." This phrase harbors an important truth about human behavior. If your motivation and desire are great enough, that is why you are acting. You'll take action even when it's quite difficult. Great craving can power great action, even when friction is high. Being curious is better than being smart. Being motivated and curious counts for more than being smart because it leads to an action. Being smart will never deliver the results on its own because it does not get you to act. It is desire, not intelligence, that prompts behavior. Desire. As Naval Ravikant says, the trick to doing something or doing anything is first cultivating a desire for it. Emotions drive behavior. Every decision is an emotional decision at some level. Whatever your logical reasons are for taking action, you only feel compelled to act on them because of emotion. In fact, people will damage the emotional centers of the brain, can list many reasons for taking action, but still will not act because they do not have emotions to drive them. This is why cravings come before a response, the feeling that comes first, and then the behavior. We could only be rational and logical after we have been emotional. We can only be rational and logical after we have been emotional. The primary mode of the brain is to feel. The secondary mode is to think. It's to think first. Only the first response, the fast non-conscious portion of the brain, is optimized for feeling and anticipating. Our second response, the slow, conscious portion of our brain, is the part that does the thinking. Psychologists refer to this System 1. System 1 is feeling and rapid judgments versus System 2, rational analysis. The feeling comes from System 1. The rationality only intervenes later. System 2, this works great when the two are aligned, but is a result of the illogical and emotional thinking when they are not. Your response tends to follow your emotions. Our thoughts and actions are rooted in what we find attractive, not necessarily in what's logical. Two people notice the same set of facts and respond very differently because they run those facts through their unique emotional filters. This is one reason why appealing to emotion is typically more powerful than appealing to reason. If a topic makes someone feel emotional, they will rarely be interested in the data. This is why emotions can be such a threat to wise decision making. Put another way, most people believe that the reasonable response is that the one that benefits them is the reasonable response, the one that satisfies their desires. To approach a situation from a more neutral emotional position allows you to base your response on a data rather than emotion. Putting it another way again, more people believe in the reasonable response in the one that benefits them, the one that satisfies their desires. To approach a situation from a more neutral emotional position allows you to base your response on data. Base your response on data rather than emotion. Suffering drives progress. The source of all suffering is the desire to change in state. This is also the source of all progress. The desire to change in your state is what powers you to take action. It's wanting to want more that pushes humanity to seek improvements, develop new technologies, and reach for a higher level. With craving, we are dissatisfied but driven. Without craving, we are satisfied but lack ambition. Your actions reveal how badly you want something. If you keep wanting something in a priority but never act on it, then you don't really want it. It's time to have an honest conversation with yourself. Your actions reveal your true motivations. Reward is on the other side of sacrifice. Response. Sacrifice of energy always precedes a reward. The collection of resources, the runner's high, only comes after the hard run. The reward only comes after the energy is spent. Self-control is difficult, but it's not satisfying. A reward is an outcome that satisfies your craving. This makes self-control ineffective because inhibiting our desires does not usually resolve them. Resisting temptation does not satisfy your craving. It just ignores it. It creates space for the craving to pass. Self-control requires you to release a desire rather than satisfying it. Our expectation and determination and our expectations determine our satisfaction. The gap between our cravings and our rewards determines how satisfied we feel after taking action. If there's a mismatch between the expectations and outcome, and the outcomes come positive, surprise, and delight, then we are more likely to repeat behavior in the future. If the mismatch is negative, disappointment, and frustrating, then we are less likely to do it. For example, if you expect to get $10 and get $100, you feel great. If you expect to get $100 and you get $10, you feel disappointed. Your expectations change with satisfaction, and the expectations change your satisfaction. An average experience preceded by a high expectations is a disappointment. An average experience preceded by low expectations is a delight. When liking and wanting are approximately the same, you feel satisfied. When liking and wanting are approximately the same, you feel satisfied. Satisfaction equals liking and wanting. This is the wisdom behind the Seneca's famous quote, "Being poor is not having to do too little, it's wanting more." If your wants outpace your likes, you'll always be unsatisfied. If your wants outpace your likes, you'll always be unsatisfied. You're potentially putting more weight on the problem than the solution. Happiness is relative. When I first began sharing my writings and putting them out publicly, it took me 3 months to get 1,000 subscribers. When I hit that milestone, I told my parents and my girlfriend we celebrated. I felt excited, motivated. A few years later, I realized that 1,000 people were signing up each day. And yet, I didn't even think to tell anyone. It felt normal. I was getting results 90 times faster than before, but experiencing little pleasure over it. It wasn't until a few days later I realized how absurd it was. I wasn't even celebrating something that seemed so like a pipe dream just a few years ago. The pain of failure correlates to the height of expectation. When desire is high, it hurts to not like the outcome. Failing to attain something you want hurts more than failing to attain something you didn't think about in the first place. This is why people say, I don't want to get my hopes up. Feelings come both before and after the behavior. Before acting, there's a feeling that motivates you to act. The craving. After acting, there's a feeling that teaches you to repeat the action in the future. The reward. Cue, craving, feeling. Response, reward, feeling. The cue goes into the craving feeling, going into the response, going into the reward feeling. How you feel influences how we act. How we feel influences how we act, and how we act influences how we feel. Desires initiate. Pleasures sustain. Wanting and liking are two drivers of behavior. If it's not desirable, you have no reason to do it. Desire and cravings are what initiate a behavior, but it's not enjoyable. You have no reason to repeat it. Pleasure and satisfaction are what sustain a behavior. Feeling motivated gets you to act. Feeling successful gets you to repeat it. Hope declines with experience, and it's replaced with acceptance. The first time an opportunity arises, there's hope of what it could be. Your expectations and cravings is based solely on promise. The second time around, your expectations are grounded with reality. You begin to understand how processes work, and your hopes are gradually traded for more accurate predictions, and acceptance of a more likely outcome. This is the one reason why we continually grasp for the latest get-rich-quick or weight loss scheme. New plans for hopes because we don't have any experiences to ground our expectations. New strategies seem appealing more than the old ones because they can have an unbounded hope. And Aristotle noted, youth is easily deceived because it is quick to hope. Perhaps this can be revised. Youth is easily deceived because it only hopes. There's no experience, no root the expectation has. There is no experience to root the expectation in. In the beginning, hope is all you have. How to apply these ideas in business. Over the years, I've spoken to Fortune 500 companies and growing startups about how to apply the science of small habits to run more effective businesses and build better products. I've compiled many of the most practical strategies into a short bonus chapter. I think you'll find it to be incredibly useful in addition to the main ideas mentioned in Atomic Habits. How to apply these ideas in parenting. One of the most common questions I hear from readers is something along the lines of, how can I get my kids to do this stuff? The ideas in Atomic Habits are intended to apply broadly to all human behavior. Teenagers, humans too. They're humans too, which means you should find plenty of useful strategies in the main text. That said, parenting does face its own challenges. As a bonus chapter, I put together a brief guide on how to apply these specific ideas in the downloading of the chapter atomichabits.com/parenting. Atomic Habits, James Clear, read by Randall Bear Michael Reta Jr.